processing times, complexity. What if there is a place where technology moves at the speed of your customers for less than the cost of your coffee? Introducing Amazon Digital Suite, powered by AWS, tailored for Indian SMBs. An integrated set of easy-to-use and affordable software products to help you grow your business. Designed to meet your business needs in 3 easy steps. Step 1. Go to Amazon Marketplace and find our products at exclusive prices for all your business needs. Step 2. Search
of our GDP and creating jobs for millions of people. Adopting the right technologies is critical to their global success. However, lack of awareness and skills, along with limited access to reliable advisory and solution providers, pose risks of holding them back. In order to enable Indian mid-sized businesses to become more competitive, CII and Tata Communications came together in the year 2018 to establish the CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. Taking our lead from ancient farming practices, we're planting the seeds of meaningful initiatives across dimensions. And in the last 3.5 years, we've created a self-sustaining ecosystem that drives awareness, assessing, advising, upskilling, and connecting businesses to the solution providers they need to create an unmatched value for small and large organizations. Our industry summits, workshops, and tech demos are led by industry-leading CXOs, who have already shared their unique perspective on digital transformation with over 3,000 companies. Our in-house assessment model helps firms understand their current state of digital adoption. Our industry expertise and advisory initiatives have helped over 200 businesses and counting. Embedding sustainable transformation means upskilling existing staff, and our live workshops are delivered by academics, skilled partners, and industry leaders facilitating the same. We've now trained more than 2,000 people from over 700 companies in everything from cybersecurity to data analytics. Our national DX platform brings SMEs together to celebrate success, recognize innovation, and inspire the imagination, because this is just the beginning for our CDT. As we emerge as a digital ecosystem enabler, we are collaborating across various industry-first initiatives like the Cyber Raksha Kavash program for MSMEs, getting recognized for in-house innovations through upcoming CIO awards, and working with other industry players to build solutions for the most strategically significant market segments of India. Join us in this digital movement which will revolutionize India's position in the global business landscape.
At Tata Communications, our goal is to simplify the digital transformation journeys of our customers. For this, we gathered insights from over 750 CXOs across the world. Their responses reinforced our belief that transformation is built on 4 key pillars. A digital-first mindset that enables companies to evolve every aspect of their business. IT agility to help businesses adapt to their changing needs promptly. Hyper-connected ecosystems that foster seamless connectivity and anytime, anywhere collaboration among teams. Digital trust that cultivates reliable interactions between employees, customers, and partners. Building for the future we have a gamut of intuitive solutions in the works. Solutions that enable always-on enterprises, devise global, secure endpoint connectivity solutions, craft near-natural retail environments, and deliver unmatched last-mile connectivity. All this with unparalleled security to forge a truly rewarding digital ecosystem. And we believe technology delivers better when we collaborate with customers and partners, which is why our customer innovation workshops bring to life bespoke solutions, crowdsourced ideas, and research prototypes. Our innovation lab also spotlights many of our cutting-edge platforms and initiatives. Because for us, simplifying tomorrow is not good enough. We're here to redefine it, and together we will. Tata Communications.
Check, one, check. Check, one, check. Check, one, check, one. One, check, one, check. Check, one.
Your business needs in 3 easy steps. Step 1. Go to Amazon Marketplace and find our products at exclusive prices for all your business needs. Step 2. Search and select products that suit your needs, such as compliances, credits, HR, accounts, payments, and more. Step 3. Click Buy Now and complete the transaction. Get started with just one click. With hands-on and responsive support. Integrate the software seamlessly. Amazon Digital Suite. Digitize your business with us today.
Medium and small businesses are the lifeblood of Indian economy, contributing 30% of our GDP and creating jobs for millions of people. Adopting the right technologies is critical to their global success. However, lack of awareness and skills, along with limited access to reliable advisory and solution providers, pose risks of holding them back. In order to enable Indian mid-sized businesses to become more competitive, CII and Tata Communications came together in the year 2018 to establish the CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. Taking our lead from ancient farming practices, we're planting the seeds of meaningful initiatives across dimensions. And in the last 3.5 years, we've created a self-sustaining ecosystem that drives awareness, assessing, advising, upskilling, and connecting businesses to the solution providers they need to create an unmatched value for small and large organizations. Our industry summits, workshops, and tech demos are led by industry-leading CXOs, who have already shared their unique perspective on digital transformation with over 3,000 companies. Our in-house assessment model helps firms understand their current state of digital adoption. Our industry expertise and advisory initiatives have helped over 200 businesses and counting. Embedding sustainable transformation means upskilling existing staff, and our live workshops are delivered by academics, skilled partners, and industry leaders facilitating the same. We've now trained more than 2,000 people from over 700 companies in everything from cybersecurity to data analytics. Our national DX platform brings SMEs together to celebrate success, recognize innovation, and inspire the imagination, because this is just the beginning for our CDT. As we emerge as a digital ecosystem enabler, we are collaborating across various industry-first initiatives like the Cyber Raksha Kavash program for MSMEs, getting recognized for in-house innovations through upcoming CIO awards, and working with other industry players to build solutions for the most strategically significant market segments of India. Join us in this digital movement which will revolutionize India's position in the global business landscape.
At Tata Communications, our goal is to simplify the digital transformation journeys of our customers. For this, we gathered insights from over 750 CXOs across the world. Their responses reinforced our belief that transformation is built on 4 key pillars. A digital-first mindset that enables companies to evolve every aspect of their business. IT agility to help businesses adapt to their changing needs promptly. Hyper-connected ecosystems that foster seamless connectivity and anytime, anywhere collaboration among teams. Digital trust that cultivates reliable interactions between employees, customers, and partners. Building for the future. We have a gamut of intuitive solutions in the works. Solutions that enable always-on enterprises, devise global, secure endpoint connectivity solutions, craft near-natural retail environments, and deliver unmatched last-mile connectivity. All this with unparalleled security to forge a truly rewarding digital ecosystem. And we believe technology delivers better when we collaborate with customers and partners, which is why our customer innovation workshops bring to life bespoke solutions, crowdsourced ideas, and research prototypes. Our Innovation Lab also spotlights many of our cutting-edge platforms and initiatives. Because for us, simplifying tomorrow is not good enough. We're here to redefine it, and together we will. Tata Communications.
Struggling with business processes like accounting, HR, payments, invoicing, websites, etc.? Don't know where to start? Manual work slowing you down? Are you running into high setup costs, slow processing times, complexity? What if there is a place where technology moves at the speed of your customers for less than the cost of your coffee? Introducing Amazon Digital Suite, powered by AWS, tailored for Indian SMBs. An integrated set of easy-to-use and affordable software products to help you grow your business. Designed to meet your business needs in 3 easy steps. Step 1. Go to Amazon Marketplace and find our products at exclusive prices for all your business needs. Step 2. Search and select products that suit your needs, such as compliances, credits, HR, accounts, payments, and more. Step 3. Click Buy Now and complete the transaction. Get started with just one click, with hands-on and responsive support.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin with the session shortly, please.
Integrate the software seamlessly. Amazon Digital Suite. Digitize your business with us today.
Medium and small businesses are the lifeblood of Indian economy, contributing 30% of our GDP and creating jobs for millions of people. Adopting the right technologies is critical to their global success. However, lack of awareness and skills, along with limited access to reliable advisory and solution providers, pose risks of holding them back. In order to enable Indian mid-sized businesses to become more competitive, CII and Tata Communications came together in the year 2018 to establish the CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. Taking our lead from ancient farming practices, we're planting the seeds of meaningful initiatives across dimensions. And in the last 3.5 years, we've created a self-sustaining ecosystem that drives awareness, assessing, advising, upskilling, and connecting businesses to the solution providers they need to create an unmatched value for small and large organizations. Our industry summits, workshops, and tech demos are led by industry-leading CXOs, who have already shared their unique perspective on digital transformation with over 3,000 companies. Our in-house assessment model helps firms understand their current state of digital adoption. Our industry expertise and advisory initiatives have helped over 200 businesses and counting. Embedding sustainable transformation means upskilling existing staff, and our live workshops are delivered by academics, skilled partners, and industry leaders facilitating the same. We've now trained more.
Good morning. A very warm welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries, guests, and delegates from overseas and India to the Digital Transformation Summit, which is part of CS flagship program, the Partnership Summit, and is also taking forward the B20 track on digital transformation. The Digital Transformation Summit is of special significance as India assumes the G20 presidencies with CI as the B20 Secretariat. B20 is among the most prominent engagement groups in G20 with companies and business organizations as participants. The summit as part of B20 calendar is also coinciding with the B20 task force meeting to be organized today. The session will witness eminent Indian and international speakers and B20 task force members engage in deliberations at various plenary sessions. I would like the delegates to please note that QRs have been provided on each roundtable which provide details of the programs and the speakers. We have also another QR code for delegates to share the questions which they would like to ask the panel of speakers in each session. The moderator will take up the question in case the time permits. However, if the questions are not answered during the session, then the delegates will receive the answers to their question later through emails. Please note that the delegate bags will be given after the last session. Without any further delay, I would like to request Mr. Sumeet Walia, Chairman, CI Center for Digital Transformation, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. I see a room full of people at the back who are standing. If you want to settle down, we could then start off the proceedings. It's my pleasure to personally welcome each of you to the 4th edition of the DX Summit. We are joined by the participants of the Partnership Summit and the delegates of the B20 Digital Transformation Task Force. A very, very warm welcome to all of you. We are living in a world that is extremely volatile and very, very fast changing. The socio-political environment and the economic climate is seeing a significant change in almost every part of the world. Today, we are more connected than ever as people, businesses, and society. Events in one part of the world create a significant impact across the globe. This has been proven by the recent geopolitical conflicts, economic upheavals, and the pandemic itself. This hyperconnectivity has made it a must for all member states to collaborate, constantly learn from each other, and deliver a better, brighter future for all our people. Your presence in this room is a testament to that fact that we are working collectively towards a shared and brighter future. India, as you know, is witnessing an era of accelerated growth. we have produced the world's third largest number of unicorns. We are driving financial inclusion through more than 250 million UPI transactions every day. And more importantly, we are transitioning to a greener future, with over 42% of the country's total energy capacity coming from non-fossil fuels. Achieving this amidst an uncertain and globally challenging environment puts us in a very unique position to collaborate with other nations to solve current and emerging challenges for our people. We are also seeing how technology is changing our lives every day. The impact of digital technologies on our nation states and the world at large is well appreciated. Governments, industry, and regulatory bodies need to collaboratively build a digital ecosystem that can enable critical functions ranging from payments to healthcare. The 5 focus areas that have been identified by the B20 task force focused on digital transformation, many of whom are with us today, are aiming to ensure that this transformation creates a positive impact on the everyday human life for everyone without any boundaries of geography, race, or gender. All this would require a massive pool of talent, skilled across different dimensions of digital technologies, which puts a special focus on the need to transform our education and skills infrastructure. With the collective expertise of the B20 task force, I am confident that we are clearly identifying a course of action for all these focus areas. To create an economic growth across all our member nations, which is inclusive and sustainable, we need to put a special focus on ensuring that the small and medium businesses across the world are supported by and in their digital transformation journeys. Back in 2018, when CII and Tata Communications established the Center of Digital Transformation, or CDT as we call it, digital transformation was largely in India, was largely focused on large enterprises. The small and medium businesses are often regarded as the backbone of the Indian economy. One of our core focus areas then was to make digital transformation relevant and accessible for them and enable them to become globally competitive. This 5-year journey to create value for our small and medium businesses has been built around the pillars of awareness, assessment and advisory, skill building, and recognition. I am glad to share that CDT has skilled more than 6,000 ICT practitioners on emerging technologies like IoT, data and analytics, among others, through multiple programs. Programs like the Cyber Raksha Kavach, which is a program that was focused on cybersecurity and assessment, has been widely adopted. Our DX Awards, which is a program which is encouraging and sharing the celebration of successful transformations in this sector, has gained great popularity. More than 3,000 small and medium businesses have participated, engaged, and benefited from all these initiatives. While this is a job well begun, I still believe it's half done. This, however, is a strong reaffirmation of our belief that democratization of digital transformation for our small and medium businesses will contribute to sustainable economic growth, market efficiencies, and higher employment rates. It therefore gives me great pleasure to see a diverse audience in this room gathered today as an acknowledgement of our shared values, our vision for the future, and committed to work together. I would therefore once again like to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you. Thank you. And with that, I hand back to the MC to run the proceedings for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walia. Now, we would like to commence with the first plenary session on bridging the digital divide. I would like to invite on stage our special guest, Mr. Abhishek Singh, Managing Director and CEO, Digital India Corporation, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Ms. Lynette Non-Tobacco Magesa, Head of External Relations, Bonziwa Group, South Africa. Mr. K.R. Venkadri, Chief Commercial Officer, Tata Chemicals Limited. Mr. Fabio De Felice, founder, Protum Group, Italy. Mr. Jitendra S. Pavla, Senior Vice President, ST Telemedia Group, Data Centers. And Mr. Pranjal Sharma, Economic Analyst, Advisor, and Author, and B20 Task Force Member on Digital Transformation, who is also the moderator for this session. Over to you, Mr. Sharma, to take forward the discussions.
Good morning. I think it's great to start the session with this smile for the cameras. I hope all of you have had your coffee, and it's going to be an exciting day of discussions on a subject which I think we are living every moment of. Thank you to the Center for Digital Communications, Transformation, Suhail and Sumit, and the entire CII team which has been working on this. I think this is a critical moment in our lives, both for emerging economies as well as developed countries. Digital inclusion has a lot of implications, and I think before inclusion, it's also about literacy. How do we bring the next billion people connected to the digital mainstream? What are the infrastructure required? What are the social policies required? What are the government policies required? I think all of them have a very important role to play. I'm going to request all our very eminent experienced panelists from India, South Africa, and Italy to talk about their experiences of what's happening. It's about G20, but it's also about the rest of the world. What are the best learnings? What are the lessons? And how do we make sure that we proceed with far more experience and accelerate the process? I'm going to begin by requesting Abhishek to share his thoughts, because as you know, India has led the way across the world in terms of digital inclusion across sectors at scale in a world, what I call world's largest open market democracy. And for us to be able to achieve that is an achievement of historic proportions. Abhishek, may I request you to share some of your thoughts and what are the ways in which we can learn from what India has achieved?
Yeah, so thank you Pranjal, and thank you CII for setting this up. And in fact, as you mentioned, our story, of course, of digital transformation, implementing digital projects related to e-governance at population scale has been something that we all are very proud of. But at the same time, we also realize that had we not done that, it would have meant to millions of people not getting access to basic services. For example, when we started, like one of the most talked about projects that we have implemented is the unique ID project, the Aadhaar project as we call it, which has given identity to 1.37 billion people across India. And before that, if we rewind 10 years back, 10 to 12 years back, when we started that project, millions of Indians did not have any identity documents, and that ensured that they stayed out of the financial services. They could not have access to banking services, no access to credit, no access to insurance. And that became the basic starting point of how do we ensure that we provide the basic ID services that will lead to financial inclusion, that will lead to empowerment, that will lead to they having access to banking services, credit, insurance, all of it began. And today we are proud to say that we have been able to implement that project, and our banking coverage has gone up from almost less than 40% to almost 90% now. So today, almost 900 million people in India have access to banking accounts. And this has revolutionized a lot of transformation in almost all sectors. It has also helped plug in leakages. When we implement welfare programs, how do we ensure that the benefits of the welfare programs reach to the needy, and we are able to prevent leakages. So that also helped in better delivery of welfare measures, whether it's scholarships, whether it's pensions, whether it's food, or any kind of subsidies that we give. The digital payments, the UPI, as we call it, is something that has really, really transformed. If you look at, like, if you ask people in this room, how many people are carrying wallets? So most Indians have stopped carrying wallets because their phone has become the digital wallet with which we can do even small value transactions. Even as much as less as 5 rupees or 10 rupees can be paid by just scanning a QR code in any part of India. Whether it's the remotest part of India, it works. It works beautifully. It works now, NPCI, which is the agency which is implementing it. They've also launched a feature which works on feature phone, low-cost phones without internet. UPI works on that, 123 UPI they call it. And this has now been replicated in several countries, and several countries are looking at doing that. Brazil have implemented the PIX project, which is similar to the UPI project. Singapore has the Pay now, which is integrated with the UPI system. And if I go on, like the vaccination, we were just talking before this session with our colleagues, that if we had to do the COVID vaccination, to vaccinate 1.3 billion people with multiple doses, multiple vaccines, multiple difference between the time interval required to get the booster dose and the second dose, most people would have forgotten about it. If we didn't have a digital infrastructure of COVID to do that, would not have been able to do. So all these projects have primarily been implemented with one single-minded focus to ensure digital empowerment, to ensure better delivery of service, and to ensure empowerment of people. While we do that, we also realize that on one hand, we take the pride that we have almost 874 million people connected on the internet, and we are one of the countries which is the largest number of people connected. But we also realize that, that there are another 500 million people who are not connected. So there's a huge digital divide also that exists. So whenever we implement that, that thought always remains in our mind. How do we ensure that we provide assisted access in the form of kiosks, the common service centers project that we implemented? We have around 500,000 such kiosks across the length and breadth of the country, wherein people who don't have a smartphone, people who don't have connectivity, or people who don't know how to navigate a government portal or an app can go there and get services in assisted mode. Similarly, we are a diverse country with more than 22 official languages. So enabling services in multiple Indian languages becomes a priority. And that has become like one of the key focuses of the entire Digital India program. And now we are moving ahead with AI and generative AI coming in. We have now enabled voice-enabled services. So we have a government app which offers, one app which offers more than 1,600 services. And you can access services on the Umang app with your voice command also. So just like we have Alexas and Siris on which we ask questions and we get answers, so we are able to ask there, how do I get a driving license, how do I get a passport, how do I apply for a scholarship, and the app answers back with voice. And we have also worked on integration with ChatGPT now, wherein one could, on a simple WhatsApp interface, one could ask questions in Indian language with voice and get replies in voice. And this really means a lot for empowerment, because the same service has now been tested to be offered on feature phones, where you can ask a toll-free number with a voice command about any government service, and you get a reply back on voice in that. So these are some of the things which are really transformed. And now with the G20 Presidency, one of the key initiatives that we have is to contribute to the Digital Public Goods Repository, become part of the global movement for ensuring that more such services are adopted, replicated, learn from other countries, at the same time share our experience with the global community, and ensure that together we are able to use digital technologies for the larger societal good. So this is what I would like to mention to begin with. Yeah.
Thank you. That's quite a forceful and emphatic summary of what we have achieved so far, Abhishek. I'm going to turn to Lynette. Lynette, it's important for us to also understand how different societies at a different curve of evolution. India is at one curve of evolution, South Africa is at another level, Europe, some parts are very developed, but we also hear stories about that certain parts are not as digitally connected as we would expect. In South Africa, how do you see the concept of digital divide? I mean, do you have a way of measuring it and then addressing it?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I think I would like to talk about the digital divide in Africa as a whole, because I'm quite involved not only in South Africa, but also in our neighboring countries all the way up to Ghana. For me, the digital divide, I think more than anything else, it starts with literacy. It starts with the individual. The more we address digital divide, the more gap we get, because most people, we still need training. And I think, you find there's a gap between the youngsters that understand technology, and also the senior citizens. For instance, when I talk about mobile money, I remember very well when I tell my grandmother I've sent you mobile money, she always looks disappointed. Unlike when you give her $1 in hand, she gets excited that, okay, now you're talking to me, this is real money. And in this day and age, we're talking about apps. You know, whatever you do, you need to have app. You know, with vaccination, you needed to have an app. And it's such a struggle, and I think about 50% of the audience here, it's such a struggle just to understand an app. Even for myself, at some certain stage, I'm a bit uncomfortable when it comes to using an app, certain apps, because you think, you know, I'm not safe when you're looking at security. But the one big challenge that we have in Africa regarding digital divide is the infrastructure. You know, to address digital divide, you need to have infrastructure. I've been exposed, I work a lot with telecommunications, the GSM. So without having access to telecommunication, without having access to the technology, it becomes impossible. You find people, especially in the rural areas, there's still a lot of digital divide there because they don't have infrastructure. And also they don't have the literacy to understand, training to understand how does this technology works. And same applies with government. You know, at government, the senior levels that has to implement the digital divide, they still need a bit of literacy to understand the technology itself. You know, in the rural areas, I would say thanks to COVID, because due to COVID, we were then forced, the whole world, especially in Africa, we were forced and pushed towards using technology. And so then, which then brought that we have to focus on connectivity in the rural areas with the farmers as well. And also, because of the divide, the literacy within the industries, the different industries, it becomes difficult to bridge that gap, because we still need to have training, and we also still need to have you know, something that talks to that particular person, because for me, it moves fast. Technology moves very fast. As a result, only the youngsters, the Generation Z, understand this very well. But the older generation, it's at a fast pace. Thank you.
Lynette, that's a very important point. You know, when you talk about your mother, I think if we look at digital divide, it's about identifying the right communities. The elderly, who are trying to understand what technology is, the young, the very young, who have sudden exposure, but they don't know how to manage it. So they are digital natives, but they are not necessarily digitally responsible natives. And then there are so many communities in different parts of our countries, you know, far-flung areas, who are not connected to the economic mainstream also, but suddenly they have a phone with a 4G connection in their hand. How do you ensure that while they are connected, they're also included? So I think these are very important points that you referred to, but the key issue of investing in digital infrastructure is a common challenge in many emerging markets, because that is something without which connectivity cannot happen. I'm going to come to Venkat, and Venkat, it's the digital inclusion and bridging the divide is not just the responsibility of the government. There is a very important role that private sector has to play. And I think public-private collaboration, cooperation, and alignment of interest is happening. But can you share your experience of some of the work that you have done in terms of how can we make this collaboration more effective?
Thanks, Pranjal. I think you know, it's great to have CII have this discussion on digital and how do we actually look at digital divide and what is coming in the way. If I just step back and look at it, I think at a country level, like what Abhishek mentioned, I think we have gone way ahead of, you know, in the maturity curve of digital, whether it is in terms of health, whether it is in terms of financial inclusion. I think we have done quite a lot. obviously there is a lot to be done, and that's where I will come up to. Now, one of the critical things that I have worked quite a lot in the agri sector, so I can give some examples of what kind of issues come in. Now, what tends to happen is that when we talk about digital divide, and I would use digital divide by using 3 A's. One is access, affordability, and ability. Access, today India has got probably the mobile connection all over the country, brilliant, everywhere, you know, in the nook and corner, you, short of going up to Everest, I think you get connectivity everywhere. The second is affordability. I think India having the lowest data cost has made it really, really affordable, and one can see the lowest strata of people also carrying a smartphone and a mobile phone, and they use data. So I think the first 2 A's have happened brilliantly. The third one is what I call as ability or awareness or the capability to use. I think that is the area where we still have a lot to do. For example, all of us have seen that, you know, during the COVID times, you know, while it was good to use a mobile phone, there were a lot of people who don't know how to use a smartphone to book a, you know, slot. And there is also, you know, the digital divide comes in 2 forms outside. One is knowing the technology to be able to use a mobile phone, and second, there is also an inherent fear. Because I do know that there are a lot of people, they don't like to use a, you know, internet banking because they fear that their money will be taken away. So the whole concept about being technologically comfortable and savvy and is going to be a very important thing. You know, in the area of agriculture, we have done a lot of work, and you know, as Tata Chemicals, as Rallis, I've personally been involved in many of them. We actually used to provide a lot of technological services like, you know, weather prediction, pest, you know, prediction, and you know, the likely crop prices that could come. We would send it across. Now, the problem that we faced is there that, you know, many of them were not comfortable to use a smartphone, especially the older folks in the rural. So what it required for us to do is to actually do a lot of educational programs to help them to learn how to use a smartphone. And what we also found is that many of the farmers would ask their children to use the mobile phone and tell them what is the message. So a lot of training programs had to be held. That was point number 1. What we then realized is there that, you know, in our country, of course, we launched our services in 16 languages, given the number of languages that we have. But we also found that there were a lot of people who did not know how to read. You know, not everybody is literate. So then how do you circumvent that? Then we decided that we need to put a lot more videos, because you know, the best way is to put up a video so that they can listen to it and learn. You know, if they are not able to read. So the digital divide comes both in terms of ability to understand, operate, and there is also a big fear that people have that, you know, if I use a mobile phone, it can be misused. You know, I may get cheated, I may get this. So there's a lot of training that has to be done, and this has to be done both as a combination of both what, you know, the private sector has to do and what the government also has to do. I think, you know, there's brilliant work that has happened in setting up the India stack and all the other things that has happened. I think, you know, the important thing is how does government and private work together to build the ability of people and give them the comfort that, you know, using a digital is better for that person. So, you know, regular training programs, video programs, I think these are some of the ways in which, you know, it can become a, you know, we can make people more comfortable to use the digital.
Thanks, Venkat. I think what I would come back to all of you is to say that when private companies participate in this effort, should they look for a business case, or is this going to be part of giving back to a society type of effort, which I think has 2 very different outcomes and approaches. But I'd like to come to Fabio. And Fabio, from the perspective of not just Italy, but Europe, Western Europe, I think the digital divide, the definition of digital divide in Europe could perhaps be different. So what I would request you to tell us is, both from your experience and what your company does, how do you interpret digital divide in Europe and what is happening to reduce it?
Thank you, everybody. Good morning. It's not an easy question because we have a different point of view. We in Italy understand, in Europe in general, understand the problem of digital divide during this pandemic period. In this period, we understand that without the connection, without to stay in internet, we don't were out of the connection in any case, but we were out of the world. Because without this type of connectivity, it was impossible to work, impossible to study, impossible to connect to each other. So what we start to do is to, in a very late moment, to understand that we have to make an acceleration in this direction. And the problem is that, on my opinion, giving to this question that I am explained to you, the problem of divide is not only a problem of informatic problem of people that work in this government, in this situation, but it's a democratical problem, because if you stay out of this connection, you can't work in any case. So before to be a opportunity of growth, it's a democratical situation that we have to join with. That's why the situation that we have done is quite different in approach respect what Lynette told us before, because we think that infrastructure is the basic situation in which we have to do to create the connectivity. But on our opinion, the problem is of two other types of lesson that we learn. First of all, a cultural problem, because we have no completely culture about the digitalization. So we have to force people to employ the digitalization in every situation that they have to do. We have to force them in the same way in which we have to put an account in an internet site, for example, to buy something on Amazon or take a film on Netflix. In the same way, we have to oblige the people to make the different passage in the procedure to do this. So the two problems, more than infrastructure, is cultural from one way and organizational procedure problem. Because if you don't change the way in which we follow the problem, we follow this different situation, probably is difficult that you are able to utilize this system. In Italy, for example, we have speed, we have a lot of system that make easier the connection with the public government. But sometimes you have to create a situation which you have still now make a signature. So after you haven't done all the procedure with the digital way, you have to repeat it by pen. So until we have this type of a problem, we don't have infrastructure solutions that has the baseline on which we have to work.
Thank you, Fabio. I think, you know, there is a very interesting report I read. A minister from a Western European country last year made a statement that they wanted to give subsidy to their energy subsidy because of the rising gas prices triggered by the Ukraine war. But they could not give the subsidies digitally because the power company did not have the information about the bank accounts, the national IDs, and the subscriber details in one place for them to transfer money directly to the people. Even in US, subsidy checks are, money is given through checks, so, you know, through the post. India is not doing that, and I think many parts of Africa, actually in Africa, the concept of mobile payment started in Africa. We tend to forget that. But so the point is that there are several aspects of this digital inclusion which show up. When you start looking at it carefully, you realize that everything is not even or reached maturity even in developed countries. Pablo, I'm going to come to you. You're both an Indian and you represent a Singapore company. So do you think digital inclusion, and this is the question which I was referring to after Venkat's comments, that is there a business case for digital inclusion? Will it succeed only if there is a profit motive at the end of the rainbow?
So, so thank you once again, and good morning to everyone. Obviously, it has to be both. Obviously it has to be both. When organizations work, there has to be a business purpose, and also there has to be social inclusion. But let me probably take a step back. In the simplest,
you have to speak a bit louder.
Sure. Is it okay? Yeah. In the simplest term, a digital divide is the gap which exists among citizens in terms of access and in terms of use of internet and digital services. Now, there has been great strides, as Mr. Abhishek shared. There has been great strides on that. And if I take a very real-time analogy, we are probably at the Vande Mataram stage of digital access and digital use. And we have to catch the bullet train stage. So that is the stage we are in. And when that happens, that's going to help both organizations and citizens as well. Now, let me give a couple of examples. The first thing which will happen as we move from Vande Mataram to bullet train stage is the increase in the internet access. So, as Mr. Abhishek shared, there are almost 60% of users who have internet access now. So that means there are 40% of users who do not have, or 40% of citizens who do not have internet access. As that internet access increases, of course, the business opportunities are going to get open. The bigger challenge is that it's about the digital literacy, which is something which is, I would say, a blocker. So today, only 20% of the people, we can call them as digital literate. That is where both businesses and government can help a lot. So there are skill development initiatives which will happen, which will make these users digital literate, and of course that will increase their employability, that will make us even more capable in the worldwide scenario in terms of manpower. So digital literacy is going to really make it beneficial for everyone. Then, as you said, the public-private partnership can really help some specific sectors. Now, despite the great strides which we have made during COVID time, specifically in education, the students who enrolled, only 10% of them had actually access to laptops. So, which is a huge number, but then only 10% accessed it through laptops, and maybe 25% accessed it through mobiles. So that's a huge business as well as social cause. So enabling all of them to get laptops, access it through that is going to be a great cause. Similarly, healthcare, that's huge business as well as social cause. Today, not more than 25 to 30% of the citizens actually can access e-healthcare services. So you call it business, you call it social inclusion, it is true for both. So I think when we solve these things, we are going to solve both business problems as well as the social inclusion problems. And there are great examples. We have done some great work. For example, the BharatNet project, which connects the entire panchayats, the Digital India project, which is a comprehensive project, the Digital Saksharta mission, which enables all the rural citizens. So these are the things which we'll have to share with the world so that our program gets even stronger. And then we'll also have to learn from the world. For example, I can give two examples, like Singapore, where the digital access has reached up to 90%, and which is through multiple things. It doesn't reach by default. There were lots of steps which were taken. And then smaller countries like Estonia, which I've heard allows even e-voting, and 99% of its services are digitally enabled. So I think that sharing and learning from the world is also going to make it even more beneficial. So I firmly believe that we'll be on that bullet train very soon.
Thank you, Pabla. That's very well said. I'd like to get some thoughts and experiences and ideas from all of you. So if we can have some mics in the audience, and while we get the mics, I want to turn to Abhishek and ask one simple question. Measuring success, or how do you define success in terms of digital inclusion? Is it number of people with a phone connection, number of people who can use an app. Is there a way in which we can have a common framework for assessing and measuring digital inclusion?
This is a very relevant and a very pertinent question, because very often, whenever we implement a tech project, especially in India, the big headline numbers are such that we always tend to believe that all is well and we are doing very well. So whenever we are measuring digital inclusion, we always have to not only measure how many people have access and how many people are using e-services, we also have to measure how many people are not using e-services and how many people don't have access of any kind. And what are we doing to ensure that we are able to provide those people an access to services? And when we talk of access, the other A, which my colleague mentioned, is about affordability. Like, how do we ensure that the services are not only accessible, but they are affordable and they are available especially in every language that people speak? And now, as I mentioned earlier, how do services are available in a voice interface? Because even if we have the best of the portal, best of the app, very often citizens get lost in going from portal to portal. Very often in the physical world, we used to talk about hardship of people running from pillar to post to get a public service. But in a physical space, people knew that these are the public offices where you will get a ration card, or you will get a scholarship, or you get a certificate. But in a virtual world, there are thousands of portals, thousands of apps. All of them will look similar, so sometimes one can get conned also. So when you have to do that, you have to ensure the single window approach. Like, how do you ensure that all public services are available at one place in a language which is understood by the system? And very often, what in our surveys that we do when we ask citizens, especially for inclusion purposes, what kind of services, e-services the people want. So in almost all such feedback surveys, people say that we don't want multiple apps, we don't want multiple portals, we want one, and they regard government as one organic whole. They don't care whether it's agriculture or cooperation or rural development or education or health. They say we regard government as one organic whole. How you divide your work internally is up to you. We want to have one interface wherein we ask for a service and you then give it in whichever way you can. So that's something which is the expectation of citizens. If we are able to measure up to that, that becomes a measure of digital inclusion. So it will be, if we have to design an index, which we have done for especially rating districts and rating states with regard to their level of e-governance readiness, we call it the e-governance readiness index. It's a mix of connectivity, a mix of e-services, a mix of ease of access, a mix of how many languages the services are, and then of course the W3C guidelines for making all services accessible to differently abled people. So it's a mix of all those parameters which combines the e-governance readiness index, and with that we have a measure of how many people are able to access, at what level they are, and how many people are not able to access also, and that becomes a kind of a good measure of measuring digital inclusion.
Thank you. I think something like a super app for the government, a lot of private companies.
Umang is a super app for the government, which has almost 1,700 public services. It's available in all 23 Indian languages, and it's been enabled through a voice command also. So that's the kind of thing that we have built in order to ensure that people don't need to download multiple apps. You download just one Umang app and get access to all public services at one place.
Perfect, thank you. Can we get some thoughts from the audience? I'll collect these questions. Do we have the mics here, please? Yes. Kindly introduce yourself and keep it very short so that we can take most.
I'm Dr. Umar Salim, founding principal of Printed Intelligence, representing European Union from India.
You have to speak louder, sorry.
Hello, I am Dr. Umar Salim, founding principal of Printed Intelligence from India, representing European Union. My question is to the panel, country like India, how we can emphasize an embedded solution to narrow down the digital divide issues.
Okay, thank you. So I'll collect that question. I'll take a couple of more. The gentleman here, and then there's one at the back. Sir, please wait for the mic. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning to all. Myself, Mohinder Chaudhary, Chartered Engineer from DLF4 Gurgaon. My question is related to the digital rupee. On 1st December, the government announced a pilot project that through 4 banks, we are going to introduce the digital rupee in the Indian market. By when can we expect the digital rupee in normal circulation in India? Your advice.
Thank you. Since none of us are from the Central Bank or Reserve Bank of India, I don't think we can answer that, but I will probably pose it to the panel. Yes, the gentleman at the back, please, and then I'll come to the panel. Would any of the task force members like to ask a question? This yes. Most important table over here. Yes, please, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. So, good morning, sir. Actually, myself, Dr. Ajay, and I am a theorist, and I am working at IIT Roorkee Physics Department. What I feel, if you want to fill the gap in the digital world, we should require some energy, electrical energy at all places. Because without that, even your computer, mobile will not be viable. And for that, our basic motto is one earth, one family, and one problem. We also have one sun, which illuminates our earth. So we should connect this program with the photovoltaic energy place. You can use it at the far-flung area, even in the mountains, hills, and across the ocean also.
So that's a great point. Thank you very much. I'll pick up the thought from him.
Yeah, my name is Vishal Sanghvi. I am an innovator and economist. Sir, there are, when we do the innovation, we require emotions, passion. But when we go to the market, there is a require, now there is a war against other industry. Do you think that in a digital economy, different players are there, services, hardware, everything. But there is no integration. If we, as a community, as a digital community, if we work together, integrate better, then we believe as a competitor with the other industry, because finally we have to bring the capitals and impact actually. So this is I want to just how we can better integrate this digital economy together actually and create a bigger industry. Thank you.
Thank you. But I think without competition things won't work. So we need some competition in every sector. So Leonard, I want to come to you because some of the thoughts which we've gathered, I'm synthesizing them. The barriers are also about language, and Abhishek and Venkat both referred to it. Voice-based solutions are an important way to do it. We have several languages in India, several languages in Europe, and I know in your continent also there are several languages. Is that a barrier or can that be an advantage?
Thank you so much. Yes, I think we've got a couple of few barriers, which is with languages. And what the challenge that I would put out there, it's an innovative challenge where I think in the Asian, in China, you get some apps where you can talk in your own language and it will convert. I think also in Africa, we've got a lot of apps that you can process with your own language, mother tongue. And I think one of the guests on the floor, he spoke about looking at, electricity, because when you have all this, you still need electricity and you still need infrastructure. So what would be nice is to come up with an app that would really, really work on solar, and purely on solar, because I guess sun is for free, it's free for everybody. And also looking at integration, because without a solution where you integrate between government and business, digital divide will always stay the same. So as part of the UN goal is that everybody is entitled to communication. And in order to address that, we have to look into partnership with government and also business. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. That was a good point. Pablo, I'm going to come to you because the key word is energy. And when we talk about digital infrastructure, it's not just about devices and 4G and 5G connectivity. It's about the power that's going to run all the devices. Absolutely. Do you think green energy is the way ahead? What are the gaps that we need to overcome to ensure that there is affordable energy available for everybody?
So one thing is certain that green energy is the way forward. So there is no second doubt about that. And as we are getting deeper into this entire digital transformation, the data centers are getting bigger, the energy requirements are getting bigger, even the vehicles are getting electrical. So the energy requirements are going to continue to increase. Now, how do you solve this entire requirement? How do you be, let's say, 100% carbon neutral? So there are multiple things which needs to be done. One, there has to be policies, framework, guidelines, and determination of using alternate sources like solar power. Now, the problem with solar power is that it is abundant, but it is also very inefficient. And it can take you maximum up to 60–70%. For you to go from 60–70% to 80–90%, you need to combine solar and other forms of powers like wind, water. That is where government comes into picture, and they will have to allow hybrid policies, which will allow organizations to take from multiple sources and take it up to maybe 80–90%. It still stops at 90%. From 90 to 100% is all about technology innovations, and that is where private industry comes into picture. So you'll have to invest into newer things like green cells. So there is a green cell kind of a concept. There are newer technologies which are coming, on-site power generation. So those kinds of innovations, along with the research and public-private partnerships, that would take us from 90 to 100. So it has to be multiple steps. The basic step is there. You can utilize solar. From solar to hybrid is going to take both government as well as technology. And then from 90 to 100 is purely about technology.
Thank you. Fabio, I want to ask you a related issue. In Europe, we see that related to digital inclusion is the worries about privacy. Privacy, where many Europeans, for example, and in America as well, they don't want to give their information, and therefore perhaps they're not part of the digital inclusion program. Is that a big challenge that we need to look at? Because protecting and including also involves sharing information.
Well, also in this case, we have a different approach. You have to know that here in Europe, we have the GDPR that is very strong on this type of approach. And sometimes it's not an opportunity. Sometimes it's a problem to solve and to create a connection between the different boundaries. Because the problem is we are speaking about just 1 minute before, is of interoperability. If you put some constraint, because there are already a lot of constraint, and you put some constraint to this digital divide, you probably are unable to create a real culture about this. And so every type of problem, privacy is one of these constraints, it should be seen in a different approach. Different approach is the interoperability. You have to think that we have to make a great standardization between different approach on this issue. In this way, it is possible to share every information, and is a cultural approach of which I'm speaking about was a second problem in this situation. Even if exists a different approach, we have to know that we have to work on this horizontalization, on this homogeneous approach to this problem. This is what we think.
Thank you, Fabio. Venkat, he mentioned a very interesting word called culture, and your work on the ground, do you see culture as a barrier or as a force to accelerate inclusion? Because people have fears, people have anxieties, but they also are excited about being part of the shift. So whether you want to share your information for a health app or you want to share your information for anything else, what role does culture play in communities becoming included?
No, absolutely. I think culture is a critical part of it. But if you just step back and look at India culture, I think we are pretty easy sharing, I'll also connect into the privacy part of it. Indians, all of us, we get into an app and it says, I agree to the terms and conditions. I'm sure 70% of the people sitting here, we also don't read. We are supposed to be digitally not only literate but digitally savvy. We also don't read about it. And we just say click yes to it. That is a part of our culture. That we tend to trust. If something comes out, we say, it's okay, fine, I'm getting some benefit out of this app. So it's okay to say that, I agree to the terms and conditions. That is point number one. Point number two is there by I think, culturally, like what Fabio said in Europe, where GDPR is very, very crucial. In India, we are very comfortable sharing a lot of information on the web, on portals. We give our mobile number, we give our Aadhaar number. I think culturally, I think we are too open. And my only concern that is actually going to come up out is, this is where I will link up to the whole issue of the security part of it, cyber security part of it. I think it is leading to a lot more misuse. Digital harm is taking place. There are, people hack systems. So I think we need to become little more culturally sensitive to the downside of being too open to digital. I think that is something we as Indians need to be a little more aware of.
I think those safeguards and guardrails are very important. We have a few minutes left. I'll take a couple of more thoughts from the audience. The gentleman in the center here, and one at the back.
Good morning to all of you. Myself, Rajat Jain, from Power Profit Technologies Private Limited. We are enabling the industry's shop floor to go paperless. Now, I think the one point we are missing here is the drive. Until and unless there is a drive, it can be internal or through external factors like government or organization. Till then, any notion is not going to succeed.
Got it. Thank you. We'll come to that.
Thank you.
Mike at the back, please. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. I am Indranil here. I've worked in citizen to government services for quite some time. So I had one thing for Mr. Abhishek. He had said about the Umang app. So a few years back, I was actually exploring as to what are the real problems in the ground. As in, like, if I have to get a driving license, what are the basic requirements and all things. So what I found out was there was a variety of information and we had to hop to 10, 20 websites. So today also looking at the Umang app, it does give some semblance or sanity to it, but it would be great if we can create content which can give everything at one place. Not only driving license, but also like if I have to open a restaurant in Delhi, what are the things that I require? I think that would be great help, and we should focus on ease of providing citizen services with ease of business as well.
Thank you. That's a great point. Any other thought? Okay. So Abhishek, coming to you.
Yeah, I fully agree with what you said, and that's the intent. Like, how do you ensure that a citizen is able to navigate through the maze of information that is available and make it available precisely what he needs, and in that also maybe in the language of his choice and through voice. So what I would do is that if connectivity here is good, then I will ask Pranjal to do a little bit of test of a service that we are building on, still in beta stage. We have not launched it. This is on, we have implementing a project called Bhashini. So Bhashini is a language interface. We have APIs for it, and we have integrated it with WhatsApp because we find that most people in India use WhatsApp very comfortably. And then we also tried and integrated it with the ChatGPT APIs. So herein, you can ask a question on any government scheme, for example, with a voice command, and let's see what it does. So would you like to ask, Pranjal? Ask about any Rozgar Yojana or Ujjwala Yojana or GEM or anything. Yeah.
What is the status? What is the status of the Water for All scheme?
Okay. I had designed it for working in Hindi. He has asked in English, but let's see what it does. Let's see. So what it has, he has asked for the water status. So it has translated it in Hindi, what you said from the Bhashini APIs, and then it has given the answer in Hindi, and it has picked
brilliant.
up from the United States Water for All scheme, and this is the answer that comes on.
राज्य की सभी के लिए जल योजना एक ऐसा कार्यक्रम है जिसका उद्देश्य संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका के सभी नागरिकों के लिए सुरक्षित और किफायती पेयजल आपूर्ति प्रदान करना है। यह सुनिश्चित करने के लिए बनाया गया था कि देश के प्रत्येक व्यक्ति की पहुंच स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित पेयजल तक हो और सभी समुदायों के पास सुरक्षित और स्वच्छ जल की आपूर्ति बनाए रखने के लिए आवश्यक संसाधन हो।
So since he asked in English, brilliant. No, also my mistake because I should have mentioned India. I didn't mention India.
If you would have mentioned in India, or if you asked in Hindi, it would have given you precisely what you wanted. So to the question there, so if you ask your driving license, what all documents you require for driving license, or what all documents you require to open a bank account, or to get a pension, or to get a passport, or to get a birth certificate, it will do that. And we are training it to ensure that it will also give you the location of the office where you can go based on the where you are asking for that question. And it will ultimately meant to make life easier. You don't need to go to a portal, you don't need to go to an app, just you go on the WhatsApp interface and get the replies that you are seeking for.
That's brilliant. Lynette, you could use that in South Africa, right?
Yes, definitely we could use that in South Africa. But the challenge is that, you know, you get into areas, I mean, because I'm in telecommunication, you get into areas where there's absolutely no network. Even Google or anything doesn't work. So I think that's where the real challenge comes in, when you get into those areas. And you could also, I mean, with the crime, I think it will work quite well. But yes, I think for me, if government together with business, we could look into a one-stop shop, and also recognition, because I think one of the things that drives human beings in different sectors, it's recognition that if you're doing well, especially under this G20, if you're doing well, you get recognized in terms of coming with apps, coming with one-stop shop. And if we could come up with an app that can work where there is no electricity, where there is no infrastructure, would have done well as a community in the world. Thank you.
Is privacy an issue for you? Privacy and security of information an issue? What are the challenges that you face, not just in South Africa, but in the continent?
Actually, in Africa, privacy has become a biggest challenge, especially because we've got different cultures. And you've seen the act that comes up. We've got high crime rates. So nowadays, if you get hijacked, they would actually hold you ransom that you download your bank account, you clean it out. And that is one of the biggest challenge. And also, people can hack into your phone, they can know where you are, conversations can be listened into. So it's one of the biggest challenge that we've got. And I think to address that, because, you know, internet technology is available to everybody, but not everybody knows how to use it properly. And that could also harm us as time goes on.
You know, that issue remains very important in terms of digital literacy, awareness, and ability, as you mentioned, Venkat. Pablo, and perhaps Venkat, I'd like to come to you. What needs to be done? Because perhaps, is there a business case for investing in digital literacy? Are companies doing it? Where are we on that?
So, yes, there is definitely a very big business case. I'll just give you an example. Now, I represent data center industry. Now, you'll say that, what does data center industry has to do with digital literacy? Now, we are running a program in our Bangalore center, so we have created a center of excellence. Now, what it does is that it picks up people from ITIs who are not that digitally literate and who would have got a lesser amount of salary. It trains them, and then it allows them to go back into the market and, of course, join anyone. And these people have been able to use that literacy, okay, it's both digital and technical literacy, to get 3x to 4x kind of money. And it's not only helping me as a business, it's helping the entire industry, because manpower, skilled manpower is always a shortage. The same kind of logic exists across all services. If there are more people using healthcare as a service, better is the business case for healthcare. The more people use the more students use laptop, the better is the business case for education. So there is definitely a business case for digital literacy across sectors, specifically in education, healthcare, and technology, which is.
Is it happening, Venkat?
See, I will put it this way, that digital, providing digital literacy as a business is yet to evolve in the country. I don't think most people in India are wanting to pay for it. I will put it in the, if I break it up and say what type of agencies are actually providing it, it would actually say what's happening. One is obviously the government is doing a lot to build in. It's free of cost. Second, we have a lot of CSR companies, like even in my own company, as part of CSR, we do a lot of work to help people become more digitally literate. Again, that's free of cost. Third is that there are a lot of product companies to sell their product through digital means. They are actually training their potential customers to become digitally savvy. But again, they are not charging anything. They hope to recover it when they sell their product. So as of now, at the basic level of providing digital literacy, is it a business case where you can run it as a profitable organization? At least in India, I don't see it in a comprehensive manner happening.
But whose responsibility is this? Is it the government's responsibility or the private sector?
No, I would actually say it, see, I would never like to pin it on one agency, because this is something, like I said, the government has to play its part, the private sector has to play its part, and other social agencies, they have to play their part. I think everyone has to chip in. For a country of our size, hanging the coat on one person's, I don't think it will work out.
Okay. Fabio, do you want to add to this?
I was thinking about that one thing that we haven't touched on this challenge, because we have too much challenge, how Lynette said before. Probably the sustainability is one of the challenges that we have to put in the digital divide problem, because you know that technology is not neutral respect to sustainability. For energy, for the approach, for a lot of issues that we have to take in account. So probably we have to think in an economical way, in a new economical business that we can call digi-circular economy, that put together digitalization and circular economy, that both together have to live one for each other. The digital have to help sustainability, and sustainability have to give chance to digital to grow in a right way. Probably this is a new challenge for us.
Thank you, Fabio. One final question, then we'll end the session, and it's important. There was a reference to digital currency, digital rupee. There is a central bank digital currency which is in pilot stage, but the question is also about how does it work with UPI, for example. So do you need both? Will they integrate? What is the importance of each separately? Abhishek, that's an important question.
See, while both are digital forms of doing transactions, there is a very key difference between the two. When we talk about the e-rupee or the central bank digital currency, which RBI had announced, and they have launched a closed group pilot for testing it out, what it is actually is it's a tokenized version of the rupee, which you store in your wallet, and when you use it for doing any transaction, the transaction happens from your wallet to the person that you are doing. As against this, UPI is a platform that connects banks and financial institutions. So when you do a transaction with UPI, then money gets debited from your bank account and gets transferred to the recipient whenever you're doing a UPI transaction. So it's more of a platform on which all banks are integrated, and they enable bank-to-bank transactions in a seamless manner. CBDC is not a platform, it's more like the physical rupee that we carry in our wallets and feel happy about it. So it's like a tokenized version of that physical rupee, which stays in your digital wallet, and you pay for that. So when you do a transaction with a CBDC, it's not a bank-to-bank transaction. The transaction is from your wallet to the person to whom you are giving. So this is the core difference between CBDC and UPI. UPI has become ubiquitous, but there are certain benefits and certain pros and cons about it. You can read about it, but that's the core about it. UPI is much more simpler. Most people use it, and it's like really transformed the way we do digital payments in India.
You know, Abhishek, that's actually a very good example of digital literacy for all of us. You have just made us more aware. And I think the fascinating part about digital inclusion and awareness is that we are learning all the time, because there are new concepts and ideas which are...
Just to add to that, like while all these transactions are very, very comfortable, easier for all of it, but along with that, it also, in digital literacy, We need to also be aware of the risks that are involved, the financial frauds that happen. There are a lot of cyber criminals who kind of do a lot of phishing. They will send you a QR code and you will think that money will come if I scan that QR code, but money gets debited. So there is a whole program that Government of India runs, the I4C program, in which any such thing happens, you can report it to cybercrime.gov.in. 1930 is the phone number. If some illegal transaction happens through your digital payments route or through your bank account, you immediately report it, and those who do get their money back. So we need to talk more about it. We need to make more people aware about how to stay safe online when we are doing digital transactions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abhishek, and to the entire panel. Please join me in thanking them for sharing their views today. So with this, I'd like to end the session and hand it over back to the MC.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. So just a minute. As a token for our appreciation for eminent speakers, we would like to present them with the memento. May I request Mr. Pranjal Sharma to kindly present the memento to Mr. Abhishek Singh. Ms. Lynette Non-Tobacco Mikasa. Mr. Fabio D. Fellis. Mr. R. Venkadri. Mr. Jitendra S. Pabla. Now may I please request Mr. Abhishek Singh to kindly present the memento to Mr. Pranjal Sharma. Thank you, speakers. Now we'll be moving on with the next session on digital transformation, an imperative for accelerating growth and progress. List for the sessions are Ms. Shireen Bhan, Managing Editor, CNBC TV 18, Mr. Borje Ekum, President and CEO, Ericsson Group Sweden, and Mr. Pekka Lundmark, President and CEO, Nokia Corporation Finland, Mr. Suresh Narayan, Chairman and Managing Director, Nestle India, Mr. Sandeep Nayak, Managing Director, General Atlantic India. Now we would like to move forward with the second plenary session on digital transformation, an imperative for accelerating growth and progress. I would like to invite the eminent speakers for this session. Ms. Shireen Bhan, Managing Editor, CNBC TV 18. Mr. Borja Ekim, President and CEO, Ericsson Group, Sweden. Mr. Pekka Lundmark, President and CEO, Nokia Corporation, Finland. Mr. Suresh Narayan, Chairman and Managing Director, Nestle India. Mr. Sandeep Nayak, Managing Director, General Atlantic, India. I would like to request Ms. Shireen Bhan to kindly moderate the session, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us here for what promises to be a very interesting and exciting conversation, since a lot of the focus currently here in India is on digital transformation. It's on building out our digital infrastructure. A lot of work has already gone into that, whether we talk about what's happened at the government end or we talk about the private sector's participation in taking that journey forward. I have with me a diverse set of panelists here who are each going to talk about their individual stories and, more importantly, talk about why they're placing their bets on India. So very quickly, let me start by getting right into the heart of the matter. Mr. Ekom, thanks very much for joining us here. Ericsson has a long-standing history and association with India. It's been a long committed investor in the Indian telecom story. Let me start by asking you about how you view India at this point in time. Just before, ladies and gentlemen, we came out here, Mr. Ekom told me that if he was 25, India would be the place that he would be. Why is that?
We're of course very excited to be in India. We came to India in 1903. So we've been here very shortly, 120 years. That was installing the first fixed switch. Since then we moved on and moved much more into wireless. And of course we're very excited about India. It's our biggest single employment base. We have more than 25,000 here. More than 2,000 in R&D, more than 500 in AI. So for us, this is one of the bigger commitments we have. We have almost 1 in 4 employees in India today. And what we are excited about is, of course, the build-out of 5G that's happening here, and the earlier build-out of 4G. And why is that exciting? Well, I think the consumer actually digitalized on top of 4G. So we saw all the big consumer applications developing over the last few years. We've seen them develop in the 2 countries that built out the first 4G networks in the world. That happened to be the United States, and it happened to be China. So almost all jobs in the consumer sector or digitalizing the consumer were created there. And we have some really big companies. Think about Facebook, Google, Amazon, etc. But we have Alibaba, Tencent in China. With 5G, we're going to digitalize society. We're going to digitalize enterprises. And those jobs will be created in the country where the digital infrastructure is built out first. And the 5G, with the pace India is building out 5G, it will have the most modern infrastructure, digital infrastructure in the world. And that's why I am excited about India, but that's also why if I would be 25, I would move to India.
Well, that's good to hear, and we hope other 25-year-olds around the world are listening to what you have to say. But Mr. Lundmark, let me address the very same issue with you as well. You had a meeting with the Prime Minister recently, and you discussed, of course, the Digital India opportunity. Nokia has also been a committed investor here in India. You're also excited about what 5G means for India, for the Indian economy, and for you as a company. Take me through the bull case for digital transformation in India today.
Well, first of all, India has quickly grown to our #2 country or market in the world. And it is also for us the #1 country in terms of employment. We have about 16,000 employees here, large manufacturing base. We are exporting from India. We are building, for example, 5G base stations here that we are exporting to other parts of the world at a significant technology and R&D development base as well. Echoing what Börje just said, the Indian opportunity is significant, and what I believe is really impressive is the way how India has been systematically building the digital ecosystem. Digital identity for this larger population, impressive achievement. Digital payments, making the society more and more cashless. And now the most ambitious and the fastest, by a big margin, 5G rollout in the world. These all are building blocks for the future economic growth in any country. And India is really taking a lead in this respect. Most of the value through this technology has so far been created through consumer applications, but the next big thing in India will be industrial digitalization, manufacturing, Industry 4.0, and the opportunity to use this platform that you've been building to attract more and more manufacturing and also, very importantly, R&D to the country.
Well, I'll address R&D in just a second. I know each one of you has plenty to say on that issue. But, if you were 25, would this be the place that you wanted to be?
Absolutely, this would be one of the most attractive places to be. And of course, the population is young. Average age is much lower than in most other parts of the world. So everything that is going on in the world, I think it's pretty clear that India will be one of the key winners.
For both Ericsson as well as for Nokia, India is one of your top markets, as well as a top employment market as well, with your largest employee base outside of your home markets, outside of your home countries. Future incremental investments, you talked about the export opportunity and how you're actually exporting base stations out of India. What is that going to mean over the next 5 years in terms of incremental investments, in terms of adding capacity here in India?
Well, of course, our Indian customers are investing a lot, and when you said that this would be our largest base outside of our home, no, actually this is our largest base in employment globally.
Oh, okay.
It's the #1 country, and it's also a #1 manufacturing country globally. And now everything we are currently seeing, not only in India, but in other parts of the world, means that we are going to be increasing our manufacturing capacity. Here we are doing it right away, and we are also increasing the R&D investment. So the future is looking pretty bright here.
Okay, the future is looking bright. I was hoping that you'd quantify how bright it is with a number. Are you willing to do that?
Well, that depends on how you define the scale. We have 16,000 people at the moment, and we are going to most likely be a much larger employer here in the future, but I am going to disappoint you, and I'm not going to quote you a number that how many people. But I will give you one number, which is actually in public domain. We had 30% growth here last year, about 1.2 billion euro sales. That growth is accelerating from the base of 30% growth. So this is clearly our fastest growing market at the moment.
Well, that's nothing to scoff at. To be able to grow on that kind of a base and accelerate growth on that kind of a base is significant. But Sandeep, let's talk about the opportunity that both Mr. Lundmark as well as Mr. Ekholm spoke of, and that is the opportunity of building applications out of India for the world. How are you seeing that happen? We talked about Facebook or Meta now and the companies that evolved at the start of the internet era. And the expectation now is that with the advent of 5G, with what we're already seeing as far as SaaS companies building from India for the world, this is only likely to pick up pace and accelerate further. How do you read the landscape today?
Absolutely, Shireen. And there are two types of digital transformation that's happening, right? The one transformation is the Bharat transformation, which is focused internally on India. And there you see Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, the mobile penetration, OCEN, ONDC, Ayushman Bharat. That's the Bharat digital transformation that's happening for the country, by the people of the country. And another digital transformation that's happening at the back that people are not talking as much about is the India transformation, which is India building products and services for the rest of the world. And I fundamentally believe that we went from, during the pandemic, work from home to work from office. I think the next big theme is going to be work from India. It's because we have the largest base of software developers in the world today, with over 5 million software developers sitting here in India. India as a country graduates about 1.5, 1.6 million engineers a year. Think about what that's going to do. And these resources are very highly valuable resources. As the world is moving towards cloud-based infrastructure, as the world is getting digitized, the one country that can truly provide the workforce for the rest of the world, indeed, is India. So I believe that a lot of companies, including enterprise SaaS companies, that are getting built out of India, because now India has the 5G infrastructure, has the best-in-class technology to build these particular APIs, we believe that there's tremendous market opportunity and market value creation that will happen from India. I've said this before as well, about close to $1 trillion of market cap got created in India in the last 2 decades because of IT services and BPO. My belief is that the next decade, another $1 trillion of market cap will get created for Indian companies that are focused on enterprise SaaS. So huge opportunity going forward in terms of what work from India can afford for the rest of the world.
How different is it likely to be? Because you talked about the Indian IT services opportunity, and we've seen that industry build itself out and become what it is over the last 3 decades plus. How do you see this wave being different from what was created then?
Shireen, back then the fundamental reason why there was outsourcing that was happening was people were thinking there's labor arbitrage. But today in the world there is talent arbitrage. And that's the fundamental pivot for India. We've moved from a labor arbitrage, English-speaking, BPO, IT services hub, to saying this is where the talent for the world is. So we are really standing tall on the talent arbitrage that India has to offer today. And that is very different. That a country cannot overnight position itself to be a talent contributor to the rest of the world. This is the investment that India has made in our education system over decades that's paying dividends for us going forward. So I believe the talent arbitrage is a very important differentiation than what we saw, which was more a labor arbitrage game in the last 2 decades.
Okay, we'll build on that theme as well. But Mr. Narayanan, let me address the issue that all 3 of our panelists have raised here in terms of opportunities. And let me start by asking you to look within in terms of the digital transformation journey as a manufacturing company that Nestle has been able to make. What's the distance that's been covered? But more importantly, in terms of being able to also reach out to the consumer, in terms of being able to disrupt distribution, how are you seeing that change and evolve?
Thank you, Shireen, for that question. And before you ask me what I would do at 25, let me tell you I was very happily in India at 25. I'll be delighted at 65 as well. So I continue to be very much an Indian at heart. Because I think the world is recognizing us, but we should recognize ourselves. I think that's important. Look, as Nestle, from the world of high technology people and from big investors, I come to the world of Maggi, Kit Kat, Nescafe, and Milkmaid, which is all, I presume, brands that all my listeners here love. We've been around for a long time, for 110 years in this country, and we have more than 150,000 farmers, associates, and others who are with this company. So therefore, I think if you look at where does digitalization begin for us? Digitalization for us begins because the consumer journey is digital. So for me, the transformation is not a word. The transformation is a reality. The consumers today, if you look at my own brands, even 10 years ago, my brands would probably spend less than 10% of their advertising spends on digital. We used to hire digital agencies who used to fleece us and to give us digital campaigns that nobody understood. Least of all the CEO who nodded to it because it came from a big shop, right? So I think today things have changed, and the 5 big themes for my company are growth, innovation, diversity, digital, and sustainability. In all of these 5, there is a clear imprint of digital technologies. Look at growth. Growth in terms of opportunities, geographies, portfolios, customers, and consumers. Today, the world there is completely digital. When I started my career, we used to have what is called anecdotal decision making. The biggest guy in the company used to decide, go here, go there, go do that. Today, it is all digital. Today, I've mapped out my company into 15 clusters. We have got 2 big initiatives, Journey to the Cloud, as we call it. And I think that's a big transformation the company is going through. The other one is an analytic platform and a data platform called Midas, which helps us to geo-target and to get right our products depending on the consumer profiles and textures in different geographies. So I optimize on resources. If you look at my manufacturing today, and I think it was alluded to earlier, we have today in our most modern factory in Sanand, which incidentally is 60% women run, digital manufacturing operations. We don't have people standing on lines and tweaking with it. It's all done digitally. This is the way in which we are moving. Our analytics solutions are solutions that link consumers, customers, suppliers, and our factories. And today we're able to make changes in real time. And the dream that I have is a 1-pack change or a 2-pack change on a shelf should be able to reflect in my sourcing plan and into my manufacturing plan in day +1. So the digital journey, and here again, I think to take Sandeep's point, India has been a pioneer. A lot of the technologies that we are using now globally, especially in the data and analytics space, in similarly placed countries, is coming out of India. And I think the talent arbitrage, as you rightly talked about, we have the talent to be able to do it. Our businesses think digital. My brands have moved from spending 10% of their resources on digital to spending 65% of their resources on digital. The latest we work with on things like Metaverse, which I'm quite excited about. And the other day, just 3 days ago or 4 days ago, we linked up with a site called One Rare, which is a foodverse site. We have created 16 Maggi recipes, which are non-fungible tokens, and put this on the virtual space. Imagine cooking now virtually. Cooking literally we all know, but cooking virtually. This is the space in which our consumer is going to. And this is the space that we are very passionate about. On sustainability, many of the technologies that we are using, for example, in dairy farming or in spice farming, are all based on digital technologies. Today, drones have become important for us, not just from the point of view of giving us evidence on the crop rates, but also giving us evidence on what the future of some of the crops important to this company could be. So the technology interface across all these 5 spectrums has become so very important. And as a company, I am 75 to 78% millennial and Gen Z. So the technology embracing that is happening within the organization is also extremely powerful. So these are very exciting times. I wish I were 25, I am not. But if I look at the future of this country, it will be based on consumption. Consumption, what holds this country together. And all economic progress that my colleagues from Nokia and Ericsson will be providing to this country would translate into consumption, more Maggi, more Nescafe, and more KitKat.
And not to be eaten virtually, but in the real world.
In the real world.
In the real world. But Mr. Ekholm, let's address the future. And let's also talk about the opportunities and in the context of the challenges as well. And I think one of the concerns that many have, not just with respect to India, but globally, is the issue of interoperability, is the issue of harmonization of regulation, is the issue of harmonization of standards, and so on and so forth. So as you look at this digital future where you do believe that India is going to play a large role. What is it that you believe, or where do you believe we need to make the changes? What are the pivots that are required at this point in time?
That's a great question, and actually it's a very interesting industry we happen to live in, so the mobile industry and the mobile technology. It's probably the most, in that sense, democratic and inclusive technology the world has seen. So today we have 6 billion people on one standard globally. And that has allowed us actually for everyone to get access. And there are more people using a cell phone than brushing the tooth with a toothbrush. So the cell phone today is the core of our life. In a way, we do, and if you look in India, you do even more. I mean, how many have a credit card? You use your phone. You use your phone for identification, so you don't need a driving license, etc. All of that is done around a cell phone and a smartphone as a device. And I think if we start to jeopardize that global standard, what will happen? It will actually start to drive up cost of communication. That's, you know, in a way, it's going to be affordable for the most wealthy in society, but actually will make it less inclusive because it will become too expensive for people living in rural areas, for the less fortunate in society. So I think holding one global standard is going to prove to be critical going forward. And if we are going to see, and I'm a big believer, India will be such a technology hub in developing new applications, new use, or call them the future service applications in enterprises. That will actually depend on having a harmonized global standard. So we need to be able to access features in the network, if that's latency, or if it's speed, or if it's network slicing, or location, on a global basis. Otherwise, we are going to revert back to becoming domestic economies again. And I think that's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the global economy, but it's also going to hurt, I think, power bases like actually India. So from an Indian perspective, one of the key aspects here is to drive a global standard. It has a big value for the country, but it also has a big value for consumers.
Absolutely, and just to take that point forward, Mr. Lundberg, I wanted to get your perspective on this issue as well in terms of harmonization and uniformity as far as standards are concerned, but also on the opportunities. We've seen the Indian government move forward with production-linked incentive schemes to incentivize manufacturing across 13 different sectors. How do you see that working, and what more or what else, what next is it that you would like to see?
If I may start from the standard question, it's really, really essential. And of course, to that theme also belong things like frequency allocations, which have been in India made in a pretty efficient way, which is one of the drivers for the fast 5G rollout at the moment. But it's really, really important now that we all together in this industry, and our customers and our vendors and the whole industry, face and resist the threat of standard fragmentation in the world, because there's so much political pressure, there is so much geopolitical games being played in this field at the moment that there is clearly a risk that we start seeing a fragmentation when 5G gradually will start developing towards 6G. 6G may sound like a very remote thing at the moment, and it is. There's plenty to do in 5G still. 6G may hit the market around 2030, but it is the next couple of years that will be decisive in terms of the standardization decisions. And this is not only a mobile communications issue, this is very much also an issue for optical networks, for routers, for fixed broadband connections, etc. Then your question on the production-linked incentives, absolutely, it's an important element in Indian competitiveness. We are participating in that scheme that is clearly helping us to drive the investment here. But since R&D was mentioned here and software was mentioned here earlier, I think it is important to keep in mind that that the opportunity again in India is not only in manufacturing, it's very much in R&D. It is going to be in software, and it is also going to be in all these industry vertical applications that companies like Nestle will need to use when they implement their own digitalization opportunities. We are providing the platforms, we are providing the hardware and software platforms for networking. We want to make the network consumable so that we can tap into the potential of the application developer opportunity. And I believe that when it comes to these industrial applications for the different verticals, manufacturing, energy, agriculture, transportation, logistics, India has a significant opportunity to be a key country in the whole world in the development of these vertical applications.
You know, Sandeep, let's just address that issue that while there is headroom for growth and there is plenty of opportunity, there's a long distance and a long journey to cover. When we talk about R&D spends, whether it's by the government or it's by the private sector, continues to be abysmally low. If India needs to be or aspires to be the challenger when we talk about, applications in a 5G era or a 6G era, what is the need of the hour? For years and years and years, we've talked about this industry, academia, connect, and so on and so forth. Not much has moved on that front. How would you like this to be addressed?
Yeah, Shirin, I think before I answer that question, what I'd love to say is just investing in India over the last now 14, 15 years. When investors used to look at companies in India, the first question used to be asked saying, has this been done anywhere else? For credibility of the business or the credibility of the idea. And if this was not done anywhere else, they would say this is not a viable idea. Only if it was done somewhere else would you say, okay, maybe you could do a copycat business in India and try and scale it. Today, when you go and talk to entrepreneurs here, these are first-time businesses, first-time ideas, first-time models that are created in India that has never been done anywhere else in the world. And that's a fundamental shift in the way the country has developed. Today, when I travel and I'm outside and I'm meeting either the governments of other countries or other companies, they are asking me the question, how did India do it? How did India build this digital stack? Why is UPI at the extent that it is? Why are companies like PhonePe or companies like Byju's been able to build the edtech or the fintech or the health tech infrastructure? So today the questions have reversed, saying, how did you manage to do this in India? Please help us understand it so that we can replicate that in our countries. So it's a fundamental shift in the way we have started creating and scaling these companies. Coming back to R&D, we are sitting on a wealth of opportunity given the strength of our academic institutions in India. The IITs of the world, the engineering technologies of the world that we have. But the R&D to commercialization of businesses, which is how US and Silicon Valley really took off. A lot of the research was done in universities. It was then incubated at the universities, and then they were spun out to be commercial entities. So a lot of the large companies you see in the US and a lot of the deep tech companies have come out of university settings. I don't think we are paying enough attention of what's happening in the university setting or putting enough resources and dollars to go into R&D into university settings for us to even come up with first-in-class new companies, new ideas that could scale up and be products and services we can provide to the rest of the world.
You address the R&D issue, but I want to go back to the first point that you made about the shift that we are seeing, where investors are now asking the question that if it hasn't been done anywhere else in the world, how is it being done here in India? Yes, technology has played a big role in making that happen, but so has the easy money that's come from venture capital and venture capital firms like yours, Sandeep. So I want to understand how different is the environment today. There is a general risk aversion, and that doesn't have anything to do with India specifically, but it's a global risk off as we are seeing interest rates move higher. We're living in an inflationary environment. What is that going to mean? What kind of implications will it have on the startup ecosystem in India, as well as our ability to try and innovate and move further?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And again, I think the shift in mindset, just to give you an example, my son got his vaccination in the US, and the vaccination certificate was a piece of paper with the doses written on it. My mom got vaccinated in India and she has a QR code, right? So it's fundamentally a shift. We don't need to compare ourselves to any other country today because people are comparing themselves to what India is. So let's just make sure we absorb that and we portray that to the rest of the world as well. In terms of investments and startups in India, Globally, there's been a big shift in terms of what's happening, but that's around valuations, Shireen. It's not that tech or technology startups are not still getting the capital that's needed. The valuations have significantly corrected, and rightly so, because there was a lot going on in terms of valuations which were having a meteoric rise much ahead of the performance of the companies. So today the question needs to be split into two. Are the valuations real that happened a couple of years ago, and will they sustain and grow from there? Or would there be a fundamental reset from where valuations will start picking up again? I think the answer to that is there should be a fundamental reset, because a lot of the companies were valued only on growth and not on profitability or unit economics, and there has to be a fundamental reset there. Is capital not looking to go into these startups? Absolutely not. Capital is still chasing a lot of the innovation, chasing a lot of startups, because digital is the only way India will leapfrog and get ahead of many of the countries and eventually be the number 3 economy in the world, and there is no stopping that particular trend. So capital still is trying to find its way into the best-in-class companies, best entrepreneurs, solving a real need for the country.
Okay, well, that's good to hear, and we're hoping that whatever has happened over the weekend with Silicon Valley Bank and the rest of it, the contagion impact possibly at this point in time has been contained, and the hope is that there will be a little bit of risk off, that is, risk on is brought back. But Mr. Narayanan, I also want to get each one of you to talk to us about what you see as the global challenges. Because at this point in time, while India is relatively better positioned, we are not decoupled from what's happening in the rest of the world. And the world is vulnerable, whether we talk about inflation, we talk about interest rates, we talk about energy, we talk about food security. As a CEO today, how are you mapping the risks, the known knowns, and the unknown unknowns as well?
I think it's a very good question, Shireen. I think one of the first tasks that I have as a CEO is to manage the environment, the consequences, and the risks that I face here domestically. And I think one of the things is that, and I've alluded to this before as well, I think the specter of inflation, especially food inflation, is still on us. We cannot wish it away, and we cannot assume that it's not going to be haunting us for a while. This clearly has implications in terms of price values, in terms of costs, in terms of incomes, expenditures, and all of that. Coupled with this, of course, the fact that we are a consumption-driven economy gives us a lot of hedge in terms of some of the global volatilities that we have, especially on things like fuel and other raw materials that we might tend to import over a period of time. But I think the important issue for us is really to use the opportunity that we have today of digitally transforming our businesses across the value chain. And I think there is so much of money to be unlocked in the value chain of organizations, be it logistics, be it procurement, be it quality management, be it manufacturing conversion, be it efficiencies in channel management, consumer management, etc. There is a huge unlock that is still available to organizations here. Again, taking the point of Sandeep on technology arbitrages and on talent arbitrages. So really for me, the agenda is really full with all the opportunities that I can unlock locally, and also with the overall consumer sentiment being reasonably positive. I think there is a full task here to be done, rather than getting myself worried unduly about, I'd like the war to end one day, but whether that is going to have a direct impact on me today. Honestly, it is more what I do in the organization and how the Indian environment treats me that is more important than what's happening globally.
Oh, absolutely. You can only control what you can control at this point in time. But Ms. Ekholm, I want to understand from you the global perspective as well. Mr. Narayanan spoke about the war in Europe, and that continues now into its second year. Inflation, interest rates, all of that has dented consumer sentiment. All of that has dented the business environment and business confidence as well. What are you hearing from your customers outside of India at this point in time? And how are you dealing with building out a pipeline in this era of uncertainty?
I mean, I will be honest to say I'm not a macroeconomist, I'm an engineer, so I provide that. But we talk to customers, and what's quite clear is the US economy, and really, I mean, there are a couple of challenges that we could be afraid of. But if you start on the economic part, the US is actually quite strong, seems to be doing fine. We hear, temporary slowdown is what we see among our customers, but the fundamental economy is in good shape, or has a good demand profile. Europe, on the other hand, is a big question mark. And of course, it's related to the war in Ukraine that have dented the consumer sentiment, but it's also very high inflation, very high food inflation, very high inflation on cost of living, that's actually removing a lot of consumer, income from the market. So I think Europe is a big question mark where it's heading. And today, if we look on the digital world, Europe is not the role model. Europe is not building out the digital infrastructure, etc. So I see big concerns about Europe when we talk to our customers. And that to me is worrisome. We're a European company. We still have a European base. So for us, Europe is important. But I would also say that I do think technology is actually one of the key solutions for the future. The reason why the US is performing so well is, of course, on the back of, even though we read about job losses in the tech sector, the reality is most of the people that lose the job at one company are re-employed in another one very quickly. Yeah. Because the value of technology is so big. And it's going to be part of the solution here. And I see, when I look out, digitalization of enterprises and society is just at the beginning. We're not seeing that run its runway yet. As we make manufacturing more efficient, we make it consume less energy, we make supply chains more efficient, consume less energy. That's going to be part of what solves the general economic picture, helps fight inflation, helps increase accessibility. So I'm actually a big believer that, yes, it may look a little bit dark right now with geopolitics, the economy, etc. But technology is going to be part of the solution for addressing these really big challenges.
Absolutely, it could provide that buffer that we've all spoken of and is much needed at this point in time. Mr. Lundmark, I want to understand from you and get your context on the global environment as well. You've been on a whirlwind whistle-stop tour around the world, from the US to Europe, and of course now here in India. What are the signals that you're picking up in terms of how long this road of uncertainty is likely to be? Are clients holding back on spending in other parts of the world at this point in time?
Despite the economic uncertainty, we are not seeing any huge cuts in spending. There have been cases here and there, but in the big picture, I'm optimistic. I'm also an engineer. I'm not an economist, so that makes us two engineers in the panel and three engineers.
What about you, Mr. Narayanan? Economics. Okay, so we've got three engineers and an economist.
So as one of the three engineers, I'm looking at this from the technology potential point of view, and the key reason why I'm optimistic in the big picture is that only about 30% of the world economy is digitalized compared to what the full potential is. And as we all know, which was already mentioned here, I mean, the technology we are providing is a central part of the answer to pretty much all key problems that the world is facing. Battling climate change, one key element in that is that we need to digitalize the whole energy system. It's very much also a communications connectivity challenge when we balance demand and supply in an energy system that has more and more weather-dependent renewables. You can mention almost any sector of the industry, and yes, we have only scratched the surface in transportation, in agriculture. I mean, if you do digital farming and put sensors in the right places, you will be able to significantly cut the usage of pesticides. You will be able to cut the usage of water, and at the same time, you will be able to increase your crop yields significantly. That's only one of the many, many examples. So that's why I am definitely an optimist. There are economics up and downs, obviously, that will be driving the market. But as long as this technology is needed to deal with the big challenges in the world, including, as I said, climate change, resource efficiency, biodiversity, equal access to opportunity, education, healthcare, public services, I believe that we are going to be in a good place.
Yes, Sandeep, all of those verticals that were just listed out by Mr. Lundmark are verticals that you've been interested in at General Atlantic. It's been a 2-decade-long journey for GA here in India, from the first billion that you invested to where you are today. Explain to me what's going to happen in the next decade now as far as GA's plans for India is concerned. Actually, maybe a decade is too long out. The next 5 years, how much money is going to go where from GA into the ecosystem here?
Shireen asks me this question every time, and I find
always try and hope that you will give me an answer on that.
But think about what's happening around the world, right? So if you think about the largest growing economy in the world today, it's India. If you think about the next decade, Shireen, 20% of the global growth is going to come from India. If you dial the clock back and think about the famous BRICS economy report, with Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, literally it's only India that's standing tall today, and it's truly a bright spot. So if you think about where the opportunity set is and where growth is, capital eventually finds itself to where growth is. And as I talk about private capital as an industry, I think just overall the industry is focused today on India because there is no other large-scale growth markets that are open or available for investments. And what India is providing today is a stable governance, great India stack that the government has built, the deepest bench of entrepreneurs that we have ever seen anywhere in the world, which are hardworking, sincere, and honest. And on top of that, the private capital just provides the fuel for this rocket ship to really take off. So in terms of just private capital into India, I know we did about $40 billion in 2021, roughly 46 the year before. I see that easily going over 100 billion in the next 5 years. And I think that's a conservative number in terms of private capital coming into the country. And as General Atlantic, we've been around for 20 years leading this charge. We will be our fair share of that particular market.
Well, since we're talking about launching rocket ships, Mr. Narayanan, let me wrap by asking each one of you to take us through what the plans are in terms of spends on your own digital transformation. A lot has already been done, but what more and where do you intend to put the money to work at this point in time, since you are also talking about how this can be potentially a lever to mitigate some of the risks we spoke of?
So I think one thing is very clear, Shireen, for Nestle, India is important and will always remain important. So if you look at our overall investments in this country, we have talked in the region of about 5,000 crores in the next 3 years. We spent 8,000 crores in 60 years. We're going to spend 5,000 crores in 3 years. We're looking at our places for our 10th factory, maybe our 11th factory. So there is a lot of positivism and born out of performance. This is not a let's hope for the best. This is based on performance of the organization and of the consumer. Really, 3 areas is where we will be putting our monies on the digital part. Number 1 is on the consumer. I think the consumer piece is absolutely exploding. I must confess, Shireen, I don't understand 90% of that technology, but I'm still given to believe. I've asked them simple questions on what does it do to the consumer. And really, the whole, whether it is everyday artificial intelligence or whether it is metaverse or whether it is the super app that people are talking about, I think the consumer end is really very, very exciting for us. So that's number 1. Number 2 is the sourcing end, and I think it was alluded to earlier in terms of what can be done in the agricultural sector. One of the big things for me, the dream for me, is that every single spice that I use, every grain of wheat that I use, if I'm able to trace it back to a farm for a consumer and say, this is the assurance that I'm able to give you of the quality and veracity of what I'm giving you, not just as a brand name Nestle, but in terms of ingredients, I think it will be a big deal. That can happen, Shireen, only with digital. There's no other way in which, and I can't have people counting the chilies and the mustard seeds from where they come and how they go. That's the second piece. The third piece, I think,
the company globally and locally is wedded to sustainability. Sustainability involves not just things like water conservation, plastics, and dairy farming, but also involves enormous amounts of technological inputs in areas of efficiencies, effectiveness, and cost management. All of this we are seeing now increasingly as a company becoming more digitally oriented. So these three areas would really be the prime focus. Apart from that, of course, the customer the perspective is still important. But if I were to put the monies, the consumer end, the sourcing end, and the sustainability end is where it will really come at.
Well, you know, and let me get Mr. Ekholm to comment on that as well. The priorities for you, where you're going to be putting your money, how you're going to be spending it.
Yeah, it's, I think it was said earlier by Pekka, but we're still very early on the digitalization journey or digital transformation of our company as well. So when we look, we look end to end. So it's all about how do we digitalize our customer experience. It's not the consumer, it's with the operators, how you actually build, you know, how you order the network, how you configure the network, how we deliver. So there is a lot to be digitalized, but then it's our whole supply chain. That needs to be fully digitalized, and we're still investing quite a lot. And let me give a couple of examples. So if we look at today, we now have a new completely digital factory where we can compare. So we use all modern technologies, digital twins, we have remote vehicles and self-guided vehicles, use a lot of sensors in that factory. What we see is we see 2x labor productivity, and we see that we use about 25% less energy and 75% less wastewater. So the benefits are significant on both the cost side, but also the sustainability side. And that's really important for us. Another area, and that's, for example, when you install a radio in a tower, you used to send somebody climbing up and check what's needed and then climb down to pick it up and then go back up. Now we use drones. So it's fully automated. We can check exactly what's needed on the site. It's a massive productivity gain. Of course, less efficiency, but also a safer work environment. You know, we're actually removing dangerous tasks. So we're only, I would say, at the beginning of this journey to look at end-to-end transformation from an efficiency point of view, as well as sustainability point of view, and I would add, from a health and safety point of view of our people.
So Mr. Lilmak, where do you find yourself in that journey?
Very early stage still. The question is, of course, that are these going to be good investments? And I think it's pretty clear that they are. The productivity improvement and the safety and the sustainability improvement potential is massive. We have similar experiences in terms of how much you can improve manufacturing productivity if you do really an end-to-end connected factory. We were able to improve our own factory productivity in one key case by 90% when we did a full digitalization. And again, when moving to other fields, I mean, logistics, good example, the amount of empty vehicles, empty containers that are being transported and all the fuel that is wasted because of that is one great example. And then maybe completely surprising examples. In many parts of the world, because of climate change, wildfires are a growing problem. Now, all of a sudden, if you put sensors on power lines, the technology with 5G, with low latency, makes it possible to switch off the power line. If a tree hits the line, you can switch off the power before the wire hits the ground and starts a wildfire. I mean, these are just some of the examples that have enormous payback time, short payback times for the society, because the cost of this type of incidents is enormous. And I could go on and go on for the full day with this type of examples. Again, we have only scratched the surface so far.
Well, you know, we'll have to get each one of you back and then do a whole session, a day-long session only on the benefits of digitalization and the journeys that each one of you have made. I think, ladies and gentlemen, there is consensus on several things. One, that digital transformation has not taken a setback on account of the global economic uncertainty, that people continue to believe that this is the right thing to do, it's the smart business thing to do, and investments continue to be made there. I think the second big consensus on this panel is clearly that India is a bright spot at this point in time, and each one of you is putting your money where your mouth is, whether it's 5G or otherwise. And I think the third, of course, is the opportunities that also this building out of the digital infrastructure and the digital highways, the opportunities that throws up for the workforce, for companies operating in India, but for the world as well. So thank you very much to each of our panelists for articulating very comprehensively and very clearly what the digital transformation opportunity looks like, and more importantly, where we are headed. I'll end by asking each one of you, since we're all talking about digital transformation and our digital journeys, what's the single most used app, Sandeep, that you use personally? Are you on ChatGPT all the time now, or what is the one thing that you use all the time?
I have to say PhonePe.
PhonePe, because you're an investor, so you have to say PhonePe. Mr. Lundmark, what is the one app that you use personally all the time?
Well, it is very clearly the various communications apps, and then of course I have to confess that it is social media and the marketing through social media. But from a personal point of view, it is still very much communications apps, and on the business side, it's the various apps that provide more and more real-time access to data, such as financial data. So it's actually quite basic things.
Quite basic. What about you?
Very basic. Same thing. It's communication apps. They are the most used. But I would say the social media app, which I didn't think I would be using, actually is taking up more time from a
Which one?
I happen to be, I mean, I use Twitter, I use the different ones. I use the Chinese version as well, WeChat. So what you do get is actually the real-time news. And that to me is something that I actually like. Then you get it not unbiased. So everything is biased on there. You have to read it with us. But actually, you get the news before it's anywhere else.
Yeah.
And that has a value. And then we see the enterprise apps. They are getting increasingly important. I mean, I didn't even think about them 5-6 years ago. But today, I use that to check on the financial data of the company.
Well, that's good to know, Mr. Narayanan. You said that you're tech averse in general.
I'm not tech averse. I am a tech immigrant. So therefore, I look at it very, very differently. But yes, I must say that I'm a very extensive user, and I love using LinkedIn. So those of you who are on LinkedIn will see me around there. I love it because I think it's a great way to keep in touch with the world. Of course, the other standard apps that people talked about is also part of what I do. But my social media is LinkedIn.
Your social media is LinkedIn, so that's where you can find him and follow him if you like. Sandeep Naik, Mr. Lundmark, Mr. Ekholm, and Suresh Narayanan. Thank you very, very much for joining us here, for sharing your thoughts and your insights on what the road ahead looks like. Appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching.
Thank you, Shireen. As a token for our appreciation for eminent speakers, we would like to present them with a memento. May I request Ms. Shireen Bhan to kindly present the memento to Mr. Borja Ekholm. Mr. Pekka Lundmark. Mr. Suresh Narayanan. Mr. Sandeep Nayak. And now may I please request Mr. Suresh Narayan to kindly present the memento to Ms. Shireen Bhan. Thank you. Now we will be moving on to our next plenary session on digital transformation. May I request the delegates to please be seated. The delegates to be seated. Plenary session on digital transformation, the opportunity for SMBs. I would like to invite on stage the eminent speakers for this session, Mr. R. Mukundan, Managing Director and CEO, Tata Chemicals Limited. He's also the moderator of the session. Ms. Nata Tunswam, ADG, in charge of Data and Situation Units, OSM, EP, Thailand. Dr. Makoto Yokoswama, Co-Chair, Committee for Digital Economy Policy Business, OECD, Japan. Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharya, CEO and Managing Director, Proxterra, Singapore. Mr. Rajan Bhattacharya, Managing Director and Chief of Staff, Head of Strategy, SSBC, India. Mr. Rajiv Singh, Head of Emerging Markets, SAP, India. May I request Mr. Mukundan to kindly take forward the proceedings of the sessions. Can we have a photo before that, please?
Thank you. We're getting close to good afternoon from good morning, but I'm going to make sure that this session finishes on time, at least not overshoot by, so we'll catch up during this session. So really, this is about small and medium businesses. The first question is, how do we build a sense of equity in all these discussions about digital transformation? When big companies come, big service providers come, what do we have in it, because there's a big ecosystem out there. So I think there are several questions which will sort of toss through the whole process, but really the whole issue is about what is the importance of digital transformation for SMBs, small and medium businesses. What are the challenges they face? What is the effective strategies they can do, for example, for digital adoption at their operational levels? And obviously, a group like this, when we sit together, how can we learn from experiences of each other? What are the chances of collaboration, partnerships, not just within a country, but across countries in terms of ecosystem? That's what B20 is all about. And the risks which these emerging technologies do, because every time a new technology comes around, our first view is that, listen, I think while opportunities are fine, but people are scared, they think they'll be wiped out. SMBs think they certainly will have a big challenge in this. And then lastly, how do you access talent? I mean, the future-ready workforce. So I'm going to just briefly introduce all the speakers, rather than go through a long list, but just you see their names, you got their CVs. Ms. Tutsawan is in charge of Data and Situation Unit in Thailand, so we're going to get a Thai perspective. Yokozawa-san is from business at OECD, Japan, and he's going to talk about a bit about the overall, in the framework of B20 and what is the whole issue of inclusion, what is this discussion about. Saurav is CEO and MD of Proxtera, Singapore. And then we've got Ranjan, who is the Chief of Staff and Head of Strategy at HSBC. So he does deal with a lot of SMBs and their unique situation. And lastly, Rajiv, he's Head of Emerging Markets in SAP, a big company, but then again, I think there are solutions for small and emerging businesses. So let me first, to kick this meeting off, I'm going to request Yokozawa-san to sort of lay the overall framework in terms of SMBs, their challenges, the policy issues, and then we can dive deeper into it. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukudan. And yes, I am actually from Japan, and they talk about how SME is very, very important in this discussion. So there's one reason why we are talking about the SMEs here is we have to encourage SMEs to be involved in the digital economy or digital transformation. That's one thing, everyone knows about that. But I would raise another point of how SME or MISME is important for us. That's even for the large-scale companies or multinational companies like big companies. And yes, that is the reason is we need the inclusion into the digital economy. So at the very first session this morning, we have talked about the digital divide issues. So there is something about how we can include the people to the digital economy, how we can expand the market, digital economy market that will benefit all of us. So we are B20, we are business, we are industry, so we need expand and the we expect a larger market in the future, in the near future. So likewise, we need to include small companies into our economy system, so and expand the digital economy, like I said. So this is a very, very important reason why B20 is necessarily expected or expected to talk about the small and medium-sized inclusion, companies inclusion. So that's one thing. So another thing I would like to emphasize here at my first initial plenary speech is my company is doing some small survey, not small, but including the over 4,000 company over the 13 countries. Then we found that even the small and medium-sized companies are very, very concerned in what we are discussing today, like the cyber security and the trust, data free flow with trust, and data localization, and also some geopolitical things are now happening in this global scale. Even that the human rights and the most importantly that the climate change or carbon emission, they're all concerned as deep as the large companies are concerned. So that is the business of the small and medium-sized companies, like the large companies. So then that's another reason why we have to talk about the SME inclusion here today. So, I will give some example for the cybersecurity. As an example, the 40% of the large-scale companies are concerned very much in the cybersecurity, but 35% in the medium-sized, that is between the 50 to 500 employees scale, and less than 50 employees, the very small companies or micro-sized companies, still 40% are very much concerned in the cybersecurity. That's our result of the survey. So, yes, it is very difficult and it is very complex issues here, but we need to discuss about that. So this is my first remark. Thank you.
Thank you, Okazawa-san. I think, may I at this point then invite opening remarks? I'll go in a sequence, and I thought we should just hear the perspectives from Thailand. Over to you.
Hi, I'm from the Office of SME Promotion in Thailand. For Thailand, the opportunity for the SME can say in two parts. The first is the growing of the digital business in Thailand. For the last few years, the digital industry in Thailand was growing up by 14%, and it was forecasted to be 15 or more in the next 2 years. And when we're talking about the digital industry, we're talking about the digital content, software, digital services, hardware and smart devices, and telecommunication. And of course, the fastest growing business in Thailand for the last few years is digital services, especially during the COVID-19 era, that the digital services are growing up a lot, while the offline business closing down. Even now that COVID-19 is not a big problem anymore, but the digital service is still growing up because the customer get used to the digital service now. And for the business, for the other business that using the digital, the benefit of using the digital is to access to data and access to service. Access to data from the government and from the private sectors. Everything now is online. The government, most of the government agencies have the open data platform, and we share the data that benefit to the business online to the open data platform that all the business and all the people can get into it and use the benefit of it. And for the service, most of the government agencies now has more and more digital services, because since the last year, there is a new law that come into effective in Thailand. Is the Act on Electronic Performance of Administrative Functions. So, and this new law forced all the government agencies to be the digital government. The government agencies, all the agencies cannot request the paper document from the people or business anymore. So what we have to do, what the government has to do is, we have to do the transformation ourselves. We have to do the linkage between departments to link the data or the information, because we cannot request for the paper or document from the business and people. We have to make the digital service for the people and business for any registration, for all the application for any license. So now most of the government agencies has to transform to digital agency. So this is the big step for the government agency to do the digital transformation in line with the promoting the digital transformation of the SME. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. So I think broadly what you're also highlighting is the fact that it's been policy driven. It has been driven by the need to sort of a government policy that you should not be asking for paper. All the data is lying with government so that they provide services on that go. So Saurav, you've been eagerly holding the mic. So why don't you go next? I mean, go ahead.
I was just banking on serial invocation. But first of all, thank you for inviting me over here, Mukundan. When we talk about SMEs, what's important is that whilst every country is different, populations are different, GDP per capita is different, the one thing that binds every country together is that 90% of the employment is held by MSMEs or SMEs. I'll use the term SMEs, but I'm always talking about the micro as well. So two is, if the last few years have taught anything, it's that everybody was affected. And that's important because the MSMEs at the lowest end were left behind, trying to fend for themselves. Some of them, of course, are moving hand to mouth on a day-to-day pay basis. Some of them are much larger and are enabling the economies. But everybody was affected. So it's important to bring up the common denominator, and that's digitalization, of course. Now, why is this important to a place like Singapore? Singapore is a very small place. We have only 60,000 MSMEs. And if you look at that in context of India, that's about 64 million, perhaps, as a comparison. That's almost a factor of 1,000 times, actually. So that's 3 factors. So why are we interested in MSMEs globally? And the reason for that is global trade. Another thing that we have learned in the last few years is trade resilience is so important for economies to function, for commodities to move and make basic ends meet. And that is where Singapore set up Proxterra, which is actually a government-backed company, but run like a private company today, which basically is looking at galvanizing global trade. And that's important because that is what will prepare us for the future. However, when we look at digitization or digitalization in general, we will also see that in COVID, actually, a lot of the companies which were using technology actually grew in their business beyond the assistance given by the government. In fact, a lot of them profited from it as well in many, many markets. But the MSMEs were not ready to take that. And if you look at why that was the case, it's basic utility. At the end of the day, it was spoken about in the earlier sessions also today, literacy, digital literacy might be only at 30% in terms of penetration. And the reason is why. The take-up still costs time, if not money, by the MSMEs to take it up. So in many ways, when we talk about cross-border trade, and we specifically focus on getting the financing opportunities for those cross-border trades for first-time MSMEs going cross-border, they need to have utility factors linked to it, because at the end of the day, face it, the MSME's life is really tough. Cash is king. Any time that is wasted in not doing the business is a loss. So you almost always have to get utility on board. I'm sure in the course of the session today we'll talk about more factors, but this was the first 2 minutes.
Thank you. I think, Ranjan, when we were sitting and speaking, you were speaking about the India stack and what Indian experience has been. Your thoughts on this whole piece? So
look, from an HSBC perspective, India is a top 5 market for us, and we are the largest foreign bank here by balance sheet. And we see the small medium business as a very large part of this massive democracy and emerging market. Upfront, when we talk about digitalization and how this impacts SMBs and how they can take a leapfrog ahead using digitalization, I want to differentiate between startups and SMBs. Because it's quite similar. A startup is an SMB by definition, but it is a very different avatar. It is a very disruptive animal by definition. It is digital native at heart. Whereas when you talk about traditional small, medium businesses, we are talking businesses which have evolved over time. Many of them are family-owned businesses, as we've seen in India, over generations, right? And that's where the new generation is looking at seeing how they can harness new technologies, but they are emerging, right? So this is a transformative change for the SMB sector, whereas it is a very fast disruptive change for the startups who are SMEs. And that's where I think 15% of our portfolio is already SME financing, and we do a large part of supply chain financing and ecosystem financing. What we see very often is that when it comes to digital adoption, there is a very slow and measured approach in traditional SMBs, whereas there is a much faster, agile approach in startups. I think that is a key differentiator where I would think that the new generation entrepreneurs need to take advantage and leapfrog into new technologies. So I'll give the example of classic restaurants that we used to go to versus cloud kitchens. An example which is hopefully close to many of our hearts. I mean, we've all grown up in cities and we have those favorite restaurants. I have some Parsi restaurants and Malwani restaurants in Mumbai that I love to go to. And actually they were not there on the home delivery apps, right? So you love certain cuisines, and then you found those cuisines available in cloud kitchens, who you had never heard of. They're probably set up with 1/10 of the capital. They don't need a fancy area where you're setting up a restaurant. And therefore, as a very agile animal, they are delivering good quality food, and you've suddenly started liking them. And they got market share during this whole lockdown period. Now we are seeing the traditional restaurants starting to pinch, and they are catching up. So just an example of a small, medium business which is close to our hearts, which is now starting to fight back. And there are so many such examples across the supply chains. I'm sure we'll hear more of that theme today.
So Rajiv, we heard why we need, what's happening in other parts, and also the story of India through HSBC. Now, what are the typical challenges they face, and what are the ways to overcome? You obviously are from SAP, and you would have faced the same questions from them. So, you want to throw some light on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mukundan. Amazing to hear some of the thoughts already, and thank you, Ranjan, for bringing the perspective of startups versus SMEs. As head of mid-market business for Indian subcontinent, we cater to 9,000 customers now, and this is my daily discussion, right, with some of the customers on what's going on. Broadly, when we meet, we're seeing huge optimism in this segment, right, in SME today, because of the global markets, because of the things that have shaped up the macroeconomic environments. Having said that, the problem of India, and as many of you would know, is the missing middle, right? The missing middle is what we have some of the largest enterprises, the Reliance and Adanis of the world, and then we have millions of very small enterprises. And if India has to aspire, has to become a 5 trillion in next 3 years and 10 trillion by 2030, a chunk of this, they say 10,000 of very small organizations have to become medium enterprises, and almost 1,000 of medium enterprises have to become large. Now, having said that, that's easier said than done. These SMEs, while being the growth engine of India, they're also very vulnerable to macroeconomic environment, right? Whether it was COVID or recession. The first ones to get impacted is this segment. And one of the challenges, and then it brings out, is
how do they reach these SMBs if they have to become big? How do they access the global markets? Do they have the wherewithal? Do they have capital to compete against the well-funded startups who are disrupting these traditional organizations? An agri-tech company would never have thought that somebody like Aveku will come in agri-tech and disrupt, right? And similarly in so many organizations, right? Defense, we are seeing Dhruva Defense, which is disrupting this whole segment. That's one. Second, and then third is the talent war, right, which is happening. The larger organizations with money, they're really taking away the talent. I also wanted to just give an example. I was sitting with one of the auto component manufacturers. They make piston rings and pistons. And you can imagine what situation they are in when there is an electric vehicle wave. The whole combustion engine is out of window, right? So now when I was sitting with the founder, he was always thinking that what should he do? He's already late in the race. Now he has to disrupt his complete plans. He has to think about what can he use from his existing inventory stuff, how he reinvent his whole organization. He has to think about newer markets, newer customer, newer skill set of employees. Similarly, for a small software company, right, of our partners, larger organization, they were a 200 employee company. 140 of them were hired by a larger organization over 1 month. At 1.5 salary, two times the salary. After COVID, we saw the requirement. So the need for them was, is there a way to retain that employee through employee engagement? Can they really retain them despite somebody offering them higher salaries? So some of these challenges, in a nutshell, what I wanted to just say is that some of these challenges which SMEs will face before they become bigger can really be addressed by digital technologies, and there are tools, and we are helping a lot of organizations achieve that. And having said that, some of the challenges I just wanted to also highlight is the risk or the challenges which they will have to grapple with is one, they need to really decide why do they need digital transformation and not go with the herd mentality that it's a fashion today, right? Second is management buy-in. Is the top management really understanding the KPI for this digital transformation, what will happen, right? How will they achieve? So these are 2 or 3 aspects which I think if organizations think of, and SMEs can really take Indian economy to where it deserves to be. Thank you, Mukundan.
So thank you. That brings me back to Yokozawa-san. I think he did speak about the piston ring manufacturer who's going to get disrupted. That's part of the energy transition. You spoke about climate change and stuff like that. So really, what in your view are that they can, we can ensure SMBs implement new technologies? How can that be both secure and effective? We know the challenges they are facing, but how we can do that?
Thank you. Well, I will raise a very good example, which has discussed even today. There is a ChatGPT. So many of you have experienced how amazing technology the artificial intelligence is. So in my view, ChatGPT is more applicable to the small and medium enterprises. So if SMEs can utilize that technology, that will benefit them more than the larger scale companies, because larger scale companies will have some rules and some hesitation in involving that, incorporating those new technologies, the advanced technologies, in a very immature stage. So, well, having said that, the artificial intelligence and quantum technologies and the blockchains, many things, and privacy-enhancing technologies, those are another things we have to innovate. The important thing is innovators are also SMEs. ChatGPT is not seen as a so big company. So, well, and the other things we have to stress is all advanced technologies are based on data. Data is very, very essential. And unfortunately, small-sized companies do not have big data enough. So that is the problem. That will differentiate the small and larger scale companies. So, but we can fight. Small size companies can fight with the bigger scale companies if the government has will encourage them to share the data. Okay, so data handling, data with trust handling is very, very essential for the small-sized companies if we think about how they can utilize the advanced technologies here. So I will stop here.
Thank you. I think you highlight a very important point. They don't have access to big data and how they can share, and the pooled data can become the big data. So that brings me to the Thailand experience. So what you spoke about some policies. So what are the specific initiatives which is being done to build upon this whole network and the access to big data, access to at the policy level, and what further can be done to accelerate their digital transition?
Why we promote the SME to do the digital transformation, to adopt the new technology, we have most of the agencies, I have to say, most of the agencies have to do our digital transformation. So the initiative come together to support the agencies and to support the SME or the people. When we ask the business to adopt the digital, the government agency have to change our offline service to online service. All the offline service, all the offline channels to online channels. So for the business, now you can filing for the registration of the business. You can e-filing tax. You can do all the license through online. You don't have to go to any department. And for using the service from each agencies, all the agencies have to create the new linkage between each other. For my organization that we have a mission to promote SME, 10 years ago we have to make a report, a yearly report in the book. Now we change all to the SME big data. That is data visualization that is on the website and all many channels that the people and the business can choose the data that they want to know for their business online for themselves. And the government agency were forced to do all the linkages for all the business, for all the services, for all the data. And the initiative that the office, my office, the office of SME promotion do, we develop the SME One ID that when the business register for the service of the government, they will got one ID that can get through all the government agencies. And we have the SME Connect application that is the single window that they can get through the services from the other agencies. We support the SME to access more to the government procurement by develop the platform SME GP. So we ask the SME that they used to say that they cannot get into the government procurement. So when they come to register to the SME GP platform, they will get the privilege, like 10% that they can get the lower price when do the bidding the e-bidding for the government procurement. So for the last 3 years, then when we first create this SME GP platform, so there are SME that come to register more like 100,000 SME, and more can get to the government procurement through this platform. So it's one of the example of that. And we have the online platform, online portal for the all the benefits that the SME can get from the many agencies. And doing this, we have to support the SME to be able to access it. Like when we promote the digital online marketing, we have to have another course to teach the SME how to develop themselves to be better and good enough on the online market. How to create the stories that they can expose to the people. So it's come together in line with the promote the ability of the SME and forcing the government agency to change to digital service, change all the offline to the online service. So it's come together, and for the customer, the government they used to have another privilege, like for the last few years, we have the program like pay half. The government put the money to the customer, to the people, into the wallet. So the government pay half, I pay half when buying the things through the application. So when I can buy things by paying just half. So all the small business that used to avoid the registration, they never want to expose themselves to the government. But what happened is when the customer go to, most of the people went to the shops that accept this wallet. So the others have to change mindset. So they have to register for this wallet and have the cashless things to accept the customer. So it's a change, it's like a privilege to change, and they're forced to change. The customer change, the business change. So it's come online, in line together for this digital transformation in Thailand.
Thank you. So I think that brings to the basic point which you're mentioning. If the customer moves, then the whole economy moves. But then in Singapore, you said 6,000. The numbers are small. And then you said it's global. It's not, and there, Thailand, the demand is local. In India, the demand is local. How are you going about this whole piece of pushing SMBs to look at digital, especially when the customers are far away and it's a global trade? That's what you're trying to do. What are the different elements you're using?
So one word, collaboration. That's what is most important. But let me say this. So first of all, in every country, its own initiatives, whether it's the government single window approach or e-procurement, and of course, all of these stacks for identification, finance, payments, and even in India now, ONDC. All of these things are important to be created in every country. And of course, if it's done in one large country to be replicated, makes it much easier, of course. Because at the global trade side, standardization, harmonization is also very important. But let me speak to why that's important. If you look at SMEs, they contribute to about 90% of local employment. When you look at the economic value creation, that's almost 60% thereabouts or more in certain countries. But when you look at cross-border trade, SMEs in developing or developed economies contribute 33% of the cross-border trade. So that means SMEs are contributing to $33 of $100 exported or imported. Whereas in emerging markets, that's half. That's only 16%. And if you look at some of the gaps that are there, one of the gaps that's evident, just numbers-wise, is financing for trade. The gap today stands at about $5 trillion. We're not talking tens, hundreds, thousands of billions, it's about $5 trillion. And IFC did this study over the last 3-4 years. The reason why SMEs don't get financing, 50% of the reason is KYC. Simple KYC. That's something that we would imagine should be quite resolved and solved today. The remaining 50% is, of course, on the basis of credit underwriting, all of the other checks and balances in terms of ability to pay, and so on. So that's a problem, that's a gap at the global trade level. Now, obviously, Singapore, about 60,000 MSMEs, not 6,000, but that's still quite small. Obviously, we can't go to the ground level in any country and think we will be better than the local initiatives. So we like to tie up with all of those initiatives. From the KYC standpoint, how do we bring this globally available in a standard and harmonized fashion? A lot has been done on the aspect of logistics and goods moving around today, still scratching at the surface, but in terms of new organizations going and doing cross-border trade, there's a lack of trust, there's a deficit of trust in that particular angle. And this is where I would leave my thoughts with one thing. We talk about inclusion, that's quite well understood, but let's talk about equity. The fact is, the better organizations like the agile, startup kind of organizations, which by nature are starting with technology and not going the other way, they only need that much help. But the organizations which are much, much smaller, we are not even talking about those where there is a proper management or buy-in necessary. They need a much higher level of help. So equity is not about giving equally to everyone. Equity is about giving the correct, and if I may say, the higher proportion of help to the certain factors of MSMEs. And with that, of course, they can be better enabled. Look at it differently. Literacy today is no longer thought about, let's pick and choose who gets it. Everybody has to get it. So why not look at that perspective to see who needs how much help and provide that. So that's equity, not equality in many ways. That's a gap that is quite often seen. I would leave it at that.
Thank you. I think a very interesting point. So I'm going to ask Rajiv and Ranjan to comment on two aspects which came out of this whole piece. One is about the whole element around the costs and can they spend on new technologies, the way SMB would look at it. It's, while we say equity, everything, I think that is one element. Second element is, how can a SMB track its progress? What KPIs can they use? I mean, he started by saying simple KYC. I think that's the first step. But then how do you track? I mean, either one of you can comment on both. Both of you can go ahead.
So, I think I'll leave the KPI to the finance man here. I think that would be better. From my point of view, I think this whole innovation and cost constraint innovation is a very key aspect. And I'll come back again to this, that SMEs, they may tend to come into this whole innovation game that no, we need to innovate, we need to digitalize. For example, a 20 organization startup may not need a HR system. A CEO can really talk to all 20 employees and keep them engaged, right? So at times, we need to really know why this innovation is needed. Once you've identified why, and that is needed, then there are forums where you can co-innovate with organizations, right? Today, SAP offers co-innovation. A lot of other organizations offer co-innovation at no cost, co-innovating and then possibly going to market with that. Second, despite that, you have to start small if there is cost constraint, of course. You need to identify that, okay, this is the only one business area where I want to go and innovate. And thirdly, I just want to say that it is very much possible today, this whole cost-based innovation all the startups and small organizations are doing, because technology has evolved that much. We have cloud-based technology where you can pay per use, you can use as much as you want. The resources are available today. The only thing that you need to keep in mind is the technology that you're taking has enough skill set in the market. It should be that, it should not happen that due to skill resources, your cost goes high eventually. Right? I think that's something that that I wanted to say, that these are three aspects if you really want to start small, and if you're cash constrained today, environment is such that you can start small, very cost efficiently. Only thing is that you need to explore, go out to market, such forums, talk to OEMs. I think these will just help. And I'll leave Ranjan to comment on the KPIs, how to measure some of these things.
Thanks. So before I go into KPIs, I think when we look at financing, or if you look at equity from a venture capitalist or investor lens, I think this is where I would think traditional businesses, traditional SMEs are now starting to get recognized as far more sound balance sheets and organizations versus organizations which have been predicated on cash burns. I say that statement because we stand at an inflection point of sorts, right? The startup revolution of the last 5 odd years has today reached a level where either those startups are scaling up and getting the support to scale up, or they have realized that this is a model that is not working and they have moved on to their second or third platform, right? Whereas during the same 5-year period, last 5 years, you had traditional businesses who were moving in tandem, who were getting disrupted, who were struggling to survive. Those who exist today, after that disruption wave, after the COVID waves, after the lockdown and supply chain crisis globally, are really sound SMEs. So on that backdrop of where we stand today, I would think that working capital efficiency and free cash flows, very traditional metrics, but they are coming out right on top. Growth metrics, every entrepreneur looks at, right? And especially if you're a SME, growth doesn't mean 20, 40, 30%. It may mean 200%, 300%, because you are at a small base, right? So I would not comment on the growth metrics. Every entrepreneur knows what growth is good for their space, for their investment. So everybody is looking at growth like a hawk. What one often misses in this space is the efficiency of how you're deploying money and how you're harnessing technology to scale versus putting high-cost resources to scale. And a very common challenge is how do you balance the debt equity side of it? Because you're rich on equity by definition, you've got funding and so on. So are you burning up equity to finance your working capital is a big red alert. So how do you ensure that your receivables versus payables are moving in tandem? And that's why I said the working capital efficiency is very important. The other metric, I think, which shows a very stable scaling path is something we in HSBC call as jaws. So you know a crocodile's jaws? Okay. So if the rate of growth of your revenue exceeds the rate of growth of cost, then you are in a positive jaw. What it means is that you are growing revenues and you are growing costs, but your rate of growth of revenue is more than the rate of growth of cost, which means you are in a super efficient scale-up mode. You can go on investing more cost because you are growing your revenue at a larger scale. However, if the jaws start to crunch, the crocodile's jaws proverbially, what it means is that if your costs are growing at a rapid pace relative to the pace of your revenue, then you have a problem, because at a point they will cross where you are investing more, and by cost I'm talking about working capital costs, your cost rate of growth should not exceed the rate of growth of revenue. So this is another sort of litmus test that we would suggest to SMEs.
Great. I think that's a good point to sort of invite some questions from the audience. So we are back to the basic metrics of business that as you transform, is the digital transformation helping you to accelerate your revenue, accelerate in a manner that the costs are all coming down, and you spoke about working capital efficiency. Does it make the reach of customers easy? Does it make the internal operations more efficient? And the whole aspect, which I think we all forget in this piece, which you started and you also highlighted, is while doing all this, if there are climate change, energy transition, how do you sort of navigate that as we move through this? I mean, those seem to be the key points as we take away, and fundamentally government is giving policy tools to push this, but at the end of the day, it's up to the entrepreneur to sort of step up and look at it in a holistic manner, and people like us who also provide service, who are supply chain, to engage with our supply chain to sort of make that leap and move forward with digital, because it's an accelerator. If you are adopting, those who don't adopt will be left behind. I think that seems to be the broad consensus which I can say. So it's over to the audience. We've got time for a couple of questions. So we've overshot already by 8 minutes, so we will take only 2-3 questions. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Over first.
Warm regards to all the ladies and gentlemen present here and the honorary guest speakers. My name is Mr. Ujjwal Sonkar, and I'm a researcher and entrepreneur. I represented India on various levels such as G20, BRICS, SCO, Arctic Forum. My question to the speakers is regarding quantum technology and its relation with India. I recently had a conversation with Ministry of Defense, and I'm soon going to start up my own defense startup focusing upon quantum communication in defense applications and handling data of national interest. As we see that quantum technology is a really new field where two nations are leading the battle. One is China, second one is America, Europe is slowly catching up. And as being a superpower ourselves, we also focus upon the future. And there was some attempts to, by the government to initiate national quantum mission and others. But my question to you specifically is that is there any opportunity with the private companies who are interested to partner with people like us who are willing to start up a quantum company and do some research, and also about the funding opportunities? So if you have anything in mind which may be of my interest, I'm happy to hear. Thank you.
Any of you already has, I think you should go ahead. I mean, is there interest from private sector towards cutting-edge technologies to sort of partner and progress this, or is it going to be a government-led initiative? I think that's broadly the question.
As an entrepreneur myself, I would like to answer that question slightly differently. Definitely, that's a space to be in, quantum communications or technology, I think, quantum computing rather. But putting technology first is like putting the cart before the horse. I would rather find the application for which quantum computing might be useful and then apply it. I think data processing has been around for at least 50 years now, maybe more, in terms of digital technology. And the buzzwords of big data and so on have been around for a long time now, in the last 5-10 years at least. But the use cases and the applications are still quite far and few. So I would just reverse that. Being in defense is probably good. I wouldn't weigh on that. But whether you have the use case for the technology you want. Otherwise, all the best.
Ranjan, you wanted to?
Yeah, I'll probably add from a practitioner lens, and I completely agree with Saurav that don't put the cart before the horse. Look, as HSBC, we have invested. We have live use cases in quantum technology. Our partner is IBM, and we've got a massive infrastructure. Some of it is actually supported out of our India offices as well. We are using it for financial crime analytics, where you have, let's say, billion data points which need to be analyzed per second. Okay, so to the point of, putting the cart before the horse. You have to really identify which problem statement is not addressed by existing technologies, and therefore quantum comes in as a problem solver. Coming to the topic of today, which is SMEs and the large democracies that are there in the B20. Now, it strikes me that India, with its population, with its massive public data records, lends itself very naturally to such deep databases where if you were to think 5 years down the line and so on, you would want AI, you would want machine learning to happen at a national scale. And those are problem statements which, to my mind, lends itself to quantum technology. So we do believe that the government is thinking quite seriously on this. There is a national AI policy which is coming up. I think things like ethics and so on will be addressed, but I think the how behind it, if you really want to scale up some of these technologies, it will be important. And 5G as a data connectivity, because the other part is the user base, right? If this is just institutional user, so let's say government using quantum for a particular analytics, it's a very small closed user group. Similarly, HSBC using it with IBM, it's not open to the whole world, right? And the fun is if the population, 1 billion plus population, can use something which is enabled by quantum, and that's, to my mind, something which 5G should enable as a data connectivity of the technology with the user base. So let's see. I think the verdict's
Excellent
out there.
point. I think the use cases should drive. I think question to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mohinder Chaudhary, chartered engineer from DLF4 Gurgaon. My question is addressed to Mr. Ranjan Bhattacharya because he's a banker. I belong to the MSME sector because I am a microservice provider. My question is that with the new government policies for loans, including car loans, all your parameters for your loans are fine, your financial credibility. Only factor which comes, supposing you're applying for a car loan, if you're a senior citizen above the age of 60, none of the schemes apply. So what should a senior citizen do in order to get a loan when everything else is okay? Age is the criteria. What is your advice, suggestion? Thank you.
Just hold. I think there was a question at the end. I think maybe you can go first. I'll first take his one he raised, and we'll come back if there's time. Yeah.
My name is Mrutyunjaya Heggalagutty. I'm a founder and CEO of Cell in 60 Seconds. Mainly, we design and develop architecture for cyber crime, cyber security. I have been awarded from Stanford University UIF. UIF means University Innovation Fellowship on Design and Thinking. My question is, see, cyber crime, cyber security. This theft is happening quite a long time. Earlier it was all metro cities, you take it. Earlier it was 50 crore in India.
Can you get a question quickly? Because
I'm coming to the point. You are so much hurry, then I cannot come to the point, okay? There is each metro cities, earlier around 2-3 years back, 50 crore theft means used to happen. Now it is more than Bangalore, Chandigarh, Gurgaon. It's per day to more than 200 crore. So the all school dropped out. They are the hackers. And we are highly educated people. We are developing. Is it an integrity issue or technical issue? Let me know that. That's all from me.
We will leave that. Your question also, integrity, technical. Can you just take the mic there? And the last question, yeah. We'll just stop here. After that, I think you can meet them.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Kuldeep Chawla, banker, investor, now entrepreneur, MSME. Quick question. MSMEs, and SMEs have large employment that they create, not just in India, around the world. Where does the issue of, at the end of the day, skill development and enhancing that skill development interface with what Bharat needs to do and what India needs to do in terms of mobility of people. Because at the end of the day, we have the demographic dividend. The world does not, you know. So that's my question. You know, where does that interface and how can we leverage that?
Okay. Who wants to go? I think first one was about age as an issue and then demographics.
I'll quickly sort of touch upon a couple of questions. I think one was on senior citizen banking. That is something which is, in Europe, for example, the demography is such that there are a lot of senior citizens. The demography has pivoted towards people who are at a later part of their life, and the whole banking industry which is developing around this. But coming to India and you know, the credit rating of a senior citizen, it's very happy to say that the new digital stack, the India stack, really helps, because now your credit score is not a function of who you are at that point in time, it's a function of what you did in your history. So in your youth, if you have been a good credit, you can just digitally apply to any credit and they will give you that credit, because the credit history and your buying pattern is today the determinant of credit. I think that's a quick answer to that question.
Rajiv, you want to take the MSME question?
The hacker one? The ethical?
No, the one on MSME.
Sorry, I missed that question exactly. What was it? The global workforce. If you could just repeat that question, please.
Where does the interface happen between, you know, skill development, skill upgradation, as far as Bharat is concerned, which means within India, you know, and make for India, in India, for India. And the second is the issue of, and this is in the context of MSMEs. And the second is the issue of, you know, mobility outside India. So training in India for work in the rest of the world, whether it's the ASEAN, whether it's Europe. I'm an entrepreneur and I'm seeing a lot of demand, for example, with Germany. There was a session, you know, on the first day in the morning, which touched upon that, you know. So those two aspects, one is Bharat for India, the second is, you know, India in the context of the rest of the world. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take a shot at it. Maybe other panelists can add to it. See, what we are seeing from a technology company point of view, in MSME, we have seen the skill gap in technology. And we worked with the various governments, have signed MOUs in basically skilling approximately 1 lakh youth so far in digital literacy and also to higher technologies. And government is investing through their skill initiative or through corporate interventions. So that's for Bharat. And while it is not at the pace that we would all like from government of India, and the efficiency of that is still questionable. And I think that's where you are pointing to. But having said that, from the intent point of view and where the outcome has come, it's still better than zero, right? So that's one point I wanted to make. That so for Bharat, I see quite a good investment happening from industry, whether companies like AWS, ourselves, and some of the technology enablers. We talk to government, we give them software training, possibly free of cost at many times. From international mobility point of view, I think industry beyond software is definitely a challenge, right? So software skill is surely, we have established ourselves globally that we are the talent of the world, and people get huge mobility, right? And remotely, and possibly in other sectors, you know, I don't know exactly, and I won't be able to comment. Maybe I'll invite some of the panelists. If you are from an agri-tech or from a chemical and you're starting something and you want to have really that mobility of that skill set, are we really at that stage today in the world stage? I'm not sure. Maybe in pharma we are, but in some of the other sectors may not be. And I'm not aware of government's intervention in these space, Mukundan, frankly, on mobility for other sectors. What government is doing. Maybe if anyone knows, apologies, but for the second question on mobility. Yeah.
Saurav, do you have any views?
Yeah, took the mic, but only if you have time.
I think we are
So
right.
my statement is going to be very short. Usually when you're looking at mobility globally, it's value added. That's the best way to discriminate what is required to be the input in terms of skill development which then becomes the output in terms of the value added. So that, I think, is in big demand, and I agree with Rajiv that software, of course, is the easiest to export because it's intellectual, because it doesn't require a lot of other tools or machinery and so on. But that's the good lens to look at from a developed country perspective. Is the economic value added high enough or not?
Thank you. I think we will also, on the question which was there on, I think when we know about cyber risk and cyber security and cyber crime, I think it is also, it's about people. It's not just about technology. You can put as many layers of technology as possible. But I think the weakest link is the people link. So we need to work on it hard. And also for the people who are having spare time, we need to get them on board with all these skill sets to do useful work rather than using cyber crime as a tool to sort of work on it. But it's an ever growing battle. It's a people issue end of the day. It's been a very interesting session. Please put your hands together for this excellent set of panelists. And any further questions, please do reach out to them directly after the session. Thank you.
Kundan and all the panelists. As a token of our appreciation for eminent speakers, we would like to present them with the memento. May I please request Mr. R. Mukundan to kindly present the memento to Ms. Natha Tunswam, Dr. Mukoto, Mr. Saurav Bhattacharya, Mr. Ranjan Bhattacharya, Mr. Rajiv Singh, and now may I please request Mr. Rajan Bhattacharya to kindly present the memento to Mr. R. Mukundan. Thank you all. Right. As we move on to the fourth plenary session, Gender Diversity, an Imperative for the Digital Ecosystem, may I invite on stage our eminent speakers of this session, Ms. Kavita Mehra, Senior Director, India, COE, Dell Technologies. She's also the moderator of this session. Lieutenant General Dr. R.K. Anand, Professor, Director General and Dean, FMS, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. Ms. Kavita Mehra on the stage, please. Lieutenant General Dr. R.K. Anand. Ms. Namrata Bhattacharya, Managing Director, Accenture. Mr. Dilip Shawani, Managing Director, Rockwell, India. Ms. Bhairavi Jain, Chairperson and Founder, IEF and Executive Director, SCA Group. Ms. Suchetna Ray, Editor, Outlook Business and Director, Brands, Outlook Group. And Ms. Ina Bajwa, Vice President, Tata Communications Limited. May I please request all the panelists to have thank you all.
Thank you, all of you. We know we're keeping you from lunch, and we're already running slightly late, but I do promise that this session is going to be interesting. There is a lot of conversation around gender. There's a lot of conversation around the digital era, the digital ecosystem. What we want to do in this panel for 1 hour is discuss what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, a few hard-hitting facts, which some of you may like or may not like, but the conversation being that we need to get the gender inequality to be sorted if we are really looking to make that acceleration happen in the digital journey. It's not going to be easy. With 50% of the population of my country not being fairly represented in the journey as of today, I think we need to do a lot more from what we are doing. We have made some steps, but fundamentally there's a lot more that we need to do. And as I said, it's before lunch, and I do see a lot of people have already moved out, but it doesn't matter. I think if all of you can just be with us for the next 1 hour, see what works, if you can take a few takeaways and actions for your respective organizations, I think our purpose is solved. Remember, this is not a technology sector conversation. This is a conversation for all of us if we need to get there, right? I do have an awesome panel here with me. You can read more about them in the handout. And I have the commitment from them that they are going to be authentic, genuine. They are going to call a spade a spade. We are not going to say everything is awesome, beautiful, right? And we're going to talk about a few things. We may not have all the answers, but definitely a lot of questions, right? So with that, I am going to start with Ms. Bhairavi. We had Lynette, who was there in the first panel, who mentioned that literacy is the base if we really want to get over this digital divide, right? And if I have to look at the journey where it starts, right? It's about education, it's about training, it's about getting women in that area. So I just want to understand from you that how do we address this gender issue at that level in those years? What is it that we need to do? Who are the stakeholders? And is there something that needs to change drastically, or are we okay with where we are? And for all my panelists, if you feel you need to add, just please do that, okay? So be with us for the next 1 hour. I promise we'll be on time, okay? Over to you.
To me.
My bad, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think the topic about digital transformation is a very, very opportune one. But my question is, therefore, transformation for who, in how much time, and where? If we want transformation for everyone, at the accelerated pace that it needs to happen so that socially we don't become an unequal society, both in terms of access, outcome, and standard of living, but also that it happens everywhere and not just in urban India, but also for rural India, then we have got to address what is the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is what are our parameters of basic literacy today? And in the new age of knowledge economy, digital acceleration, should that be redefined? Redefined more as functional literacy, which means that reading and writing is not just enough, but both digital and financial literacy needs to be an intrinsic part of what we call a literate person. For that person to participate in the very process of life. I spent the entire 2 years, by the way, in a very small village on the India-China border during the COVID pandemic. And when the vaccines came out, the poor villagers, whether they were men or women, did not know how to book their appointment at their community healthcare center because there was no ability to do that. So again, if we want women to equally participate, we will have to address the gaps that are there today. 1.5 times more boys get access to smartphones than girls do. First-time internet users in men are 53% versus 32% for women. These are data that are published, which are not just, and I think these may be also true in other developing economies in the world as well. This is not just an India situation. Therefore, it is not just the literacy, but also the primary education that needs to address digital access, digital capability, digital skills, both in men and women. But since we are talking about women, I want to focus on the fact that today, girls do make it into the primary education system and end up staying at least till the 10th grade in India. 98% of all 250 million children in India go to school, which means we have a great opportunity during the primary education time to actually expose them to digital tools, digital functionality, digital skills, and give them a base. Because if we do not give them that, in the digital age and the knowledge economy world that we are moving into, we are actually making them redundant because we're not giving them any ability to keep learning as we go forward. So I would say we have to ask the question, transformation for who? When we answer that question, we will be able to understand that the manner and the outcome and the standards we have set for our literacy and primary education will need to transform drastically for us to be able to go there.
So let me just go more into this. When you say the standards which we have set, can you give me an example?
Today our standard for literacy is reading and writing, just basic read and write. It's not even arithmetic. If you don't have literacy, if you don't have writing or you don't have reading capacity, our children today are not able to read. I mean, there are enough data that has been out and about, including the international PISA ratings, where India's learning outcomes at primary and secondary education level are very, very poor. At the same time, we also have some of the best minds that are coming out of our country. The question is about transformation. If the question was about growth, I would say yes. Even if 3 million from 250 million do it, great. You'll drive the growth. But if we are seeking transformation, then it has to be at societal scale. For it to happen at societal scale, you need to make sure that how you define learning and how you define education changes, which we haven't done today. Because today, children in primary education, government schools have no access to any of these tools whatsoever. So if we want to prepare a base, a foundation for a digital future, for a knowledge economy leadership in the world, then we are not even getting started just yet.
So I think just continuing, Lieutenant General Anand, you are in the education space as well. You've done a lot of work and you obviously work closely with a lot of people who are actually the decision makers or the stakeholders. What is your take on where we are in terms of getting more women in the digital space, STEM space, so on?
Well, thank you. I'll first take a leaf from where she's left. You see, there are very many challenges in this whole issue which we are trying to discuss. And one of the challenge which she's trying to hint at is the volume or the numbers you are trying to transform. That's the biggest challenge which we have in our country, in the sense that let's look at the masses. And you'll be very surprised that if you look at the universities which are there in our country, the amount of students who are studying in the universities, it is 5 times the number of students which go to Europe. All right? So look at the volume you're talking of. Now, higher education is teaching many times higher than many of these developing countries. So the larger issue which is being talked of is that at our primary and higher education, the numbers are so large that the rate at which we are transforming our education system is not able to address the numbers which we are wanting to transform. So you're looking at the pace. Yes, you will say that pace is not the way you want it to. So that is one point which I quite agree with you, that the pace can be much faster. But what's happening actually, let's look around the complete system. What's happening? Now this has been talked of for many years, that how do we accelerate this pace of transformation and bring more children into our schools and bring more children into our higher education without any problems. Now let's look at the new education policy which the government has taken out, NEP 2020. What's happening there? We have broken the four walls of a classroom and said that you can study whatever you want to study. There is no fixed curriculum now, starting from primary to the higher education. And now a student can pick up any number of subjects and make a curriculum for himself and take on. Well, there's going to be some time to reach to this point where all these will be available across the complete country. Another thing is that we've taken on now open school system. This is a more phenomenal thing which is happening, that you don't have to go to four walls of a school to get educated. You can have a system where somebody is assisting you to get educated. This can be by way of online, can be by way of mentors, by way of some teachers who are available in the villages who are giving you some hand-holding. So open school is another initiative. Large number of open schools have started which are away from CBSE. You are not going to school. You don't have to wear a uniform of a school. You are not paying any fee, but you are getting educated. Now what are we trying to do? We are trying to say that your current infrastructure of education is not able to transform at that rate which you are looking at. These things, these initiatives will obviously make it much faster. Now look at online universities which have been allowed. You'll be very surprised, the online universities are now running numbers which are much larger than the university from where they have emanated. I run an online university also. My online university has numbers which are now going to be almost touching double than what the offline university is doing. Why? Because there are a lot of students who are in far-off places who are getting connected to online. So I have today a student who's sitting in a village, like you are mentioning east of the country. He's sitting in a village where internet is very erratic. His village strength is just about 140 houses. He's doing a graduation course in online. Now that's the policy change which is impacting it. Well, still it's not that fast as we would desire it to be. Definitely, because the numbers are very large. You're looking at such a large number, so it's going to take time. Another thing which I want to bring out here is that, in this process of transformation, the complete wheel has to get transformed. It's not only government policies. Now, what do I say by wheel? If I take the statistics of my own university, about 7 years back, our university had a ratio of girls to boys to the tune of about 21% girls and rest were boys. Today we are at 41%. How has it happened? It's happened by very many policy issues, by very many initiatives which universities have taken now. And they are coming because there's a policy change which is coming from the top that is facilitating it. Now what's happening? You look at any university, you go to the student facilitation is purely by female gender. Look at the faculties. Today I have a ratio of faculties, female 67%, rest is all male. Bulk of the faculties are female now. This is all facilitating the girl child to walk out of the home, come to the universities, find a friendly environment, and carry on with the education. This is very essential. Otherwise, if you give a very adverse environment into a university, there are very many who will drop out for very many reasons. So that's another thing. Now, how the policy is impacting the girl child, it's very interesting. Most of the universities, I am from a private university, you will be very surprised, we give 3 months of paid holiday as maternity leave to a lady faculty. We have instituted a policy that, okay, in a month, 4 days, you can take 2 hours off, come whenever you want to come. Because you're a lady, you have some responsibilities. You are nucleus of the family. So you can decide and come 4 days in a month late. No, these are very small things you can think of, but no, it's not. It's a very major thing. So what I'm saying is there are a series of things I can talk like this, which the universities and the education system across the country is imbibing to make the environment in the institutions friendly, attract the girl child, allow the girl child to stay, get larger number into the institutions. So apart from the infra, the policy, the institutions have to transform.
I need to stop you there
Yes.
because I have a bigger question lined up on the policy, the law, and so on and so forth, right? But because we're going through a journey, so I just want to go in this scene setting mode, right? That assuming that the education system is working perfectly, we have enough women who are now ready to join the workforce. I move on to you, Namrata, just to understand that let's start with today, right? We do have a lot of women even today who enter the workforce, right? But for some reason, they tend to leave. I always used to believe that it's because of the fact that, whether you're starting a family, you're getting married, but there's a different dynamic going on. And I just want to understand what, according to you, are the real challenges. And as we said, be open, right? What are the real challenges that are going on? And if you could also walk us through some of the initiatives which you are doing in your organization, which could at least tell everybody else what are the few options that we have. I'm sure everybody's doing something. But I think starting with the challenges, what are they really? And I think all of us can just add, because I had enough, so let's go.
I'll start off with my journey itself and the challenges that I faced. A little bit of purview of, things that are not relevant now, but they are, and they used to be. So I started my journey 25 years ago, working in the IT sector, and, used to work in plants, remote areas. There were times where I realized that, there were no facilities available. And I didn't raise that point for a couple of months, and then when I did, change did happen. So, but the point is that you sometimes feel that that's the way it should be, and it can only be changed from a different aspect, or bringing it out, or raising your voice. Today, again, there are problems, and we see a lot of women going through this. Women are taking a break. They are succumbing to family pressures, and like you mentioned, that there are not many women doing the STEM program itself. So if there is not much available workforce that can join the workforce to start with, that's a big challenge. But numbers are increasing, and a percentage like 26–27% is the girl child or women who are educated in STEM. They come in, they are not able to make it to the mid-level. And the reason for not making it to mid-level is they're dropping off. Some major challenges are that they don't have a role model. And if they don't have a role model, they don't look up to somebody who can be a guiding force for them, that this is the way their career can move. And it's a long journey. It's not, there are percentages we can talk about. How many women mid-management are there? Is a percentage very low. We can talk about, not in the IT sector itself, but in general. We can talk about the percentage of women who are there in CSEC. Again, very, very low. And the reason for that is that, it's a journey. If you have dropped out in between, then you'll never be able to get to that level, right? Even if you talk about equal opportunity, it has to be there, that there should be women there in the mid-level to come to a C-level. The other is that a lot of times, women have not got the roles that they wanted for or aspired for. If they don't see a mentor, they have not aspired for a role, or they have not even asked for it, you don't get it. And this is something which we were talking, just before our session, that they don't get a seat at the table. Even if they get a seat at the table, they're not able to speak up. And if they're not speaking up, it doesn't come out in the audience that, women can be a part and they can speak up. Though this panel is a different representation, and I would say that we are here to, voice. But the mentors not being there or a support system. The biggest challenge today which I see, and this is a study which we are doing at our organization, the attrition level which is going up, and especially with diversity, what is the main reason? And what we realize is that women themselves are opting out, and we try to encourage them by taking some sabbatical and come back. But what we see is that, that drive for them, especially for somebody who can pull them and say that, look, this is possible, and there are women who have done it, is a big ask, I guess. From an organization perspective, I work for Accenture, and I would like to say that quite a bit of things that are happening from our organization. So we have a target of coming to 50-50 as gender diversity by 2025. But we are currently closer to that in 2023, not just at the, junior level or a mid, but at the mid level as well as senior level as well, and senior management is representative of that. And the reason for that is that, consciously, like we talked about, quite a bit of programs are there to encourage women to, continue, I would say. I would use the word continue, so that, they rise up in the ranks as well as they are able to represent. So some initiatives I would want to talk. One is specifically women who are starting their career, what kind of, major trainings that we do. These are steps, be it in the security space, there are, specific programs that run that make sure that women are ready for the next role. And these are very, very specific, I would say, T level, which is go to the depth of it so that you become an SME and you can challenge for the role and you stand up for it. The other is that what we talk about, major programs for returning mothers. There's a big, big drive for returning mothers that we've done, and we have got some, 90% of returning mothers coming and joining the workforce at the same place where they were working. It is never that, they are, if they take a 6 months break, which we have as mandatory, we also support paternity leaves as well. But they do, it's a conscious effort to bring them back to the workforce again. The third is about, it's called Reboot. Women who have taken a break for whatever reasons, how they can come back, and there's special programs run so that, they come back with the technical expertise, because technology is changing, ever changing. And if you have taken a break of 2 years or even longer, you need to rebuild your skills and come back. And these are specific programs that are run to get women back. Then, of course, the Grow Women in Leadership. That is a dedicated program that we do so that we make sure that women are ready to take on roles at mid-level as well as senior level. So these are some of the programs that we take, and that's why we are able to reach the numbers that we're talking about at all levels, just not at the start point of your career.
Brilliant. Awesome to hear. I think it's good when you hear about organizations which are trying to drive the change, but somewhere I've always had this question in my head, and I know sometimes it comes across wrong, but I am going to ask it just the way I've normally and always asked it. Is this conversation only a woman conversation? Right? Is it that only women are supposed to do this for women? And women, no offense meant, huh? No, nothing, huh? Not in that capacity. But, I see a lot of women having this conversation, and I just want to understand very clearly, do men or should men play a role as allies or change agents or whatever? And I'm serious about this, right? Not just saying, yes, we should. So I'm going to you, Ina, now to ask, tell me, that is this just all of us talking and saying, dunya badal denge types? Or is it that, is there more to it, is what I want to understand?
Well, it's definitely not a women-only conversation. It is an organization or an ecosystem conversation. Because, the potential of women as a talent pool is something that has not been realized. And that's why it's on the top of, the DEI agenda. And typically, if you see, the DEI agenda will only be successful if it becomes a way of life and the way in which organizations take business decisions. So it's actually something that every single person in an ecosystem needs to think about, needs to adapt to, and needs to, make it an integral part of the decision making. Now, in the tech industry, I was reading a report the other day which said that 79% of Indian tech women are actually working in tech roles in non-tech companies, right? Now, if you see the business case of diversity is to realize the diverse perspectives and use it for innovating in newer ways, be it in society or be it in an organization. Now, if we are looking at basically progressing women and they are not at the heart of where, the innovation is, what are we talking about, right? And, this is a huge problem. And one of the things Tata Communications does very successfully is to leverage tech. So for example, when our hiring managers in the company get resumes, we use an AI-based tool to mask the gender, right? So the hiring manager is able to make the decision on the candidate purely based on merit and not based on gender. And we've seen, of course, there's a lot of focus on developmental programs. We also have an inclusive leadership journey that we keep talking about at the leadership level, because obviously what is diversity without inclusion, right? So we do a lot of these efforts, and we've seen from 16% gender diversity ratio in 2014, we've been able to reach 22% now. And we keep adding a lot of new women. 27% of all our new joinees are actually women across levels. But of course, it's a continuous journey, and we've realized that it's a very complex job, complex work, right? Because demographics change, business needs change, company cultures change, talent changes, and you realize that when you've solved one piece of the puzzle, the whole board has shifted. And then you start getting your act together to then try and solve the rest of the piece. So overall, I think organizations have made constant progress, and they have tried to eliminate the explicit and the conscious bias, but it's actually the unconscious areas which still need a lot of work to be done.
Thanks. I'm now going to ask the same question. Do men play a part, yes or no? Over to you, Dilip.
All right.
And the
Okay.
next question will come after that.
Okay. Perfectly all right. So first of all, I would say simple answer is yes. But why? I think we have to focus, put the spotlight not as if you're trying to solve a women problem, but what is the eventual outcome that you're trying to drive out of addressing this problem? Now, there's any amount of study that's out there, and you can reference, Big Four consultants have put out, our own organization. There is ample work that's been put out over there that has demonstrated that diverse workforce puts out better results, right? And if that, and eventually industry, let's talk about it, is all about being competitive, it's all about being more innovative and so forth. So if that is what your eventual big why is, then why would you not want to address that, right? And I think we can delve a little bit more into it, but I don't think it's a men versus women problem. I think it's what results you're trying to drive out of addressing this problem.
Thank you. I think I just want to add a sector point of view to this. You are from the manufacturing sector. And we've seen enough transformation, disruption in this sector. We've seen women are not really across levels as in making it there. So just want to understand that with the transformation, with the disruption, everything happening, do you see women playing a larger role, or basically do you see things changing with everything that's happening around in your sector?
Sure. So let me break it into two parts. First of all, let me just, we are here at the B20 Summit. Every country, I don't think there's any country out there that is today not talking about attracting investment into manufacturing, right? Let's try and spend maybe half a minute or so to try and connect a few dots. Why is manufacturing important, right? I think it's been proven beyond doubt that manufacturing is going to be one of the primary levers for driving, growth in employment, for leading the overall growth of the GDP and so forth. Here in India, we broke into the top 5 economies in the world. We are $3.5 trillion. but our manufacturing is highly underrepresented in the overall GDP, and our aim is to practically triple that in the next handful of years. It's not going to happen just because we wish for it to happen. Manufacturing itself is at crossroads, and it's going to have to significantly disrupt itself, and that's already going on, leveraging digital technologies. We talk about Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing, and so forth. Now, if you look at the current state of the state, in India at this point in time, where is Indian manufacturing? 90% plus of Indian manufacturing is in MSME, micro, small, and medium businesses, right? So there are like millions of organizations that are out there, right? And if we have to go through that, a leapfrog of a generation, 3x growth in the next, 48 months, let's say, thereabouts, it's not going to happen just because we wish for it to happen. It's going to happen because it's going to be, a transformation of sorts. And if it's going to be a tech-led or a digital-led transformation, you can imagine, right, as it is, manufacturing struggles to attract talent, right? And now you're talking about having a problem of attracting, a depleting talent pool, people who are much more digitally adept. And historically, manufacturing has never really been, making itself appealing to a diverse gender sort of workforce. Women are severely underrepresented. I mean, if you take the scenario that you were painting, Namrata, regress that by 20 years, that's probably the state of manufacturing, honestly speaking, right? Now, if manufacturing has to attract the new age workforce, and if it has to have digital savvy workforce, it can't restrict itself only to males. So there is a whole lot of rethinking that has to go on. I know that it has started, but it has to severely scale up so that it can attract all the talent that it needs to transform itself. And it cannot just restrict itself to male talent alone, right? So my short summary for you, Kavita, is that manufacturing needs gender diversity, for sure. Yeah.
So I've had the pleasure of being with this panel before this, and I have to tell you the questions which we started with, but not the questions which we ended with. And one of the things which came out when we were actually putting the entire story together is that we know that there is an issue with the education, I shouldn't say education system, but the primary years, right? Like I agree that even for my daughter, I would say 95%, awesome, education done, right? I still don't know whether, after the entire conversation, whether it makes sense or not. Like now I don't feel she's intelligent at all. But the second conversation moves into that, okay, if they get into the workforce, there are enough reasons they don't want to stay there and they get out. There are two parts to this, right? One is more to do with the fact that there is an ecosystem conversation, support system. Lots has been said, I don't want to go there, I do want to cover another part here, that everybody seems to be doing everything right, or at least wants to do everything right. From the education point of view, we know you're trying to make a difference. From a corporate point of view, you're trying to make a difference. Manufacturing wants diversity, yet something is fundamentally broken. Her organization may have managed to do it, but that doesn't mean every organization has been able to do it. Why is it that we are still not able to do it? Every time we have this conversation, we just go back not knowing where the exact problem is. And I'm still not saying we'll get the answers. But if I just have to ask, Sujatna, maybe to you, what is wrong? What is it that we're not able to fix? Or what are the questions which we are not asking just because we are very happy with the results which we are seeing?
Okay, I'll begin with personal experience in the media industry in India. I'll treat it as a microcosm of the macro that is there. So, if you remember in 2018, and we decided to call a spade here, so I'm saying this. In 2018, when the Me Too movement happened, the maximum revolutions in India were in the media sector. Globally, it was the corporates who were being called out, but in India, it was the media and the top bosses who were being called out. Yes, maybe we were in the business of communication, so the revelations were more. Now, I'm a business journalist. I'm going to throw some data at you. There's a report by Reuters Institute. It's a fact sheet which shows that across 5 continents and 12 markets, 44% of journalists are women. And India is one of the markets that they surveyed. Now, if you look at the top editors, I'm only talking media and publishing here, it's a minuscule 12%. So what it means is that there is representation, but we are not setting the right discourse. Women are not in charge of the narrative. That's the same thing when it comes to India, it comes to policy making. We have policies for better inclusion, but what are those policies? India's experience since 1947 is to tackle a problem through reservation. Reservation at our experience of the last many years of independence shows that it is at crossroads with rights. If you look at the movements for women's rights across the world, there is massive work that USA did. I'll go back again to journalism, where 44% of top editorial positions in America are held by women. That is because the conversation there moved from reservation, which might not mean empowerment, which only means that you're creating another category, but it does not include rights. Equal Rights Act, please ponder upon it. What we're talking about here is gender equality. I'll throw data again. There's a Kelly Global Workforce data which shows that more than 80% of women in STEM roles in India have, some point in their career, complained about gender bias. That happens because we're not setting the correct narrative. And it is incumbent upon the government, irrespective of the political ideology that they believe in, that when you're making policies, what are you aiming at? Are we trying to create reservations? Then we're not empowering women and we're not educating them about rights. Because, say, the maternity benefits bill, it was passed in 2017. I was a business journalist then, I reported, and I had done a survey, and at that time I was with an English daily. You'd be surprised, 60% of tech companies had said that they will see the maternity benefits bill as a disincentive to hire women, because who's paying for it? In India, we do not have an ecosystem which pays for these rights. At each stage, you're then, with these policies, disincentivizing women to be assimilated in the workforce. Accenture, $6.6 billion revenue. Tata Sons, Tata Communication, part of Tata Sons, over 24,000 crores of revenue. Yes, you guys are setting the right trend, you're setting the right conversation, but will it rub off on the MSMEs of India, for whom every penny counts? So therefore, whenever we are making any policy, we'll have to see what at the end of it is the outcome as far as inclusion is concerned. Another thing that we keep talking about, in Spain, you've got period leaves, right? Did any of us follow the debate that happened in the parliament in Spain? The debate was exactly this: who's paying for it? In America, there's a system where a woman can pay for her own maternity leaves. There's an insurance sector. Here we don't have that. The other point that I wanted to come to is that Namrata raised it, and you mentioned it as well, which is that there is a huge drop-off of women in middle management. Again, it's a discourse that the government has to set. We are a thriving plural democracy. It is incumbent upon the government to set this discourse. The discourse is about population dynamics, reproductive rights, body rights. Why are women dropping out? Support system, you'll never have it. But what we need to understand is rights. Do you have the right to take a decision about childbearing? Trust me, this is all pervasive. None of us have that right, because socialization teaches us that there's a right age to have a child. It teaches us to prioritize family over career at all stages of the society. It is not limited to one specific socioeconomic strata. So therefore, points to ponder upon, please think about population dynamics from the prison of reproductive rights and body rights. These are very, very important conversations if we are to move gender bias, and gender bias from the digital ecosystem. Remember, that is the newest sector to have entered India, right? And it's a Western model we are following. Why are we losing out on the gender diversity conversation there? We should not. And India, remember, again, the backbone of our workforce, the companies who hire, the maximum are the MSMEs. Are we empowering them enough to hire women, or are we disincentivizing them from hiring women?
Wow. Thank you. I think...
I just want to add one
please.
point which he brought out. Very important. You know, in last about a decade, in most of the institutions, there is a shift taken place amongst the girl child from non-tech programs towards the tech program. Today, if you look at the girl child in an institution, you find higher number of them opting for tech programs. Now, when you look at the placement statistics, you'll be surprised. Almost 94% of our girls passing out of our B.Tech programs have more than one placement letter with them. Now we look at the alumni statistics. You start looking at the various alumni batches when they come back to us for social and we collect data from them. Those who have done 6 years, 7 years, the dropout starts. 2 major reasons for dropout. We were trying to pick up why. One is the workplace pressures she is not able to manage. Second is the family pressure. She is not able to get a balance between the two. She chooses to drop out. So interesting point is she gets picked up at a higher rate after passing out from a tech institution, carries on for 6 years, finds the challenge after that. Bulk of them are not able to manage. They drop out. Now that's interesting thing which we need to, address. That why does that happen?
Yeah. You want to add something?
Yeah, I want to, first of all, they were amazing points, but, I want to pick some immediate and some points that were made earlier. The CII has an Indian Women Network, and they did a survey a couple of years ago where we asked women why they dropped out of workforce. And the number one reason, sir, was not the family care. Number one reason was toilets. So I know there are a lot of MSMEs and startups in this room, and let me tell you, your toilet infrastructure for women is zero. And I think if we improve toilet infrastructure for women, especially in MSME, in manufacturing areas, I come from logistics industry, we have had significant challenges in that. So, the first reason that women said was toilet. Second was street lighting, because when they leave work late, then the street lighting plays a very important role for their safety. Now, unfortunately, when we do our urban planning of smart cities, when we're talking about making smart cities more equitable, we're not talking about street lighting, which is a very, very important part. I'm happy to also say, I sit on the Gender Budget Committee of the Government of India, that now there has been that input into the Urban Development Ministry of, looking at street lighting. So it's an ongoing conversation, like you said. But at the end of the day, my question is a little different. My question is what she was asking, which is that it may be incumbent upon the government and the corporate and institutions will do their bit. But where is the societal transformation that we are looking for? And that is not going to take place unless and until we are building a public narrative, which very clearly says that 5 trillion economy, great. The best this in the world in next 10 years, great. Cannot happen if women are not going to be in workplaces. Cannot happen if our women are not digitally empowered. And there are ways to do it. You asked me some examples. I didn't want to jump because, you can create digital literacy sessions in rural India at Anganwadis and trained Asha workers to do it. That's a water hole. Find water holes where women spend time, right? If an Amul could teach millions of women to milk, right, and check the quality, right? We can do this. We need to apply our mind on how do we really want to take digital tools to women. There are water holes, there are Anganwadi areas, there are self-help groups. India has many of them. And this is where the private sector can also step in. As incumbent as is on the government, if the private sector wants to benefit from that consumer growth and participation, let me tell you, you will need women. So find the mothers, find the mothers. If the mother is digitally literate, the children, whether male or female, will benefit. Where are these mothers? Find them, create programs at school level. It's very hard for urban poor women to actually do anything, but because most of them work, they work daily wages or they work in our homes, for example. So it's very hard for them to learn digital tools. Have you thought about creating a program for that? I know the Tatas did a program with Tata Sky some time back for English. And so you can, today the tools are available, whether it's the OTT, whether it's the phone, you have today the technology available. So in fact, I would turn the question on its head and say, what can technology do to bring gender transformation in society? When technology companies, technology innovators, institutions that develop these platforms start thinking like that, when their sandbox changes to include everybody to use their tools, then automatically digital transformation is a given. And like she said, the fundamental part is, what is your criteria for that larger change? Once that criteria is equality and equal access and participation, then equal transformation is possible. Is it guaranteed? No. I don't know. Nobody can guarantee anything, but it is possible.
Perfect. Would you want to add something onto that, Hina?
No, I think I was just wanting to comment on the work that Tata Group is doing. So, of course, you know, upskilling women, especially at the lower end of the economic strata, is a big focus area for us as a group. Tata Communications has started this project called Project Drishti, where we are trying to get women out of the poverty, health, you know, sort of gap, and actually supporting them on skill development on STEM areas, as well as leadership skills, so that they can live lives which stand true to their potential, right? So there is a lot of work going on. But to the point that you mentioned that, you know, why is it that women are leaving the workforce? And I think this was a revelation, the infrastructure per se, right? I would just say that the other conversation that we've realized in the corporates is also the worth it question. That if women are actually, they've taken a break and they're coming back to work, and on one hand side, they still are considered to be the, you know, primary person running the household and taking care of their children, etc. I'm talking generally. And vis-a-vis in the workplace, you know, they still have to deal with a lot of hurdles, let's say infrastructure issues. I think the question that we've heard from the research that we'd done a couple of years back is that, is it really worth it for me to be there in the workplace, and what am I contributing? Right, and that brings us back to the question that, you know, what are we doing, and is this a problem enough, or is this just a good to have?
Over to you, that we wrap up.
Yeah, I just want to take it from where Ina left. Tata Steel, for example, they have great initiatives for gender diversity. They were the first, in fact, to include women in certain mining roles. So many, many years back when they started it, I had gone to report in a mine in some obscure part of Orissa. There were 3 women who were inducted, and they were the first miners in those roles. They were engineers, but they were at that place, and they were actually encouraging local women to join mining. The problem that, I went back there about 5-7 years later. The number of women had not increased despite Tata Steel trying very hard. The reason is because these local women who were joining the mining workforce, their point was that, what would the men do? Because, as you would know, most steel mines are in areas where the entire ecosystem depends on that. Tata Steel has been trying very hard. They have a partner in L&T who's also been trying, and they have managed to induct more women in certain parts. But the women, what they complain is that, what is the next career growth? I'm a big believer of the founding fathers of our constitution who decided that India will be a mixed economy with very strong socialist ethos. So therefore, I'll go back to saying that there is a very strong case for the government to incentivize companies such as Tata Steel. Maybe they don't need it because they have such a robust program, but many other companies, they need to incentivize to ensure that in roles, whether it's STEM or it's, say, mining and engineering, or manufacturing for that matter, where you do not have many women, they have to incentivize these companies to ensure they're women. They have to incentivize these companies to retain those women, incentivize again to ensure that the women rise up the ranks. Otherwise, the chances are that the woman will drop out because the incentive to go back to the family at the middle level is extremely high.
Perfect. Thank you. I think I have enough notes, but I'm not going to take another 10 minutes to summarize. But when we started this conversation, for all of you here, it was more of a conversation on what do we do at our office and what is it that we can do better. As we evolved over the days, we realized this is beyond us. And if we have to make a difference, and exactly to what you said, if you really want to get to that digital space where you want to be, and if you want to get there today or tomorrow, you need the diversity quotient to be taken care of. And remember one thing, we are just talking about gender diversity right now. Right? You talk about the various diversities which exist in the ecosystem, we've not even touched them. So let's start making this difference. And as I said, it's not just about you and me or men and women, rather you said that, I didn't. But the point being that we all have a role to play, be it the government, be it the education system, be it the lawmaking, the policy making, the corporates, and it's not just here, right? It's about how do you really impact the entire system. So I think if all of us can go back and figure out what is it that we want to do, learn from a few examples and see what is it that we can incorporate and make maybe even one change, even if it's to begin with toilets, I think we've achieved something. So thank you for being with us, and sorry for keeping you away from lunch. And if you want to know more about this or more questions, please feel free to talk to the panel outside. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mehra. Thank you for moderating this session so well. And I would now request you to hand over some mementos to our panelists. May I request Ms. Mehra to give the memento to Lieutenant General Dr. R.K. Anand, to Mr. Dilip Sani, to Ms. Namrata Bhattacharya, to Ms. Bhairavi Jain, to Ms. Suchetna Ray, to Ms. Ina Bajwa, and I would request Mr. Dilip Shawnee to present the memento to Ms. Kavita Mehra. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for patiently waiting. We will now begin with lunch.
contributing 30% of our GDP and creating jobs for millions of people. Adopting the right technologies is critical to their global success. However, lack of awareness and skills, along with limited access to reliable advisory and solution providers, pose risks of holding them back. In order to enable Indian mid-sized businesses to become more competitive, CII and Tata Communications came together in the year 2018 to establish the CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. Taking our lead from ancient farming practices, we're planting the seeds of meaningful initiatives across dimensions. And in the last 3.5 years, we've created a self-sustaining ecosystem that drives awareness, assessing, advising, upskilling, and connecting businesses to the solution providers they need to create an unmatched value for small and large organizations. Our industry summits, workshops, and tech demos are led by industry-leading CXOs, who have already shared their unique perspective on digital transformation with over 3,000 companies. Our in-house assessment model helps firms understand their current state of digital adoption. Our industry expertise and advisory initiatives have helped over 200 businesses and counting. Embedding sustainable transformation means upskilling existing staff, and our live workshops are delivered by academics, skilled partners, and industry leaders facilitating the same. We've now trained more than 2,000 people from over 700 companies in everything from cybersecurity to data analytics. Our national DX platform brings SMEs together to celebrate success, recognize innovation, and inspire the imagination, because this is just the beginning for our CDT. As we emerge as a digital ecosystem enabler, we are collaborating across various industry-first initiatives like the Cyber Raksha Kavash program for MSMEs, getting recognized for in-house innovations through upcoming CIO awards, and working with other industry players to build solutions for the most strategically significant market segments of India. Join us in this digital movement which will revolutionize India's position in the global business landscape.
At Tata Communications, our goal is to simplify the digital transformation journeys of our customers. For this, we gathered insights from over 750 CXOs across the world. Their responses reinforced our belief that transformation is built on 4 key pillars. A digital-first mindset that enables companies to evolve every aspect of their business. IT agility to help businesses adapt to their changing needs promptly. Hyper-connected ecosystems that foster seamless connectivity and anytime, anywhere collaboration among teams. Digital trust that cultivates reliable interactions between employees, customers, and partners. Building for the future. We have a gamut of intuitive solutions in the works. Solutions that enable always-on enterprises, devise global, secure endpoint connectivity solutions, craft near-natural retail environments, and deliver unmatched last-mile connectivity. All this with unparalleled security to forge a truly rewarding digital ecosystem. And we believe technology delivers better when we collaborate with customers and partners, which is why our customer innovation workshops bring to life bespoke solutions, crowdsourced ideas, and research prototypes. Our innovation lab also spotlights many of our cutting-edge platforms and initiatives. Because for us, simplifying tomorrow is not good enough. We're here to redefine it, and together we will. Tata Communications.
Struggling with business processes like accounting, HR, payments, invoicing, websites, etc.? Don't know where to start? Manual work slowing you down? Are you running into high setup costs, slow processing times, complexity? What if there is a place where technology moves at the speed of your customers for less than the cost of your coffee? Introducing Amazon Digital Suite, powered by AWS, tailored for Indian SMBs. An integrated set of easy-to-use and affordable software products to help you grow your business. Designed to meet your business needs in 3 easy steps. Step 1. Go to Amazon Marketplace and find our products at exclusive prices for all your business needs. Step 2. Search and select products that suit your needs, such as compliances, credits, HR, accounts, payments, and more. Step 3. Click Buy Now and complete the transaction. Get started with just one click. With hands-on and responsive support. Integrate the software seamlessly. Amazon Digital Suite. Digitize your business with us today.
Medium and small businesses are the lifeblood of Indian economy, contributing 30% of our GDP and creating jobs for millions of people. Adopting the right technologies is critical to their global success. However, lack of awareness and skills, along with limited access to reliable advisory and solution providers, pose risks of holding them back. In order to enable Indian mid-sized businesses to become more competitive, CII and Tata Communications came together in the year 2018 to establish the CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. Taking our lead from ancient farming practices, we're planting the seeds of meaningful initiatives across dimensions. And in the last 3.5 years, we've created a self-sustaining ecosystem that drives awareness, assessing, advising, upskilling, and connecting businesses to the solution providers they need to create an unmatched value for small and large organizations. Our industry summits, workshops, and tech demos are led by industry-leading CXOs, who have already shared their unique perspective on digital transformation with over 3,000 companies. Our in-house assessment model helps firms understand their current state of digital adoption. Our industry expertise and advisory initiatives have helped over 200 businesses and counting. Embedding sustainable transformation means upskilling existing staff, and our live workshops are delivered by academics, skilled partners, and industry leaders facilitating the same. We've now trained more than 2,000 people from over 700 companies in everything from cybersecurity to data analytics. Our national DX platform brings SMEs together to celebrate success, recognize innovation, and inspire the imagination, because this is just the beginning for our CDT. As we emerge as a digital ecosystem enabler, we are collaborating across various industry-first initiatives like the Cyber Raksha Kavash program for MSMEs, getting recognized for in-house innovations through upcoming CIO awards, and working with other industry players to build solutions for the most strategically significant market segments of India. Join us in this digital movement which will revolutionize India's position in the global business landscape.
At Tata Communications, our goal is to simplify the digital transformation journeys of our customers. For this, we gathered insights from over 750 CXOs across the world. Their responses reinforced our belief that transformation is built on 4 key pillars. A digital-first mindset that enables companies to evolve every aspect of their business. IT agility to help businesses adapt to their changing needs promptly. Hyper-connected ecosystems that foster seamless connectivity and anytime, anywhere collaboration among teams. Digital trust that cultivates reliable interactions between employees, customers, and partners. Building for the future. We have a gamut of intuitive solutions in the works. Solutions that enable always-on enterprises, devise global, secure endpoint connectivity solutions, craft near-natural retail environments, and deliver unmatched last-mile connectivity. All this with unparalleled security to forge a truly rewarding digital ecosystem. And we believe technology delivers better when we collaborate with customers and partners, which is why our customer innovation workshops bring to life bespoke solutions, crowdsourced ideas, and research prototypes. Our innovation lab also spotlights many of our cutting-edge platforms and initiatives. Because for us, simplifying tomorrow is not good enough. We're here to redefine it, and together we will. Tata Communications.
Struggling with business processes like accounting, HR, payments, invoicing, websites, etc.? Don't know where to start? Manual work slowing you down? Are you running into high setup costs, slow processing times, complexity? What if there is a place where technology moves at the speed of your customers for less than the cost of your coffee? Introducing Amazon Digital Suite, powered by AWS, tailored for Indian SMBs. An integrated set of easy-to-use and affordable software products to help you grow your business. Designed to meet your business needs in 3 easy steps. Step 1. Go to Amazon Marketplace and find our products at exclusive prices for all your business needs. Step 2. Search and select products that suit your needs, such as compliances, credits, HR, accounts, payments, and more. Step 3. Click Buy Now and complete the transaction. Get started with just one click. With hands-on and responsive support. Integrate the software seamlessly. Amazon Digital Suite. Digitize your business with us today.
Medium and small businesses are the lifeblood of Indian economy, contributing 30% of our GDP and creating jobs for millions of people. Adopting the right technologies is critical to their global success. However, lack of awareness and skills, along with limited access to reliable advisory and solution providers, pose risks of holding them back. In order to enable Indian mid-sized businesses to become more competitive, CII and Tata Communications came together in the year 2018 to establish the CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. Taking our lead from ancient farming practices, we're planting the seeds of meaningful initiatives across dimensions. And in the last 3.5 years, we've created a self-sustaining ecosystem that drives awareness, assessing, advising, upskilling, and connecting businesses to the solution providers they need to create an unmatched value for small and large organizations. Our industry summits, workshops, and tech demos are led by industry-leading CXOs, who have already shared their unique perspective on digital transformation with over 3,000 companies. Our in-house assessment model helps firms understand their current state of digital adoption. Our industry expertise and advisory initiatives have helped over 200 businesses and counting. Embedding sustainable transformation means upskilling existing staff, and our live workshops are delivered by academics, skilled partners, and industry leaders facilitating the same. We've now trained more than 2,000 people from over 700 companies in everything from cybersecurity to data analytics. Our national DX platform brings SMEs together to celebrate success, recognize innovation, and inspire the imagination, because this is just the beginning for our CDT. As we emerge as a digital ecosystem enabler, we are collaborating across various industry-first initiatives like the Cyber Raksha Kavash program for MSMEs, getting recognized for in-house innovations through upcoming CIO awards, and working with other industry players to build solutions for the most strategically significant market segments of India. Join us in this digital movement which will revolutionize India's position in the global business landscape.
At Tata Communications, our goal is to simplify the digital transformation journeys of our customers. For this, we gathered insights from over 750 CXOs across the world. Their responses reinforced our belief that transformation is built on 4 key pillars. A digital-first mindset that enables companies to evolve every aspect of their business. IT agility to help businesses adapt to their changing needs promptly. Hyper-connected ecosystems that foster seamless connectivity and anytime, anywhere collaboration among teams. Digital trust that cultivates reliable interactions between employees, customers, and partners. Building for the future. We have a gamut of intuitive solutions in the works. Solutions that enable always-on enterprises, devise global, secure endpoint connectivity solutions, craft near-natural retail environments, and deliver unmatched last-mile connectivity. All this with unparalleled security to forge a truly rewarding digital ecosystem. And we believe technology delivers better when we collaborate with customers and partners, which is why our customer innovation workshops bring to life bespoke solutions, crowdsourced ideas, and research prototypes. Our innovation lab also spotlights many of our cutting-edge platforms and initiatives. Because for us, simplifying tomorrow is not good enough. We're here to redefine it, and together we will. Tata Communications.
Struggling with business processes like accounting, HR, payments, invoicing, websites, etc.? Don't know where to start? Manual work slowing you down? Are you running into high setup costs, slow processing times, complexity? What if there is a place where technology moves at the speed of your customers for less than the cost of your coffee? Introducing Amazon Digital Suite, powered by AWS, tailored for Indian SMBs. An integrated set of easy-to-use and affordable software products to help you grow your business. Designed to meet your business needs in 3 easy steps. Step 1. Go to Amazon Marketplace and find our products at exclusive prices for all your business needs. Step 2. Search and select products that suit your needs, such as compliances, credits, HR, accounts, payments, and more. Step 3. Click Buy Now and complete the transaction. Get started with just one click. With hands-on and responsive support. Integrate the software seamlessly. Amazon Digital Suite. Digitize your business with us today.
Medium and small businesses are the lifeblood of Indian economy, contributing 30% of our GDP and creating jobs for millions of people. Adopting the right technologies is critical to their global success. However, lack of awareness and skills, along with limited access to reliable advisory and solution providers, pose risks of holding them back. In order to enable Indian mid-sized businesses to become more competitive, CII and Tata Communications came together in the year 2018 to establish the CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. Taking our lead from ancient farming practices, we're planting the seeds of meaningful initiatives across dimensions. And in the last 3.5 years, we've created a self-sustaining ecosystem that drives awareness, assessing, advising, upskilling, and connecting businesses to the solution providers they need to create an unmatched value for small and large organizations. Our industry summits, workshops, and tech demos are led by industry-leading CXOs, who have already shared their unique perspective on digital transformation with over 3,000 companies. Our in-house assessment model helps firms understand their current state of digital adoption. Our industry expertise and advisory initiatives have helped over 200 businesses and counting. Embedding sustainable transformation means upskilling existing staff, and our live workshops are delivered by academics, skilled partners, and industry leaders facilitating the same. We've now trained more than 2,000 people from over 700 companies in everything from cybersecurity to data analytics. Our national DX platform brings SMEs together to celebrate success, recognize innovation, and inspire the imagination, because this is just the beginning for our CDT. As we emerge as a digital ecosystem enabler, we are collaborating across various industry-first initiatives like the Cyber Raksha Kavash program for MSMEs, getting recognized for in-house innovations through upcoming CIO awards, and working with other industry players to build solutions for the most strategically significant market segments of India. Join us in this digital movement which will revolutionize India's position in the global business landscape.
At Tata Communications, our goal is to simplify the digital transformation journeys of our customers. For this, we gathered insights from over 750 CXOs across the world. Their responses reinforced our belief that transformation is built on 4 key pillars. A digital-first mindset that enables companies to evolve every aspect of their business. IT agility to help businesses adapt to their changing needs promptly. Hyper-connected ecosystems that foster seamless connectivity and anytime, anywhere collaboration among teams. Digital trust that cultivates reliable interactions between employees, customers, and partners. Building for the future. We have a gamut of intuitive solutions in the works. Solutions that enable always-on enterprises, devise global, secure endpoint connectivity solutions, craft near-natural retail environments, and deliver unmatched last-mile connectivity. All this with unparalleled security to forge a truly rewarding digital ecosystem. And we believe technology delivers better when we collaborate with customers and partners, which is why our customer innovation workshops bring to life bespoke solutions, crowdsourced ideas, and research prototypes. Our innovation lab also spotlights many of our cutting-edge platforms and initiatives. Because for us, simplifying tomorrow is not good enough. We're here to redefine it, and together we will. Tata Communications.
Struggling with business processes like accounting, HR, payments, invoicing, websites, etc.? Don't know where to start? Manual work slowing you down? Are you running into high setup costs, slow processing times, complexity? What if there is a place where technology moves at the speed of your customers for less than the cost of your coffee? Introducing Amazon Digital Suite, powered by AWS, tailored for Indian SMBs. An integrated set of easy-to-use and affordable software products to help you grow your business. Designed to meet your business needs in 3 easy steps. Step 1. Go to Amazon Marketplace and find our products at exclusive prices for all your business needs. Step 2. Search and select products that suit your needs, such as compliances, credits, HR, accounts, payments, and more. Step 3. Click Buy Now and complete the transaction. Get started with just one click, with hands-on and responsive support. Integrate the software seamlessly. Amazon Digital Suite. Digitize your business with us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting with the session shortly. Please be back from lunch and take your respective seats.
Medium and small businesses are the lifeblood of Indian economy, contributing 30% of our GDP and creating jobs for millions of people. Adopting the right technologies is critical to their global success. However, lack of awareness and skills, along with limited access to reliable advisory and solution providers, pose risks of holding them back. In order to enable Indian mid-sized businesses to become more competitive, CII and Tata Communications came together in the year 2018 to establish the CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. Taking our lead from ancient farming practices, we're planting the seeds of meaningful initiatives across dimensions. And in the last 3.5 years, we've created a self-sustaining ecosystem that drives awareness, assessing, advising, upskilling, and connecting businesses to the solution providers they need to create an unmatched value for small and large organizations. Our industry summits, workshops, and tech demos are led by industry-leading CXOs, who have already shared their unique perspective on digital transformation with over 3,000 companies. Our in-house assessment model helps firms understand their current state of digital adoption. Our industry expertise and advisory initiatives have helped over 200 businesses and counting. Embedding sustainable transformation means upskilling existing staff, and our live workshops are delivered by academics, skilled partners, and industry leaders facilitating the same. We've now trained more than 2,000 people from over 700 companies in everything from cybersecurity to data analytics. Our national DX platform brings SMEs together to celebrate success, recognize innovation, and inspire the imagination, because this is just the beginning for our CDT. As we emerge as a digital ecosystem enabler, we are collaborating across various industry-first initiatives like the Cyber Raksha Kavash program for MSMEs, getting recognized
Dear
for
participants,
in-house
if you're
innovations.
done with your lunch, please take your respective seats. We'll be beginning with the session shortly. May I please request you all to take your respective seats? I request everyone to be seated, please. Dear participants, please take your respective seats. We're about to start with the session. Attention everybody. So we are here after the lunch. Thank you for joining us for the Digital Transformation Summit 2023. I welcome you to the plenary session on Emerging Technology Roadmap, Hype or Reality. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Vijay Thadani, Co-Chairman, CII Center for Digitalization, Digital Transformation and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, NIIT Limited. Can we hear a round of applause? Thank you. Mr. Amit Banerjee, Senior Vice President and Head India Region, Tata Communication Limited. He'll be joining. All right. Yeah. Welcome, Mr. Arjit Banerjee. Mr. Vinod Sood, Managing Director, Hugh Systek Limited. Mr. Christoph Sedel, CEO, Medis GmbH, Germany. Mr. Gaurav Malik, Chief Strategy Officer, Successive Technologies. Welcome, everyone. I would now request Mr. Thadani to kindly moderate the session.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this very interesting session that we have just now. Emerging technologies, a hype or a reality. It's actually at a very opportune time because our aim in this session will be, firstly, the first and foremost aim will be to keep you awake because we've just all had a lovely lunch, and I think to keep everybody's attention for the rest of the day, it is important that we go through this next 1 hour safely. If you go through this part, then you'll survive the rest of the day. So to keep you awake, I think I have 4 very eminent panelists here, starting from this end. Mr. Vinod Sood from Hughes System, Managing Director of Hughes System. Mr. Christoph from Medidis in Berlin, Germany. I'm Vijay Thadani, you already know. This is Arijit Banerjee from Tata Communications. And finally, we have Gaurav Malik. I'm sorry, just lost for a second. That's the post-lunch phenomenon, yeah. Gaurav Malik from Systemic, Success. Oh, sorry, Successive Technologies. I'm sorry. See, I told you second post-lunch. All right, so very nice to see all of you. And in the next 60 odd minutes that we have, or less than 60 now, here is what we are wanting to cover through our conversation. Provide you an overview of whether indeed these emerging technologies, which are right now just getting showered on us, they're coming from the woodwork from all over the place. The latest in the list, which I'm sure everybody is very familiar with, ChatGPT, right? It's just one of them, but it's in an overall area called generative AI. But we'll talk about that as well. And I think the question which people are asking is this for real? And for that, I think we'll trace back our roots and say, when these technologies have come about, have these been for real or not? So I'll just set the stage, and then I'll ask my fellow panelists to make some opening comments, after which we'll get into a Q&A. And please feel free to ask us questions, definitely just after they have finished their respective opening remarks. But after that, as and when you would like to ask a question. So just my small bit, and that's just to get the show going, is first of all, whenever I think of emerging technologies, whether it's for hype or for real, let's talk of emerging technologies. What comes to my mind is, where do we experience technologies of the future first? We experience them, very interestingly, in science fiction movies. We experience them in cartoons. And you can see that some of those things which we experienced have actually come around to become a reality. So that's one dimension, science fiction movies and cartoons giving us way to an interesting observation about the next set of technologies. Some examples of that, we now take our phone, our mobile phone, in which we can speak on video, for granted. But if you remember Star Trek, when Captain Kirk used to use the communicator, right? That time it used to appear very real that he is able to, and that was the birth of the idea of a device which you can hold in hand and have a video chat. Or for that matter, smart assistants, which again have their roots in the same genre of shows that we saw, Star Trek, Back to Future, Jetsons, the cartoon part is the Jetsons, And in Jetsons, you had the autonomous cars, which you could pack and put them in your pocket. Now, that has not happened. Neither has Captain Kirk's Beam Me Up, Scotty happened. But I think these are indicators of what could come in future. So I think that's one dimension through which we can examine. And therefore, if you've recently watched Avatar, and we have been talking about metaverse, but Avatar, both the versions of Avatar are an implementation of metaverse. And that can lead us to imagine what kind of a future that we can look forward to see. So that's one dimension. The second dimension in which we examine emerging technologies is through the Gartner hype cycle. You would have heard about, or are most familiar with the Gartner hype cycle, which Gartner publishes once in a year, most certainly, and then sector-wise, they publish through the year. So the Gartner hype cycle typically has technologies which start at the innovation trigger and then end and go through, let's say, a peak of inflated expectations, which is the next stage, to the trough of disillusionment, and then finally they settle down to the plateau of productivity. If you see generative AI, ChatGPT being an example of that, or autonomous systems, these are at this point of time in the innovation trigger stage. And therefore, these will mature and generate value for organizations over the next 3 to 5 years. 2 to 10 years is the range in which they normally talk about. On the other hand, many of the technologies that we talk about today, they are already in the plateau of productivity, and they are also emerging as far as we are concerned. So the hypothesis here is that when you catch or look at the Gartner hype cycle, you can actually estimate what is going to make a very big difference. And it's an ability of the organization to pick up from the 10 or 12 horses which run at this innovation trigger place and back a few of them, and then those lead to either success or failure, as the case may be, or disappointment. The third element, which I think we need to look at when we are looking at emerging technologies, I think is a relevance to our own country and our own ecosystem. Now, in the past, whenever a new technology came, the areas that we would discuss is it available here? Do we have the capability? And finally, we'll stop at, is it affordable? The good news is that since the time when we used to examine technology saying this is distant and it will land up here in 5 years' time, today things happen in India at the same time, sometimes a little ahead before they happen elsewhere in the world. And the reason for that is India is also the largest tinkering lab. The maximum number of prototypes of any solution are actually happening in the country. The second part in India's favor is that India is not only a large consumer of emerging technologies, but is also a large provider. And therefore, to that extent, for us to play at the innovation trigger element of technology makes a lot of sense. And we have the capability in terms of a trained workforce, a large number of 6.5 million graduates coming out, a large number of which are with strong technology skills, I think are great advantages that we have. And in the current environment in which we are holding the G20, where India has the presidency, it's a very opportune moment for us to see how India can play a stronger role in making these emerging technologies become visible to the world at a faster pace. So this is the backdrop. This is the backdrop in which I would deal with, now talk to the other panelists. And one question which I would throw it open to all of them and make their opening comments about, what is their definition of an emerging technology? What are the emerging technologies that they are identifying in their frame of activity, how do they strategize? How do they figure out? How do they select which technologies to back? How do they figure out, or are there institutionalized processes like a framework, which I think you want to talk about, which will enable organizations to figure out what is the investment and how do we get a return on that investment? And largely, is there a process in which the rest of the ecosystem, which is fellow members of the industry, government, and other parts of the ecosystem contribute? So I would request them to cover all these areas in their opening remarks. Each may actually talk about a specific issue. For example, Christoph wants to talk about ESG, the dimension of sustainable technologies, and the dimension of ESG to play an important role in figuring out what kind of emerging technology one has to look at. So like that, I think each one of them would highlight their parts, and then we will get into a Q&A. So without further ado, let me start from the same right-hand side. Q&A we'll do from the left-hand side. Is that okay? All right. So over to you, Vinod.
So thank you, Mr. Thadani, and thank you, CII, for inviting me. And interestingly, before lunch, I was at the Taj Palace, the CIA Partnership Summit. I was on a panel, and the topic there was innovate or perish, the technology leap. And now we have a panel here, and the topic for us is related, but slightly orthogonal. So I come from Hughes System, which is a digital engineering services company, and we work with customers worldwide, helping them adopt and implement some of the technologies which we are going to talk about. So if you see, many of the emerging technologies, they exhibit a lot of potential to deliver a high degree of efficiency and competitive advantage to its early adopters. However, I think it's important to recognize that not all emerging technologies will necessarily live up to the hype, and in fact, some may take longer to mature, okay, and achieve mainstream adoption than the others. I think it's also important to approach new technologies with a critical and thoughtful mindset, weighing the potential gains against the risk of implementation and the overall impact they can make. So I think overall, this is a pretty complex area, and the success and failure will depend on a wide range of factors, including technological innovation maturity of the organization or the society or even the government, public and the regulatory policies in place, and also the social acceptance. I'll take few examples of technologies in terms of whether they fit in the hype or in the reality. The first one I'll talk about is autonomous or self-drive cars. As you all know, many technologies are involved in making self or autonomous driving a reality. In fact, if you remember, aircrafts have been successfully using autopilot since 1960s or 70s, while more recently, automatic parking has been mainstream. But actually, if we look at the course of self-driven cars, a lot actually is yet to be accomplished. It is increasingly, okay, looking like that we have underestimated, okay, by order of magnitude, the depth, scale, and complexity of processing and multitasking which a human brain can do, something that is far from what AI is trying to imitate. And if you see, as far as the self-driving cars technology is concerned, even with tens of thousands of dollars of LiDAR, optical processing and sensors, okay, in terms of the reality, this technology becoming mainstream, okay, it is still far, far away. Another recent tech which went through the hype cycle was big data. Okay. Big data was going to transform everything from cancer treatment to agriculture. As it happens, the steam ran out very quickly, and now this entire big data has got merged or sucked into the AI hype cycle. Another one which we have been hearing recently is quantum computing. The most common misconception about quantum computing is that it can work on multiple solutions in parallel, or something like that. Actually, it cannot. And even if it could, the act of measuring the outcome would cause the mixed state to collapse into one. As of now, primarily quantum computing is being used, okay, to build highly tuned random number generators. So in that context, quantum computing is probably a close second to AI in terms of the hype. Hype around approaches, timelines, and the actual use cases or the applications where it's going to be applied. So, significant amount of research and development and investment is going into quantum computing. But in terms of the published reports, what is very clear is that it's going to be only around 2029 or 2030 that it's going to be mainstream. So while there is always the potential for hype and exaggerated claims surrounding new technologies, in reality, the gap between reality and hype also is closing very fast. And this is because technology is becoming a key enabler for transformation and innovation. So many technologies in reality have already demonstrated significant potential for real-world applications. Till about a couple of years back, what seemed to be a hyped vision of AI application, now AI is being used in a wide range of industries, from healthcare to finance, to improve efficiency, productivity, and decision making. So in closing, what I would say is that hype is an indicator that innovative, disruptive thinking is alive and kicking, a necessity for us as a society to keep evolving through technological breakthrough. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. In fact, the comment which was coming to my mind when you were talking about the hype of AI, they used to say necessity is the mother of invention, right? So imagination is the mother of innovation, right? So only when you imagine, then can you actually then figure out how to innovate. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Christoph.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me with such an esteemed panel of speakers. As a CEO of Medidus, we are a SME, or as we got told today, an MSME, to be fair, but we see and consult many multinational customers and organizations, and we see firsthand the use of the emerging technology roadmap in their strategic vision and organizations. So, but in a today rapidly evolving landscape of emerging technologies, it is crucial that we think about how we measure those technologies. Because actually the roadmaps that are out right now, for example from Gartner, but from others too, only measure with two factors. They do have the risk factor and the value to the enterprise. I think it's fair to say at this point in 2023 that we need a third factor at least. And this factor would be ESG. So we need not only to see the potential risk and not only see the value to the enterprise, but we see the broader environmental, social, and governance implications that those technologies might have. Among others that we heard on the Partnership Summit yesterday, the EU passed legislation for making it mandatory for companies with more than 500 employees to provide a very intensive ESG reporting if you want to make business in the EU. And I think that's not only starting with the organization itself, it's starting with the technology that they are using. Some of the key technologies that are expected to have a significant impact of businesses and society over the next 2 to 10 years include, as we heard, AI, machine learning, Internet of Things, blockchain, augmented and virtual reality, and 5G, among others. With these technologies offer immense potential benefits, such as improved efficiency, enhanced customer experience, and cost of savings, as it comes with potential risk and challenges, of course. When evaluating these technologies, companies must consider their environmental impact, such as their carbon footprint, their resource consumption, as well as their potential contribution to social inequality or even job displacement. And I think that's very important to get this into the roadmap and into the evaluations as well. My second point is that almost all knowledge partners out there that are doing research on emerging technologies only ask large and mid-sized companies, and that's for a reason, of course. But the reality is that the most companies in every economy are SMEs or MSMEs, and those companies do not have a roadmap for 3 to 5 years, because actually, if they would have, it would more or less be a fairy tale to them. So actually, they hope to achieve this in 3 years, but SMEs always have the constraints that they need to be quick on their feet and to move fast from technology to sustain and survive in the economy. So, but there is a possibility that SMEs can profit from the emerging technology roadmaps that are out there when they incorporated ESG factors into their decision-making progress and find a competitive advantage in using ESG as a factor into implementing those technologies to foster responsible innovation and to contribute more to the sustainable business ecosystem. Overall, in my opinion, the emergent technology roadmap provides valuable insight to help organizations understand the potential of emergent technologies, but it is essential to approach it with a discerning eye and consider broader ESG implications. So thank you very much, and as we heard, AI is out there, and there was a new AI. So actually, maybe you heard it, maybe you're not, but a lot of this speech was generated by AI. So decide for yourself if it was boring or not, or if it's fruitful, but actually it is highly, highly interesting to work with those new emerging technologies. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Christoph. Very useful comments, and I think you brought the perspective of the environment and the energy technologies as they will play a role in future. I think that's a point which we should discuss further when we all get an opportunity to discuss more. Over to you, Arijit.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Tharani, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, as Mr. Tharani said, there is a plethora of technologies being thrown at us in today's world, right? So it becomes very important for organizations to really cut through the noise and define a measurable impact or ROI. Now, whether emerging technology is a hype or reality, I would say it's a kind of mixture of both, because what is hype for one industry would be reality for the other, right? And that's how the entire game is getting played out. But before I get into kind of a framework which organizations could look at, let's take a step back and just allude to the Gartner hype cycle which Mr. Tharani spoke about, and just look at it in a little different light. Because what is going to be important is to really understand the adoption life cycle of these technologies, right? So obviously the starting point is experimentation. When there is maximum noise about the technology, you have a lot of startups kind of investing their money and resources to try and find or do POCs. And I would really say a metaverse or generative AI would be in that kind of a stage today. Then you have the early adopters, right, who kind of learn from the early innovators. They kind of put the technology to some kind of business use case. I would say quantum computing to an extent, 5G, Web 3.0, AR, VR would be in that stage today. In both these stages, there is a lot of risk involved. But again, there is also a possibility of getting the potential first mover advantage. So there is risk, but there is also an advantage. The third phase in terms of adoption is the early majority. These are the organizations who kind of get in when the technology has kind of matured. There are proven business use cases. And I would really put kind of AI, IoT into that bracket. And again, in this case, there is still a little bit of competitive advantage which you could kind of harness. But there are a lot of other entrants who are already there. And the last phase, of course, when the technology has kind of plateaued, reached its maturity curve, are the late majority. I would say cloud computing or RPA would be in that phase today, where there is hardly any competitive differentiation left, and there is everyone in your neighbor who is kind of adopting the technology. So the impact, measurable impact or the ROI, will heavily depend on the stage at which an organization decides to adopt that technology. There are a couple of important considerations which I think we need to make. One, and the first one is, of course, a deep understanding of the technology in relevance to your own industry and to your business growth plans. I think that is very, very important, because this is where I said hype for someone could be reality for the other. Second, I think you need to take a clear decision whether you want to be the first to get in or you want to wait for the market to mature before you get in. That will completely depend on your risk-taking ability. The third important consideration, I think, is going to be about the market readiness. Are your customers willing to pay for this? You may have a great business use case by using the technology, but your customers really may not be able to pay for it. And the fourth important point is the talent availability of the technology in the market. You don't really want to get into something which you cannot back up with the right talent available either internally or externally. And then depending on how you are kind of dealing with these considerations, I think then the decision should be very clearly about whether you want to invest your own money and resources to build a solution on the technology, or you want to partner with somebody who can help build it for you. Or of course, for larger organizations, there is a third option that you look at a startup who already has a solution which is aligned to your business case, and you kind of go ahead and buy that startup so that you have a jump start. So to me, I don't think there is a very straight-cut answer to whether a technology is hyped or it is real. It will all depend on that organization's timing to enter, the decision how long to hold on, when to exit, if at all. And also the other interesting thing that is playing out today is one technology is propelling the other. So it's not about a single technology anymore. For example, the global adoption of 5G is going to heavily propel adoption of IoT, AR, VR, and robotics. So it's not about just that one technology. It's about a plethora of technologies in a connected environment kind of playing out together. And in different stages of adoption, there are organizations who have succeeded. There are many organizations who have failed, but there are organizations who have clearly got that ROI and impact which they really wanted to. I can just think of a couple of examples which come to my mind. One is the Formula 1 racing, which all of us would be aware. We have been working with them. Their biggest problem was they kind of broadcast to over 500 million viewers across the world, almost 22 calendar races across 5 continents. Every time there was a race, they had to set up a production unit on site, which meant tons and tons and tons of sports freight, equipments, and hundreds of people, which was, of course, kind of not a very sustainable approach. What they did was they kind of adopted high-speed networking and edge computing to really kind of create a remote operation center from where now centrally they are not only analyzing all their data, they are also doing the video production. So real time, the data is captured from the racetrack, and it's analyzed and then broadcasted to everyone. With this, they were able to save almost 34% of their freight costs. What also helped was, because travel now was not required or it was more predictable, their overall workforce diversity improved. And of course, there was a huge improvement on the carbon footprint, and going back to the point that was made earlier towards the overall ESG priorities. So there are cases where a technology which is still today hyped is kind of made of very good use by some other industry. And I think, like I said, it'll depend clearly on when you want to enter, where you want to enter, and whether you have clearly identified your impact that you really need to make in terms of the ROI. Thank you.
Very, very valid comments. I think what you referred to very well is it becomes a real or hype depending on whether you make money on it or not. Right? If you don't make money on it, then you say it was a hype. If you made money on it, then it's real. Okay, the only thing is you have to answer this question before you start, not after you, after you finish. Anyway, over to you, Gaurav. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay. Thank you, CIF, for inviting me for this panel discussion. Before I answer the question, I would like to go back to Mr. Vijay's point on necessity is the mother of invention. So obviously, we all know the 20th century inventions. So I'm not going to talk about that. But let's look at 21st century inventions. And the way to look at that is very simplistic. What were the 3 biggest innovations in past 2 decades? The first innovation was early 2000 .com. None of the businesses or industries had a website. Everyone wanted to, oh, I need a .com. How do I do that? I need a .com. But if you ask them, why do you need a .com? I don't know. I need a .com. Yes? But now, before you even start a business, you know why you need a .com, to talk about your products and services. So it was a hype in early 2000. It is a reality now. Let's look at the third part of it. The third part of it is social media. Everyone is on Facebook. Yes, let's get on Facebook. Fine. Personally, we were all on Facebook. We found our lost friends from schools and colleges. But how do businesses make money out of it? Again, it was a hype. Let's get on Facebook. Let's get on LinkedIn. Let's create a company page. But why do we need it? Nobody knows. It's what we also call it at Successive is it's a hygiene. It's a part of digital marketing. We all need it. Fine, let's get on a Facebook. Let's spend some dollars on digital marketing. But now, in 2015, 2020, we all know the value of it. We are able to monetize it. Companies are able to make money out of it. There are so many digital marketing companies flourishing, especially in COVID times. Why? Because we were all locked inside and we had to find information online. We were forced to find information online. What is the third hype that is happening? We all talked about artificial intelligence. Yeah? Do you think artificial intelligence is new? How many of you think artificial intelligence is new? It's just started after ChatGPT. No? Right. So artificial intelligence is not new. What are some of the examples? It is actually not a hype either. It is a reality. For example, product companies like Facebook, LinkedIn, Amazon did the digital transformation of knowing about you. Our Facebook, Google knows more about me than my wife, right? Because they are able to track me, they can track about my preferences, what do I like, where do I travel, even Google. So going back to the second part of the question, what Mr. Vijay was asking, how we as businesses implement these hypes. So the Gartner Hype Life Cycle, which was obviously published in 2022, 2023 will be coming out, is 3 parts. The first is immersive experiences, second is artificial intelligence, and third is optimizing solution delivery. We focus quite a lot on immersive experiences at Successive Technologies, so I'm going to spend a few seconds on there. COVID transformed the whole metaverse of all of us going into AR and VR. Zoom was a reality, but now AR, VR is also a reality. Metaverse is desperately failing for Facebook and Meta, but Metaverse is also becoming a reality for many other businesses where they want to come into that platform. So how do you implement that? That is the third part of the question that I want to answer. What we do is, how do you create a strategy where you can have a fail-fast strategy in place? So implementing AI, there are many models already there which are quite mature. For example, recommendation engines, facial recognitions, smart cameras, these are all reality. So if you're struggling to know which ones you want to implement as a reality, there are solutions. You can introduce it as horizontal services and create a partnership ecosystem. You don't have to develop those capabilities in-house. It's a win-win situation for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we still have time for questions. So do any of the panelists have questions of each other? Do you want to ask each other a question? No, which we will, but I'm first asking whether you are also part of audience when the others are speaking. All right. I had one question which any or all of you can decide to answer. When you decide to get into a technology area, an emerging technology area, do you plan out a roadmap? Do you plan out resources that you will invest? Do you work on a stop-loss situation, saying we'll invest 100 crores or $10 million in this technology, and at $10 million, if we don't, we'll back out? Are there any such plans? Do any of your organizations do?
So if I may, of course, speaking for the clients of ours that going into emerging technologies, of course they have this roadmap. They have allocated resources, human resources, monetary resources. And I think one part of our consultancy would be to go in and say, please double that and triple that, because actually it's never matching with the reality. When you go into emerging technologies, actually they are so new and unforeseen side effects, because they are not really out in the field, can always happen and have always to be planned with. So yeah, there is a roadmap, but often we just have to go the way. That's the reason why I think agile is such a big word right now. So because you need agile, you need to be agile and use agile mechanisms when you go and go into implementing of the emerging technologies.
Okay. Anybody else wants to chime in?
So one of the things I mentioned was it is very hard to invest millions of dollars in these technologies, even for large organizations. What we do is partnership ecosystem, where you can divide your investment within a consortium of companies and test out multiple parts of the emerging technologies. And the winner can actually be a shared IP between the ecosystem. That way you minimize your losses if it doesn't work.
So let me switch tracks. You talked about a framework. So I presume in the framework, you are trying to say there will be a basis on which you will pick out of 2 or 3 technology options you have. There will be some methodology you will have which will help you figure out what you should be doing out of those 3, which one to pick, or some such thing. And then you track the progress of that to keep measuring whether you are being successful and whether you need to invest more or you want to invest less. So picking up an emerging technology area to invest in is like investing in a startup. So if you invest at the innovation trigger level, yeah, that's an early stage investment or a seed investment, right? And when you invest at the other side of the hump, then perhaps it's a growth investment, right? So what kind of a framework do you use, and how do you measure progress around that?
I think one common theme that we are seeing in our engagement with clients, and that's, I think, a battle that is getting fought horizontally across all industry, is that million-dollar question today as to who is going to finally own the customer. Because everyone wants to own that same customer. How do you really maximize the wallet share and mind share in the lifespan of the customer? And this battle is only becoming more fierce and unpredictable because of the great convergence that is happening. And it will be interesting to see that how emerging technology have changed the paradigm of this battle over the last 10 years. You know, many years back, the battle was all about how much agile can I be in responding to the needs of the customer, right? And then came, various solutions with RPA and cloud computing. Then it changed to how can I proactively reach out to the customer in a hyper-personalized manner, right? That was the battle. And of course, we had big data, we had AI, and a host of other technologies trying to aid that. From there, we moved on to what was about how do we automatically fulfill the needs of the customer without the customer even entering the journey, right? And this is where, you had man-to-man, human-to-machine, machine-to-machine through a lot of deployments of IoT solutions. And today, as Harvard Business School puts it, we are in the age of what they call as continuous connection, where organizations want to be in touch with their customers 24/7 by either creating ecosystems or by participating in ecosystems that will help them deliver that customer experience. And a lot of times, that customer experience can well be delivered with products and services that don't belong to your organization at all in the first place. As per some of the recent analyst studies, I think there are 4, in 2023, emerging technologies would get used primarily for 4 business priorities. 1, deliver an immersive customer experience. I think horizontally everyone wants to do that. Second, how do you really launch your products and services in a very agile manner? Third, and a very big factor, is how do you really manage business risk? And fourth, which I think all boardrooms have started asking, and all of you would be aware, about show me the economic benefits on the enterprise's financial statements in terms of top line or in terms of your cost efficiencies. So as a result of this, I think in all my conversations with our CXOs, our client CXOs, one common thought that emerges is how do you really become a digital-first enterprise? Which, if I have to put it in the context of age of continuous connection, is all about going to be building hyper-connected ecosystems. Building hyper-connected ecosystems around an organization's workforce, customers, partners, and products slash things. And that is only going to be possible through the interplay of all these emerging technologies, or at least some of them which are relevant to your industry, through advanced high-speed network, and finally through a very, very advanced and next-gen secure framework. So I would really think that as we speak, this battle is getting played out. It is not a myth any longer. Hyper-connected ecosystem is a complete reality. You have a lot of examples today of customers. And I think the future is really coming faster than we all think.
Okay. You had a comment on this.
Yeah, so Mr. Bonerjee made a really, really good point when he said, show me the benefit for the company. And I think from a point of view until now, it was always monetary, low risk, and the forthcoming of the company. And I think this is the right part where we inject now ESG. Show me not only the benefits for the company, but show me also ESG benefits that are becoming benefits of the company in terms of being forward thinking and in terms to have a competitive advantage to your competitors.
Okay. I wanted to ask you one question. When you decide to back a technology which is, let's say, far away, and right now maybe in the hype realm, how is failure treated in your organization?
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. And if we talk about promoting and nurturing innovation and experimentation, I think we all should be ready to accept failure. Okay, so there has to be tolerance for failure because, as we all know, any new emerging technology, okay, there will be projects which will succeed, but more often than not, there are going to be projects which are going to fail. So the only thing which we need to do there is learn from our failures and move ahead. So in terms of organization policies, whether it is to do with performance assessment of your employees, rewarding and awarding teams, I think back of the mind, we should accept that there are going to be failures. And as long as we and our teams learn from failures, okay, and move ahead and use those learnings and experiences, okay, as we move forward, it should be okay.
Okay. I still have, I think, a few minutes, given that we started a little late. Do I have? Okay. So we'll open it up to the audience. I have only one piece of advice. If you have to make a comment, we can discuss that at coffee time. But if you have a question, then keep your question in one line, right? Address it to whoever you would like to address, or in general. And then we'll keep short responses so that we can handle many more questions.
Good afternoon. It was a nice enterprising discussion. My question is, can you please throw some light or suggest how to formulate an ecosystem for emerging technology which is already or which is addressing core issues on a cross-border level? In the sense,
Sorry,
core
I
issues.
heard you say, how do we create an ecosystem?
Suggesting an ecosystem for emerging technologies, which already is addressing core, vital issues or core issues within the territory or across the territory.
Are you able to understand what is it? I'm not.
If I got the question right, you are asking how do we create an ecosystem to promote more innovation for some of these emerging technologies as a country?
Innovation means it's like an ingenious system. But already it is addressing core issues like in various sectors. He is from Germany, so there are various, I came across various labs already addressing. But how to create an ecosystem in a country like India for such an emerging technology? A suggestion for how to formulate. But that is going to be the futuristic proposition.
Okay.
So
maybe
in fact, as part of the G20, the B20 task force, one of the objectives which the task force has taken up is to build some kind of a platform which can enable this collaboration, okay, and exchange of knowledge across the G20 countries, okay. And I think that will serve the purpose which you're talking about. So there is
But you also
something
wanted
to that
it to
effect.
be industry agnostic? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, an industry agnostic ecosystem. Okay.
So,
but yes, a platform could.
Yeah, platform is being talked about.
Maybe I can just add, maybe I'm not sure whether industry agnostic would make it that appealing, because every industry, like I said, would have its own nuances. Yeah. So the way an industry would see an emerging technology would be very different. Yeah. But I think the regulators, the industry bodies, and there's a lot happening in India already. For example, in the financial services, RBI today has come up with a sandbox, right, where all these innovative technologies are available. Startups are free to go and kind of develop business use cases. So we need, I think, more of such industry-oriented sandboxes. I think more public-private partnerships. There are a lot of organizations today in the IT sector who are also kind of creating these sandboxes. For example, I know as Tatas, we have a few sandboxes where innovators can come and try their hand out and develop business use cases. But I think more public and private partnership, like I said, more involvement from the regulators, more involvement from the industry bodies would really take this ahead.
Warm greetings of the evening.
And yours would be the last question.
Thank you so much.
We left the last word for the lady. Yep.
So warm greetings to all the distinguished speakers. And my question is that, have we thought of measuring the carbon footprints with respect to the technologies? Because we talked about economical view from the ESG perspective. Is there any kind of technology being adopted? Because when I was studying an ESG as a subject, with each electronic message or email, there is 4 grams of metric ton of carbon footprints that is emitted out, whether you send an email or a message, electronic message. So when we are thinking about so much of collaboration on technologies, there's also a lot of emissions that's happening. in the world, but then there must be some kind of measurement which can be taken care of with the help of AIs or analytics before implementing lean technologies, or when we talk about putting into the automation. So have you thought of any of the companies that are thought on that grounds also? Because great emissions are happening from technology data centers.
Yeah. Thank you for your question, and I think very relevant question. Our ESG expert will answer that.
Yeah, a very good question indeed. So actually, the internet itself and the technology around the internet is with 1% more carbon emitting than the aerospace industry. And actually, if it would be a state, it would be the 7th largest state on Earth. And actually, of course, there are methods and methodologies how to measure the energy and the carbon emissions or the energy consumption. And this all has to go into the ESG reporting. And also this has to go into the roadmap and for the emergent technologies so that we can not only measure risk and benefits for or monetary benefits for the company, but also the ESG factor itself. So yes, of course, we desperately need this. And very good point indeed. Thank you very much.
Well, a very relevant question, and I think a very relevant point at which I should end this session, because otherwise I'll be contributing to the carbon footprint, right? So thank you very much, panelists, and thank you very much for your very insightful remarks. And thank you for being a patient audience, and I did not see anybody fall asleep, so I think our job is done. Thank you.
You did a great job, Mr. Thadani. That was very interactive, very informative session. Thank you. And now we would do a memento sharing. So I would request you to hand over the memento to Mr. Arijit Banerjee. Mr. Vinod Sood. Mr. Vinod Sood.
Mr. Vinod Sood.
I'm sorry. To Mr. Christoph Seder. To Mr. Gaurav Malik. And now I would request Mr. Arijit Banerjee to hand over the memento to Mr. Thadani. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you, panelists. So moving on, Starting with the other session, the last session for the day, which is cybersecurity in the age of evolving technology. I would like to invite Dr. Prem Chand, co-founder and executive vice chairman, MidCat Advisory Services Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Our keynote speaker for the day, Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant, National Cybersecurity Coordinator, National Security Council Secretariat of India. Mr. Jasbir Solanki, CEO, Homeland and Cybersecurity, Mahindra Defence Systems Limited. Mr. Lee Heng, Public Affairs Manager, APAC Region, Kaspersky, Singapore. Mr. Anil Saraswat, GM Information Security, Samsung Electronics. Please give them a round of applause, please. To begin with this session, I would like to invite Dr. Prem Chand to kindly moderate the session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. General Rajesh Pant, National Cybersecurity Coordinator, my co-panelists. It's indeed a personal pleasure for me to be here this afternoon to moderate this session. We cannot think of any other more appropriate person than Lieutenant General Pant himself, who has been at the center of entire gamut of cybersecurity issues at the national level. We have organized this session into 4 parts. Initially, I will give a small perspective of the cybersecurity issues, and then request General Pant to give his keynote address. This would be followed by 3 to 4 minutes, a general perspective by each of the panelists, and then we will have a sort of question-answer amongst the panelists, and if there are any compelling views from the audience, then we will take those into consideration. At the end of it, we will summarize the session with respect to what kind of takeaways are from these discussions, and how we can sort of convert them into some sort of recommendations. Giving you a general perspective of cybersecurity, I think we all recognize that cybersecurity today is synonymous with our survival and sustenance in every sense of the word, be it social, political, economic, or military. The cybersecurity touches almost every aspect of IT assets on this planet. If you look at some of the statistics, the EY report of 2019 where the CEO's perspective says that the number one concern for the global economy comes from the cybersecurity threats. And US Defense Secretary has compared the cybersecurity consequences of an attack to that of Pearl Harbor. And the World Economic Forum, they have said that there are only 0.05% of the cyber crime cases which are solved today. Rest all go unnoticed and unpunished. And the cyber crime market, if you see the economy of the cyber crime, way back in 2019, it was something like $6.5 trillion, and it is expected to go up to $10.5 trillion in 2025. So if you look at merely from an economic perspective, the cyber crime economy is world's largest, third largest economy, next perhaps only to US and China. And the losses to ransomware last year were of the order of $20 billion. So you can imagine what kind of environment or the cyber environment we are living in. So with this, there are many countries which, whether they are developed or developing countries, they are taking far-reaching decisions to build capability and capacity in cybersecurity, which also, in almost all the cases, involve military cyber weapons capability. So from that perspective, in today's session, what we are looking at is that there are emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, cloud technologies, IoT, then you have blockchain. There are a number of such technologies which are greatly influencing the positive side as well as the negative side of the cybersecurity. So in this session, there are many such technologies, but we will focus only on these four and examine that how they aid the cause of providing a better cybersecurity, or at the same time, some of those technologies are actually doing the opposite. So how do we manage and make a balance amongst all these things is something which we are going to debate upon. Now I request General Pant to kindly give his keynote address. General Pant, sir.
Thank you, sir. Fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, let me compliment the Digital Transformation Task Force of the CII for taking this particular initiative and many other initiatives for resolving a number of cybersecurity issues. Let me start with a systems view of the global cyberspace and the space of technology. Systems view from the top, or as they say these days, the view from a Chinese balloon. So, and the crimes that Dr. Premchand mentioned, why is it happening? The reason is that when we view the global cyberspace from the top, we can see a very clear split that is taking place in the world of technology. This split is driven by geopolitics. There is no doubt as to the sides that have been taken, whether it is supply chain issues, whether it is technological development. This fault line is getting deeper and deeper globally. Add to that the fact that there are very few international laws governing cyberspace today. Some of you may be aware that it took the United Nations 20 years to come out with 11 non-binding norms for responsible behavior by states in cyberspace, 20 years. The first UNGG was formed in 2002, and it's just last year that it was approved by the General Assembly. And these are 11 non-binding norms of responsible behavior. People have forgotten the Talon manual. It was a very good document which is defined as to what is a cyber weapon, what is a cyber crime, what is the threshold above which we will call it cyber war. But both Talon 2.0 is not being spoken of anywhere. The Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty is taking too long. It is not helping in solving cases. And the letters rogatory are also taking a very long time. So geopolitics, add to that the lack of international laws and regulations to support cybercrime. Add to that the lack of attribution. You're all aware as to the fact that the criminals take advantage of nations which have strong privacy laws. So if you come to a National Informatics Center, which has a global board, you find that 40% of the attacks in Indian cyberspace are coming from US mainland, because it is only showing you the last IP address. He's actually 2-3 hops behind that. So from US, he's hired a virtual machine there, and from there, that is how he's coming. Because he knows that if I go to the Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud or somebody and ask them who has paid money for this, it will be a very laborious process. So geopolitics plus lack of international laws, plus the lack of attribution, and add to that the dark and deep web. So it is like a perfect storm that has been created for the criminals. This is what global cyberspace has become today. And the criminals are taking full advantage of it. Every mafia group today, whether it is the Yakuza or the various groups in Italy and Mexico, everyone has a very flourishing cybercrime cells. And it is said that one of the groups has gained $3 billion in a year from cybercrime. Crime as a service is flourishing. You have heard of ransomware as a service. Earlier, it used to be only one particular group that used to carry out ransomware attacks. Now the experts have come together and they are offering it as a service. So you have somebody who's called an access broker. He's already sitting inside a number of companies. He also knows from which company you can get how much ransom, because he has seen from the list of insurance as to how much cyber insurance they have taken. So the access broker gives you the access. There is somebody who's an expert in the encryption part. He encrypts. There is somebody who's an expert in the crypto part for the payment. They also have a negotiator. There's a proper enterprise which is functioning in ransomware as a service. And then, of course, the exfiltrator, etc. So this has created the number of attacks to a very large number. And as Dr. Premchand also mentioned, the World Economic Forum has said that cybercrime today is the biggest man-made risk to the economic progress of nations. Neither India nor any G20 country can afford the headwinds which the cyber crime is posing to us today. So what is the solution? The first solution is international cooperation. If the criminals have got together, I'm sure that there are more good people in the world today than the evil ones. So like-minded coalition of the willing partnering nations have got together, and a number of initiatives have been taken. One of the initiatives is an international counter-ransomware task force. We have created this task force, which is going after these criminals. Recently, you would have heard a case where 7 of them have been censored by various nations. There is another case, a very successful case that happened recently of a Hive group. Hive is a very famous ransomware group. And with the help of this coalition of the willing, we had gone and sat inside the servers of the Hive group. And for 3 months, while this group was carrying out ransomware attack, we exfiltrated the decryption keys and gave it to these companies and saved about $150 million of ransom. Finally, after 3.5 months, this group was brought down. So international cooperation in terms of threat intelligence, in terms of creating resilience, in terms of disrupting the network, in terms of tracing the cryptocurrency, and in terms of naming and shaming is the first aspect for the solution. This is where I think G20 nations can combine their resources. India has a vast experience. While we are one of the most targeted countries in the world, that is mostly because of the numbers that we have, but we have a lot of experience in countering the various types of threat, including ransomware. The next point is about the evolving technologies and what is their impact on the cybersecurity today. Out of all the technologies, and a number of names were taken by Dr. Premchand, I will only speak about 3 or 4. And of course, the first one that comes to the mind is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is being used both from the offensive point of view as well as from the defensive point of view. From the defensive point of view, a number of these so-called honeypots are being created, which simulate a system so that they draw the attacker first to their systems, and then you study and identify and protect your own systems. Similarly, for the counter ransomware, the segmentation, etc., that is being done of your network is also with the help of AI. From the offensive part also, you can bypass the defensive systems and enter the network. So AI has a number of use cases from the cybersecurity point of view. The second thing that comes to the mind, of course, is the quantum, which is turning out to be a disruptor. In the previous session, they were talking whether it is a hype or whether it is a real, but there is a IBM statement of at least a 400 qubit quantum computer. There is a statement coming out of China where they say they've broken the 2048 RSA algorithm. So the impact of quantum on encryption and cryptography is the next point of concern. The third, of course, would be space. In my opinion, very soon we will see the Indian company OneWeb. I think from July they are starting their operations of low Earth orbit satellites providing you internet connectivity. We have seen the advantage of this in the Ukraine conflict, where after the initial Viasat system was jammed, their only dependence was on the Starlink, and this, even till today, they're depending on the Starlink system for their communications. So suddenly, the space of not only LEO, but even at the higher orbits has become very important, and we will see some cybersecurity related issues cropping up there. And finally, is the cyber physical systems, the Internet of Things, which is going to explode. If today we have 5 billion internet users globally, the moment 5G rolls out and all your IoT devices get connected, this figure is going to go up to 25 billion as soon as by the end of this year. So 25 billion IP addresses, all targets of cyber attacks, and these are the targets which can create physical damage. So it's a very serious threat vector and threat landscape that is emerging because of the Internet of Things. So it boils down to the fact that we have to create resilience. How do we manage this? Resilience has to be created by people, process, and technology. People have to have good cyber hygiene. There has to be education and awareness. You have to make them practice drills, especially in a country like India, where in tier 2 and 3 cities, the 5G is being rolled out very fast. We have to go an extra step in educating and making them aware of the perils of cyber. From the process point of view, we have to have our contingency plans. The audits have to be done, VAPTs, etc. have to be done very seriously. The cyber capability, maturity models, etc. are there. And the crisis management plans have to be practiced. And finally is the technology. In the technology, there is a vast spectrum starting from the endpoint, the network, the cloud, the application. There are various means coming out, including zero trust architecture and behavioral analytics, before we come on to the SOCs and the SIEMs and the SOARs. So people, process, and technologies, we have to be very careful. And for the industry, I will only say that you have to invest in cybersecurity. Gone are the days where you thought that you will escape the attack. And I'm especially concerned about the MSMEs as to how they will protect their systems. There are solutions. The CII, I was part of a release of a Cyber Suraksha Kavach. I think it's a great initiative taken by CII for the MSME sectors. And there's also a concept of mentoring, where the CISOs are mentoring the SMEs. So some good initiatives have been taken by CII, and I compliment them for the same. So this is all I have to say in this special address. Let me do a quick recap. I told you about the global cyberspace, that it is ripe for criminals to carry out cybercrime because of the impact of geopolitics, the technological split, the lack of international laws and regulations, the lack of attribution, the dark and deep web, and the fact that crime as a service has started. And with that, we went on to the fact that international cooperation is a very major step in finding a solution to this problem, and how we can cooperate in terms of sharing threat intelligence and going after these criminals and disrupting their network, etc. And finally, to create resilience, it is very important for people, process, and technologies to be addressed. The three hard truths of cyberspace are: one, that vulnerabilities will continue to exist as long as we depend on hardware, software, and processes and data. Second, if vulnerabilities continue, the attacks will continue to take place. And thirdly, the attribution of these attacks will be as difficult as what it is today. So the only solution is personal hygiene and cyber hygiene in the post-COVID era. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I think General Pant has given an excellent articulation of the global perspective, the technology perspective, people perspective, and the process perspective. Now, our next speaker is Jasveer.
Sir, any question, or should I?
No, I think
okay.
What I would request is that each of the three panelists, they will give 3 to 4 minutes of a general perspective of security vis-a-vis these 4 areas of technologies, and then we'll start the discussions.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. General Pant has brought out very relevant points. So, cyber security is a serious issue, right? We all know it. We all trying to implement it, but probably at the board level or probably at the decision-making level where investments are done, it is still not making that much impact. Why I'm saying it? See, cyber security, if you take it as a, everybody knows you have to be fit or you have to be healthy. So correlate with analogy with your health. Everybody knows you need to be healthy, and everybody knows what needs to be done to be healthy, or your level of fitness. But imagine if you are an Olympic player, what is the importance of you for the fitness? What level of fitness you need? So if you are a global company, you're an Indian MNC, so what level of fitness or what level of cyber hygiene you need is different than what MSME needs. MSME challenges are different, right? Because they are more vulnerable. But then you have to decide if you are serious about keeping yourself fit, then there's a regime you need to follow. There's a discipline you need to follow. There's an investment, your time investment and money investment has to go. And you rightly pointed out, sir, the 3 areas: people, process, technology. And what my experience is, and I'm sharing it, these are not my company's views, these are my personal views. I'm trying to share it for the community. So please take it from that perspective. So we, as mostly Indian companies, we follow process later. We implement technology first. First the technology implemented, then we are trying, okay, who are the people who can manage this technology? And once we have found out people, somehow got them trained, now let's see how to set a process around it, because somebody has asked, do you have a process or not? Whereas the approach should be, design your process first. What are your vulnerabilities? What are your risks? What are the mitigation technology you need to put? And then find and implement technology and get the right resources to manage it. These are the things which I'm seeing today in the industry not being followed. And then industry complains or organization complains that we have been attacked and we have been hacked. And most of the time, people don't know they have been hacked. That's, again, is a big challenge. So please understand and select your technology right. And if you do right investment, again, mindset issue in our companies, what we have seen is 6,000 vendors are there in cyber security today in the world. Now, how will you select which technology for what, right? what challenges you have, and for one meeting, one challenges, you will have hundreds different OEMs and their presence in India. How will you make the selection? Your team itself will not be capable to decide it. And once you have selected the technology, you will have to live with it. So there are big issues when you are making the selection of technology. Please hire professional agencies if you don't have in-house capability. Learn from the best practices which are being followed in the industry, and then see where is your maturity level, where is your risk level, and then select the technology accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasveer. I think security, as Jasveer has highlighted, in most of our cases is taken as a good feel factor. If I put a person, I put a few security tools, and there is a document available, we feel that we have met our obligation to the board and provided the security. But that really is the major cause for two things: the state of actual cybersecurity in any of these enterprises. And this is also evident that today we are virtually a $3.5 to $4 trillion economy. And our security spend is barely $3 billion as compared to a global $260 to $270 billion security industry, and out of which 50% of this spend happens in the US. So where somebody is spending $130 billion and we are not even spending $1.5 billion to $2 billion. So that shows our own seriousness as a country, that how much we are concerned about it. Our next speaker is Mr. Li Heng.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to thank General Pant for your excellent keynote, and I want to echo on just 3 of the points that you made earlier on. The first one is the importance of international cooperation. I personally joined Kaspersky from the public sector. I was with the Ministry of Home Affairs of Singapore for 8 years, and this is something that I deeply feel, especially after I joined Kaspersky. We have a research team which comprises of researchers from all the countries around the world. We call it a global research team precisely because we think it is important to have that cultural quotient to be able to understand where our threat actors are coming from, what are the nuances behind their code, and how to identify where they come from. So, having spoken to my researchers, they have taught me how some of the code may contain Russian, but actually it's not Russian, it comes from China. Some of it contains Chinese, but comes from North Korean. And the one with the North Korean script may actually come from Russia. And they know this because of the kind of international collaboration, experiences, and cultural quotient that informs them of all these little nuances that will be lost upon other researchers. And the kind of exchanges that they do on a day-to-day basis really helps to uplift their work all the time, and it helps cybersecurity companies protect everyone in general a bit better. So that was my first point. My second point is about IoT, which General Pant also mentioned, and I just want to share a very relatable example that perhaps we can all relate to at a home level and at a very consumer level. So recently I was speaking to our researchers in Moscow in HQ, and they were telling us that they found a vulnerability with a pet feeder. So a pet feeder is the one that you keep at home. It regularly dispenses pet food to your cat, and it sounds something very innocuous. Apparently, there are hackers who managed to hack into those, and not only does it not only does it have the potential to change those regular feeding hours, the more sinister aspect of it is that it can tap on the camera, which is attached to the pet feeder, to spy on your home. So when the pet feeding company came out with that device, was the fact that this being an IoT device which someone can hack into, was it ever on their minds? Maybe, maybe not. but I think it really shows the extent and pervasiveness to which cyber attacks can now reach. So we have so many IoT devices at home. I'm sure that this is not something many of us have thought about, but we really need to start thinking about these issues seriously. My third point was about the importance of cybersecurity and how companies really cannot afford to keep it on the back burner. I think that having gone through cybersecurity training myself in my previous workplaces, to be very honest, some of it can be quite painful to go through because it's a list of checklists, there will be a quiz at the end of it, and you will know the correct answers after you check it. Will you do anything differently after you go home from the course? Maybe, maybe not. But I think it's been a very humbling experience from where I'm working at now. And having seen the extent of the damage that cyber security issues can cause, I think this is something even very small companies need to take very seriously. To cite an example from Singapore, where I come from, we have the Personal Data Protection Act, and it imposes liabilities on companies and businesses who don't manage to safekeep their clients' data. So one of them, a very small business, it was in fact a hobbyist who started it. The hobbyist is a Muslim, so he or she started a blog just to document where are all the halal eating places that she recommends, and managed to gather a huge following, 10,000 people. And that account was hacked into. She lost 10,000 people's worth of personal data and was fined about 7,000 Singapore dollars. And she couldn't have imagined that when she started it, because it was a hobbyist work. And for a hobbyist work to turn into such a serious issue, where just because of a cyber attack, it causes the personal data to be lost, it really goes to show that none of us can afford to take this lightly. So yeah, I'll just stop here for now and hand over time back to Dr. Chan.
Thank you, Lee. I think once again, he has echoed the same views which General Pant has said, that the security per se, any serious attempt to address cyber crime particularly, has literally been hijacked by the international geopolitics. Until and unless we solve that issue on the lines of nuclear weapons control or similar such initiatives, I think there's very little which otherwise can be done to control this menace. He's also pointed out that one of the perhaps occasion which we have, the opportunity which we have as a country for this G20, since we are the, the chairman, chair for the G20 for this year. So perhaps this is one issue which can be taken with the international community to address how do we cooperate globally to address the cyber crime. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Anil Saswat from Samsung.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, I think Lieutenant General Pant has beautifully covered the whole security as a challenge for the organizations as well as for the country. And Dr. Premchand also covered the wider aspects of related to security. So I'm going to put forward my thoughts related to the security challenges, and let me clarify that these are my personal experiences and belief which I'm sharing with all of you. It's nothing to do with my organization. So when it comes to security, as rightly said, that we put shiny firewalls, security appliances, and we get a perception that we are secure, right? But we drill down and ask clearly that how much visibility we have to our assets which are spread or attack surfaces which are there. I think it's very difficult to get the confidence answer that. So as long as we are not aware that what is our attack surfaces are there, and we do not have clear visibility, then it becomes slightly difficult to protect, and they say that we are fully protected. Right? And when it comes to protection, not only the appliances, the big game changer comes to the human beings which is being termed as one of the security weakness in your fortified defense system which you are going to secure. So let me give you just one example which I often quote, that we understand the passwords are very important to us. We do a lot of transactions, we do logins and access very critical resources. We have strong passwords, we should keep that. But when it comes to as a personal front, so like when you access various social networking sites and you set up the password when you created your account, most of us do not change the password for ages which are there, right? But we say the password is very important for us. So the human being always bring the element of surprise based on their type of human thinking, that the security remains always a question when it comes to human being, apart from appliances. Second, that as the technology has grown up, it has exploded. We were not prepared to that level which has exploded. So now when it comes to a mobile device, I think that most of us have that mobile device, we are busy with that all the time, which we are not busy when we are sleeping, right? So when you wake up, we grab the mobile and we browse throughout the day, we stare at, and we are going to sleep. The last message we see on mobile device before we sleep, right? So the mobile device has occupied our most of the time, which we are not even, we are talking to somebody, we try to converse through various means available through mobile device or laptops, right? So the change in the way technology interacted with us, also I will not say that it's only the issue security, but it also gives us a flexibility, more agility there. So like I'll touch upon the cloud things. So very scalable solution, a very cost-effective solution, borderless solution. But when it comes to like putting your data on the cloud, you lose visibility, right? Where it's going stored, it depends on which cloud offering you have opted for that, right? So the digital world is almost borderless. If you have on-prem solution, you have the visibility, your servers are here, your data is here, but when you move to the cloud, it becomes borderless for you, it becomes invisible for you. So the right protection is very, very important for that. So we have three approaches in security which we generally consider, that you should have your preventive controls in place, you have a detective controls in place, and you have a corrective controls in place. So when you have preventive controls in place, you need to identify what kind of business you have, what kind of priorities you have, that you should select based on that, the controls which are going to mitigate your risk, security risk, not based on some assumptions which are going on that I should put firewall, IDS, IPS. So many devices are there, but are these useful to your business, that you need to consider things. Then once you have implemented those controls in place, then you should have a detection controls in place. You have a SOC operations, security operations centers, or you have a tools which are giving you some actionable inputs. So let me tell you one of the current challenges which organization faces, that you have lot many tools which are generating tons amount of logs, and somebody is popping up their eyes, going through the logs, but nothing is actionable. One device is not communicating to other devices. So there could be some actionable items which are getting mixed because your all appliances are working in silos. So you should have some console in place which centralize and make a meaningful actionable input for the person who is monitoring and take action on it. So monitoring becomes your detective controls, and corrective controls. Post that, you need to correct that, or as day by day threat landscape is changing, your attack surface is changing based on a business need, that need to be assessed continuously, and action should be taken on that. Okay. So these are some of the thoughts from my side.
Having discussed that how serious this issue is, and also to an extent touching the new technologies which have influence on the cybersecurity, such as cloud, artificial intelligence, IoT, and blockchain technologies. I think what perhaps we need to sidestep from this is that India, being such a vast country with a 3 to 4 trillion economy, how does the country becomes self-sufficient, or at least sufficient in certain areas of cybersecurity? Like if you look at the statistics, we today have close to 250 cybersecurity companies in the country. And out of that, probably half of them are only working in the products. And amongst them also, they are mostly focusing on point products. You know, somebody is making a firewall, some IDS, IPS, somebody identification or authentication appliances. But when you go to a user, he wants an end-to-end complete solution, either for his application security or the network security or the end-to-end infrastructure security. So there comes a mismatch because nobody is there to stitch a solution. So there's a huge gap to pick and choose, mix and match some of these point products and evolve an end-to-end solution. So this gap can only be filled by a large system integration capability in the country. Second gap, which I feel is that for a country of this size and scale, you need a spectrum of technologies which can secure your mobile phone to laptop, to desktop, to servers, cloud infrastructure, your IoT devices, which the population, as General Pant said, that they're going to be something like 25 to 27 billion devices connected in 2025. And India, as far as the digitalization is concerned, is one amongst very progressive countries, I would say. So how do you, sort of circumvent this? Because if you're having 600,000 smartphones, you cannot really be importing technologies to secure your smartphones at that number. And same thing applies to the other appliances which make a mammoth amount of IT assets of the country. So I think one of the area which I think this question I wish to ask General Pant, that as a country, how do we move as a whole to build a product ecosystem in the country so that we build end-to-end solutions in the country. And at the same time, we also create some kind of large system integration capability and capacity so that we can build end-to-end solutions, test and validate them, and then induct into the industry and other enterprises. So.
Thank you. Dr. Premchand. As you rightly said, in our nation, the scale of everything is very large. We have more than 1.35 billion registered in Aadhaar for biometric identity access, 1.24 billion phones, 800 million, I think, internet users. So we cannot boil the ocean overnight. It has to be done in a roadmap sort of a manner. What the government of India has done is at different levels. Firstly, we've identified some sectors as supercritical sectors. So telecom and power, the two sectors we have started off. In telecom, you may have heard of the National Security Directive that came out in June 2021, which stipulates that any telecom product connected to the National Telecom Network of India has to be a trusted product from a trusted source. So what is a trusted source? What is a trusted product? There is a process. My office is the designated authority for that. And this is how, in one way, we are promoting indigenization as far as the telecom products are concerned. Similar thing is happening in the power sector, where both for the IT part as well as for the OT part, we are going in for this concept of trusted systems. From the cyber security point of view, you are aware that there are two verticals in cyber security. We have products and we have services. Historically, our nation, being good in the software and the IT-enabled services is good on the services side. But very rightly, you are saying that in the products, we are lagging far behind because products starts off, as I said, from the endpoint to all the aspects of the network, the switches, routers, the networks, the data centers, as well as applications, etc. So this work is going on in, I would also say in pockets, but definitely the larger companies have to now take it up as a sector and then take this forward. A lot of work is being done by our academic institutions. There are various systems. There is a 4,000 crore project of National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber-Physical Systems, where we have created 25 hubs of different disciplines for cybersecurity. And the aim is to create 500 startups in the next 5 years. And there's a 8,000 crore National Quantum Mission. There is an AI roadmap that has come out from Niti Aayog. So the various initiatives are being taken, but definitely from the cybersecurity point of view and the product point of view, a lot of work has to be done.
Thank you, sir. Jasveer, I think you have been in the thick of executing large projects in the smart cities. So when it comes to the device technologies like IoT devices, then you have some of the applications which need to be really intelligent, particularly from the surveillance and decision support systems. So what is your experience in securing the smart city infrastructures?
So can I add to General Pant's point also, sir?
Sure.
Product. So the product development in India is happening in the cyber security, and General Pant brought out very valid points. A lot of now the government initiatives are there. But I have always seen that the shift is happening now because we had a trader's mindset that, you buy something and sell and make money out of it. And, for development, you need a product mindset that you should be a developer. That needs a lot of investment first and return later. I was in Israel and a very interesting thing happened. I met an Israeli company who, in cybersecurity, who bought an Indian cybersecurity company. The owner is living in London. That's the only difference. But they are developing product in India. So imagine a startup nation like, and in cybersecurity, Israel is buying an Indian company in cybersecurity. And they are mixing it. So the change has already started happening, sir. And on the larger system integrator part, which you brought it out, Dr. Prem, sir, is that, yes, we as a company also saw this gap, and we are trying to see how to build up an ecosystem of both the world-leading technologies and Indian startup companies. And can we provide one-stop solution to the customer? Because I think what customer is looking for is assurance. Then, okay, a company comes and say, you are cyber safe. I can give you 80–90% assurance that you are safe. Second, if an attack happens on you, I will stand with you and I'll make sure the resilience is there and you will come back to your normal operation within 4 hours, 8 hours, because nobody can give a security that you will not be attacked. You will surely be attacked. But I have a system that if you are attacked, I will bring you back on your foot in next 4 to 6 hours. So that kind of an effort, if it is there, probably whether for the government organizations or private, it'll be a win-win situation for both. What I have seen, sir, in smart cities, there's a rapid digitization of solution is happening. And what I see is this is an OEM product-driven market. There are different OEMs, whether I don't want to name them, right? But there are different OEMs who go and sell their solutions. They are not addressing the requirement of the customer. They go and sell a box which is meeting 110% requirement of the customer, whereas the customer needs something like 40%. You meet the requirement, but meet the operational requirement, not the technology requirement. I can have the best of the technology, but operationally, is it helping the citizens on the ground in smart city? I think there's a lot of validation needs to be done. A lot of investment has happened, which is good, because we see in smart city when these command and control rooms came and their benefits in COVID. If those command and control rooms were not there, there would have been a lot of issues. They helped in managing the cities very well, sir. So I see a lot of things have been done in the right way, but there's a lot of scope of improvements. And from cybersecurity, I don't see much has been done. The basic level of cybersecurity is taken care in the implementation part of Smart City.
Now, when you look at the ground level, although we know that the AI or blockchain, then you have IoT or cloud technologies, they, as General Pant said, that they are a double-edged sword. They enhance security, but at the same time, they also add in making a defensive security products also, no, offensive security products also. So from that perspective, I think we as a country need to look at some of the other technologies which can circumvent and make these technologies more usable and more secure. So for example, there's a talk of zero trust technologies. There's a talk about deep isolation technologies like hypervisors or separation kernel hypervisors, those kind of technologies. So Anil, what do you think that, as a country, how do we sort of fill up this gap through a startup ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, with the use of this technology can be used for good as well as for the bad. So, the good way we can use that we should have a zero trust architecture. So now the billions of devices are getting onboarded. It's very difficult to trust. So the zero trust architecture provides us that you do not trust any device, any system, any user on your network to access resources unless you validate them properly. Right? So there can be like a strong level of multi-factor authentication, strong password that can help that. Second, related to blockchain, we can have a decentralized databases that can be, with the help of blockchain, we can have a less or mitigation plan in case of any attacks happen. As Mr. Jaspreet rightly said, that we cannot avoid attack, right? But the best part, what can be done is that do not remain reactive. You can be responsive. Reactive means that when something happens, in the haste, we try to do something in patches, right? But when we say responsive, that you have well-planned things that should be covered up, that when such situation occurs, what are the steps that you need to take so that you can control the damage, you can mitigate the risk, right? So that can be done. Artificial intelligence, as General Pant, Lieutenant General Pant rightly said, that crime as service being offered. So they are training different models that how the phishing attacks can be made more like with a human touch. So they will send you email based on your interest, based on your liking. So that becomes more successful penetration to attack you, right? However, similarly, we can also use AI to detect anomalies in the real time and take corrective actions, and also train our workforce how to avoid such kind of issues with that. And one more thing that can be, there's a containerizations. So like you should have your crown jewels or very sensitive data that should not be accessed, that should be defended in the defense of layer that we call defense in depth. That layer should be approached to protect all these things, because these are all things are coming up in big way, not only for the enterprise employees, but also for the attackers also. So to strike a balance, we have to have thinking much ahead than what attackers can think. And as I earlier said, that it is very important to know your attack surfaces. So once you know your perimeter, what all things you are exposed to that, you can prevent better, or you can, otherwise the attack may come through a minor gaps that might be overlooked. That's my thought on.
Thank you. Lee, I think you represent a company which has done some very basic and pioneering work in security. As we say that, for any success, it's important to have a man behind the machine. So what is the kind of talent building initiatives which your company has, which can help the cause of, sort of handling security easy and affordable?
Thank you, Chairman, for asking the question. I think it's an appropriate time for me also to share the kind of framework that my company's researchers have been advising companies to take on. And this is actually very in line with the 3 basic tenets of people, process, and technology that we have always been talking about through the past 1 hour. So just let me share, maybe translate it into something that is actionable as a, I wouldn't say exactly a roadmap, but as a rough guide to the kind of steps that companies can take. So the first one, because people, process, technology starts with people, it should start with training because people is at the center of everything. If you don't have good people to run your systems, to defend them when the need arises, you can be assured that things don't work. So training, it always begins with training. And personally at Kaspersky, I've gone through the kind of training that is given by my own researchers, which is much more in-depth than what I used to experience. So I could appreciate the kind of nuance and the kind of rigor that has gone into that kind of training. So just to share an example of the kind of programs that I've gone through, I actually played a board game to understand the priorities that companies should take. So let me just give you the spoiler here. The board game is designed in such a way that if you didn't invest enough in your cybersecurity, your defense mechanisms early on in the game, you will probably lose subsequently because no matter how much money, the same amount of money or even more that you try to put in after the attack that has taken place, you will find that you're always playing a game of catch-up. So I think that kind of palpable messages have to come through whatever kind of training that goes into a company's program. So that's step 1. Step 2 will be advanced technologies. So advanced technologies, by that I mean things like security ops center, depending on the scale of your company, or vulnerability threat assessment, threat attribution, if the company or even a government is big enough to identify where the advanced persistent threats come from. The third part will be about policies and processes. Now, to go back to the point just now about advanced technologies, my analogy of that is having a very expensive electric toothbrush. So that can probably help you with your oral hygiene. But if you don't set a policy saying you have to brush your teeth twice a day, you're probably still going to suffer from decay somewhere. So that's a very simple way of putting what policies and processes mean at a very actionable level. And finally, at the 4th level, which is advanced governance rules and regulations, this is where the private sector will have to work with the public sector, with regulators, with state governments, with national governments, to come together to co-create policies that work not just in the favor of the regulator, but also in favor of users all over the world. Because you have a technology that is very good, for example, like cloud, and it's under the threat of certain nationalism induced regulations that could put them, or that could reduce their operating space. That means that we have a very good tool which people may not get to use. So I think that co-creation, building of mutual trust is very important. So to summarize everything once again, starts with training, advanced technology, and then advanced policies and processes, and finally advanced co-creation together with governments and public stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the session. Thank you very much for listening to us. General Pansa, thank you very much for giving an excellent account of the cybersecurity perspective.
Thank you, Dr. Prem, for moderating this session for us. Now, we would present the token of respect, the mementos. I would request Dr. Prem Chand to present the memento to Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant. Now to Mr. Jasbir Solanki. To Mr. Lee Heng. To Mr. Anil Saraswat. And I would request General Pant to present the memento to Dr. Prem. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers. I thank all our B20 Task Force members, speakers from the industry and government, delegates from across various sectors. Also, I would like to thank our sponsor for the day, Tata Communications, AWS, Dell Technologies, SAP, ST Telemedia, Global Data Centers, Microsoft, Cogenex, Successive Technologies, and media partner Outlook Business. There will be virtual session on the Digital Transformation Summit. We would organize them virtually on Hive on 16th and 17th March. Request all the delegates to join that. And for now, they may join for the cup of tea. There is also a special announcement for B20 Task Force members. Coaches are available at the registration desk, B20 registration desk. Please be reached there, and our people will escort you to the coaches and for the next session.